Hello and welcome to BARC TV. I'm Sam Parker. We're here at Oulton Park for the opening round of the 2023 Caterham Motorsport season. We've got with us today the Roadsports, the 270R Championship, the 310Rs and the Caterham Championship U7 UK. So we're in for a great day. The sun is shining, which is amazing. Yesterday it was very wet for testing, so we're delighted to have the sunshine. But we're in for some very exciting racing, and hopefully
Well, thanks very much indeed, Sam. Yes, good morning, race fans, and a warm welcome to Oulton Park, certainly one of the most beautiful circuits in UK motorsports, for the first day of the racing season for the Caterham Championships, the official Caterham factory-supported championships, their first year racing under the auspices of the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC, and it's great to have their rounds covered this year here live on BARC TV. It's a one-day event to kick off the season here on the very 1st of April, the first of 7 race weekends for the Sevens across what's going to be a very special season for them this year, as Caterham Motorsport celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2023. A total of 4 different championships we will be seeing here today across 11 different races. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action, and Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson alongside me. It's certainly looking to be a very special day and a very special season.
Yeah, the weather's come to greet us today as well, with nice sunny skies, and they had a bit of a wet testing day yesterday, but it's great to see all the drivers back out on track after a long winter waiting.
Well, taking a look at what we're going to be seeing today, we will have 3 races from 3 of the Caterham Championships and 2 of the others. We kick off with the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. That's the 3rd rung up the ladder of the 5 factory-supported Caterham series, effectively. That's followed by the Mottle Caterham 7 310Rs, which is the next step up, if you like, the numbers referring to the power-to-weight ratio of the cars. Then the 3rd championship is the quickest cars, the full race spec Caterham 7 UK Championship for the 420R cars, supported by Avon tyres. And that's followed by the first of 2 races for the Vertex Roadsport Championship, for the effectively the 2nd rung on the ladder, meant for graduates of the Caterham Academy for novice racers. So I've seen them a couple of times already on BARC TV. So we'll now hand down to the paddock, where our presenter Sam caught up with some of the drivers in our first race of the day, the Caterham 7 270R Championship, a little earlier on.
I'm here with Matt Larby, who came 3rd last year in the Academy, and so first ever race season last year. This year you've jumped right to 270s.
Yep.
You've missed out the road sports. How's it going so far? You've just had qualifying.
Yeah, I missed my Roadsport buddies, but yeah, I needed to run this year with team support, and so you can only do it in 270. They're all quick out there. It's going to be. We've got a relatively small grid for tomorrow. For today, compared to normal. I think we'll pick up a few more. There's a few that are missing today. Everyone's quick. The conditions were a bit mixed in quali, particularly T1. I think it's fairly close at the top. Giles did really well as well, so there's the 2 of us kind of battling through, so it'll be good.
And how you find the difference in the car with the different set changes on it?
Yeah, everyone thinks it's like a massive. It is different, but it's not massive. The one thing you do realise is just how stiff it is over the bumps. So particularly with your places like Donington, you go through the chicane, whereas the Academy car, you could just ride over that and not really worry about it. In this, you really, really notice it, and also the curbs at the back end here as well. So, but yeah, it's good. Enjoy it.
So starting fourth for today's race. That should be a good position for you.
Needed to be in the mix, so I'm happy with that.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, good luck for later on. See you later. I'm here with Rog Patke, who is another Academy champion from last year, who's made the move up to 270R Championship this year. Quite a few differences on the car. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I think the car's fantastic. The change in tyres, I think, is the biggest difference, and obviously you get the wider track suspension. Feels fantastic on the track, in the wet or the dry. So yeah, really enjoying it.
And you've had qualifying already.
Yes.
How did you get on?
Qualified 2nd, so not bad. I think the team have done a really good job with the car, and yeah, quite happy with that.
That's a great start, isn't it? You're mixing in with some bit more experienced drivers as well, so you must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Chuffed to bits. Yeah, there's a lot of quick drivers on the grid for 270. Guys that are remaining in 270 and the guys that have come up from Roadsport from last year. So, yeah, really looking forward to this season and great start for now.
And how was the track conditions out there? I hear it could be a little damp in certain parts of the circuit.
Turn one's a bit of a pain, but other than that, it's starting to dry out, and I think the sun's with us now. There's a bit of wind as well, so hopefully by the late morning, early afternoon, it should be dry.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod.
Take care.
I'm standing here with Charlie Lower, who came second last year in the Roadsport Championship. Now he's made the step up to the 270R Championship. Just had qualifying. Tell me how you got on.
Yeah, it went amazing actually. We chucked it on pole. It was really close racing. It was mixed conditions as well, which always makes for dodgy qualifyings. But no, everyone behaved themselves, and it was a good qualifying session.
A new livery on the car. Last year it was white. This year we've got the black, looking very good. Got the sponsor of Quadlock. It's looking very good.
Yeah. So Quadlock are with us again this year. We've changed the livery to match all their other fleet cars and other people they sponsor. So it's part of a pack now, which is really cool. We've got Woodford Trailers, who have sponsored us with the trailers. Walero giving us underwear for racing. So yeah, we've got a range, and EBC brake pads are now supporting the whole team with brake pads, which is amazing.
And you've got Hardline Motorsport, isn't it, your team you're running with? And you've got Louise Deason in the 270s and David Rook.
As well.
Excellent, yeah. Okay, good little team.
Yeah, it's really good fun. It's such a, to be honest, we can't really afford to be over in the big teams over there. So just having light support, one mechanic between 3 cars, and be able to chip in whenever we can and help each other out is really good fun.
So have you been doing much pre-season testing at all?
I wish. I'd like to say yes, but I've done 2 track days in the car, which is plenty to be fair. But yeah, I would like to have done more, but it creeps up quite quick, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah. But Oulton Park, never raced here before, have you? So
No.
It's quite a quite a tricky circuit. It's not massively long straights to get the toe.
No, exactly, and it's an incredibly fast circuit. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Well, I was going to say tomorrow, but actually in a minute when we line back up, because as you know, 3 races in one day, it's going to be absolutely hectic.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. Well, I wish you all the best. Good luck and well done getting pole position.
Oh, cheers.
Good to hear from a few of the drivers competing in our first race of the day, the first of 3 races for the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship races, supported by Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity, founded several years ago now by Major James Cameron to assist injured service personnel, get them into motorsport and give them a new lease of life, really, in the world of motor racing. They've competed in many different series across the UK, and a brilliant cause Mission Motorsport is. 270R, effectively, as we said, the 3rd rung on the Caterham ladder. Chris, tell us a little bit more about the 270R cars.
Yeah, this is the 3rd rung, as you say, just after they normally come out of the Roadsport season. So they are experienced race drivers by this time. The racing is often close. As far as the car goes themselves, they gain a little bit of power, up to 135 horsepower. They lose the windscreen, which is the kind of biggest thing you might notice from the outside. So they run without windscreens and front lights. And yeah, they get a little bit more revs, and the front track suspension, or the suspension all round, is much stiffer. So it's a very much more race-focused machine. Very, like I say, the racing is often close and exciting. And new for this season is that they've got 3 races at 20 minutes per race. Traditionally we've run 2 30-minute races for the 270, so that's brand new for them. So they've got 3 starts to deal with, and 3 early phases and late phases of the race to get through.
Yes, it's normally classic slipstreaming racing. The cars should be all galloping round in a pack, is what we normally see in Caterham racing. They say that the place you don't want to be in a Caterham race is leading into the last corner.
Yeah, Lodge Corner here at Oulton Park. There is enough time to overtake at least a car between here and the line. And yeah, you will see that there's tactics definitely come and are involved heavily in Caterham Motorsport. For those who haven't watched Caterham racing before, well, strap in, it's going to be an excellent day's action. And yeah, the toe will start picking up the toe even within about 2 seconds of the car in front, so they will start feeling that effect. And they can go something in the region of 5 to 10 miles an hour quicker at the end of the straight, so it's a significant effect.
Well, let's have a look at the grid then. We've got marshals out on the grid, so we'll be seeing the cars out of the assembly area very shortly onto the circuit. It's the full circuit at Oulton Park today, the island circuits right up to the Shell Oils hairpin halfway round the lap, so it is the full circuit layout here today. And the grid reads as follows for race number 1. They had their qualifying session early this morning. Number 21, Charlie Lower, is in pole position alongside last year's Academy champion, skipping the normal step of moving through Roadsport. He's gone straight into 270R. Number 29, Rutuj Patki, Rog as he's known to his friends, will go alongside the number 21 of Charlie Lower in pole position. The second row, 66 of Freddie Chiddicks, alongside number 73 of Matt Larby. On row 3, 17, Alex Vincent starts alongside the 15 of James Cook. And then on row 4, 71 of Giles Perry will start alongside 35 of Mark Kendall. Row 5, number 14, Jonathan Ramsey, and number 10, which is Gareth Lucas. Row 6, 45, David Rook, alongside 49 of Stephen Lancaster. Row 7, number 74, Alan Venters, and 51, Simon Arnold. On the 8th row, number 2, Mark Jones, and number 84, Joe Pridate. The penultimate row is number 44, Ian Summers, and 22 of Louise Deason. And the final row, 23, Alan Bateman, alongside number 96, Peter Mott. So 20 cars we should see out there. And it's interesting to see, Chris, Rutuj Patki, straight out of the Academy, which he won his group in last season, straight into 270R, skipping the normal step of Roadsport, and has put it on the front row.
Both Academy drivers. So Matt Larby also heading out of Academy last season, where he was in third place in the opposite group to Rog. And yeah, absolutely spectacular to shove it there on the front row of the grid, and Matt Larby just behind him on the right side of the track as we will see it. So great effort from all those drivers. Charlie Lowe, as we would expect to see him, he's up there, runner-up in last year's Roadsport Championship, so he's converted over to this new 270 machine very nicely indeed. And yeah, we've got some exciting battles to continue on as the Caterham Motorsport season progresses, or as the drivers move through their ladder. They will often learn, drive with their fellow drivers throughout that ladder, and it's great to see the battles commence. And as we say, we're here at Oulton Park ready for what will this season bring. I guess that's what we're going to start answering today.
Yes, it's the brand new season, the very first meeting at Oulton Park this year on this Saturday morning and afternoon. Good weather at the moment, but it has been rather changeable this morning. We've had a few showers of rain in the run-up to this event, but things are dry at the moment. These cars have identical 135 brake horsepower Ford Sigma engines, upgraded from Roadsport's spec, as Chris briefly touched upon. The windscreen and the headlights are removed. Stiffer suspension, the springs and dampers running a stiffer setup. Wider track front suspension, and more track-orientated tyres as well, giving a bit more of a race car feel. Tell us the difference in the tyres.
So they run the same tyres as the Roadsport cars, the ZZS, and we'll hear more about tyres later, because the 7 Championship UK and the 310s are going to be running on different tyres this weekend. So we'll talk a bit more about that later. But yes, these are, compared to the Academy car, which they would have been running a couple of seasons ago, these are very much more race focused. So they give that a little bit more grip and contact patch onto the track, and a little bit more, as you might expect, is they're just getting these cars around the track here at Oulton Park to head towards this grid. There's 96. That's Peter Mott, who had a bit of an off in qualifying, but they've got this car up and running again, and he looks like he's ready to get racing.
Yes, Peter Mott qualified out of session, didn't he? He came out with one of the other sessions, so had to do his 3 laps out of session. Has to start at the back of the grid, because the times from that out of session run didn't count towards the grid for this race. We should see 20 cars out there. Charlie Lower in pole position alongside Rutuj Patki from the Caterham Academy, which is open only to novice racers. He was very quick indeed last season, won his group. They're split into 2 groups, the Academy of Okay, here we go then. The revs are up ready for a start. 20 minutes of racing to come. 21 of Charlie Lower on pole. 29 of Rog Patke.
We have obviously Rog Patke, as we've already mentioned, up there from the Academy. Freddie Chiddicks, Matt Larby, Alex Vincent, great qualifying performance for him, number 17, up there in 5th place. You can see, the 5th place. And then behind him, James Cook, another great. So we saw all the way through last year Cook and Rook show, and let's see whether they can continue that. They're separated by a few rows this weekend, but we've got 3 races, as we said, so it's an exciting proposition to actually get that racing back underway as they head down then into the Knickerbrook chicane on their green flag formation lap, ready and getting warm towards this first race of the day.
As we say, using the long full circuit here at Oulton Park this weekend, so the cars have already been through towards the Shell Oils hairpin, the slowest part of the circuit towards the end of the lap. There's number 45, David Rook, the Scotsman, who we just mentioned. He's lining up on the 6th row of the grid alongside the number 49, the yellow car there of Stephen Lancaster. They then head up Clay Hill, under the bridge, then up to this trying double right-hander of Druids. Tricky corner, this one, very easy to get sideways through there. Then it's up under the Warwick Bridge, named after Paul Warwick, brother of Derek, who very sadly lost his life here at Oulton Park in the early 1990s. Then up towards the tight right-hander at Lodge Corner at the end of the lap. Cars heading down towards Lodge now. It's into Deer Leap and up towards the start and finish line. 21, the black car there with blue trim of Charlie Lower alongside the pink and black machine of number 29, Rutledge Patke. In black and day-glow red, Freddie Chiddicks on the 2nd row of the grid alongside the blue and red machine of Matt Larby. They're going to be the leading contenders. It's going to be very interesting to see how the cars in 2nd and 4th on the grid, as we mentioned, the Academy graduates Patke and Larby get on here. Matt Larby, a leading sim racer in the CaterhamRacer.com championships as well. 3rd row, the number 17, the black and green car of Alex Vincent, alongside the white, green and red, the number 15 of James Cooks, proudly sporting the Welsh Dragon on the bonnet of his car. Any one of these drivers could win it. The 20 cars are in position. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Time to go racing here at Oulton Park with the first Caterham Motorsport event of the season. 20 minutes for the 270Rs. The revs begin to rise. Waiting for the red lights to go out, and away they go. It's underway here at Oulton Park, down towards the first corner at Old Hall. First of all, good start by Matt Larby up the outside there, but it is the number 21 of Charlie Lower who's got the lead. Rutledge Patke in 2nd place. Larby slots in, tries to go to the inside as they go down the avenue. Routes with the right-hand flick of Denton's, then into the left-hander at Cascades. Patke defending 2nd place from Larby, but escaping a little at the front already is Charlie Lower. They go round Cascades for the first time, side by side for 2nd place. 4th place is James Cook in the number 15, the Welsh flag liveried car, as they disappear up towards Island Bend for the first time. Then the run towards the Shell hairpin, and Charlie Lower with a great getaway from pole position, already eking out a gap.
Yep, just ahead of the 2 Academy drivers, and he has got that little gap. They will be keeping an eye on that, especially whoever's in 4th place will also be looking to make sure that gap is managed. It does look like Larby has that under control though, and now it looks like Patke has dropped into 4th place, and you can see Kendall there right on the tail as they go into the Britain chicane this time through.
Over the curb at Britain's they go, and it is the 21 of Charlie Lower who leads. James Cook has come through into third place. Up over hilltop they come, and lower positions his car to the inside for the chicane. Now moves back across as they go down towards the Knickerbrook chicane for the first time. In a snake of Caterham's heading down the back of the circuits, all very close, but no contact so far. It's good to see one car just running a little bit wide on the exit of the chicane there. A couple of bits of tyre smoke, 1 or 2 lockups. There's the number 45 car of Rook battling it out with Mark Jones. And number 2 is a bit of smoke there from somebody's car there heading up Clay Hill. So there may have been a bit of rubbing in there somewhere.
Yeah, just easy for a front nose cone to clip a rear wing, and that just causes a tyre rub. Keep an eye on that because it can rub a hole in the tyre. But as they come down then into Lodge, there's a little bit of that just smoke in the background. It looks like it was Gareth Lucas there with the tyre rub. But Charlie Lower protecting up the inside. Matt Larby, the Academy driver, is now right on his tail as they head over the line then for the completion of the first lap.
Here they come then over the line. Charlie Lower is under pressure as the first lap of the season is completed. Just a few hundredths of a second in it. Larby trying to get round the outside at Old Hall. Can he do it? That's a great move by Matt Larby, and he's taken the lead. That's a superb bit of driving. It's not very often you see an overtake on the outside at Old Hall corner, but Larby made it stick there. That's a brilliant bit of driving by the man in only his second season of motorsport. He was a complete novice when he came into the Academy last season. He leads on Charlie Lower as they head towards Island Bend for the second time.
But it looks like Charlie Lower is now in that infamous toe, and he's up the outside. Can he go around the outside of Island? That'll be a brave place to make a pass, but what a move by Larby then early on. But it is now Charlie Lower back in front of Larby, and then we have Cook behind then, following on and watching what this is going to happen. But yeah, it's not often you see a move around the outside. We've had a lot of drizzle on the way through testing yesterday. See a waved yellow flag there as well, so keeping an eye out for if there's someone off at the exit of Island there.
There's Charlie Lower retaking the lead. Larby flew over the curb there, coming through the chicane at Britain's on the entry as they head down the hill. They move about trying to break the toe there, and looking up the inside there is Cook trying to take second place away, but the door is closed on him by Matt Larby as they head into Knickerbrook. Rutledge Patke is in 4th place, then it's Freddie Chiddicks in the Boss Racing car. 6th is the number 35 of Mark Kendall. We don't see at the moment which car we may have lost on the opening lap there. All 20 of them came through to complete the first lap, so I'm not sure what the yellow flag was about. There's car 51, the orange car of Simon Arnold, heading up Clay Hill. The leaders are at this long double apex right-hander of Druids, then back into the trees under the bridge and up towards Lodge Corner. Charlie Lower, you can see him moving across, trying to break the toe and not give Matt Larby a slipstreaming opportunity. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars now line astern. Mark Kendall at the back of this group in the green machine. They bounce their way out of Deer Leap up over the line to complete their second lap this time. We'll see what the lead gap is as they cross the line. Yes, 0.15 of a second in it as Matt Larby tries to go around the outside again. But this time Charlie Lower's wise to him. It's James Cook who is closing up at the moment. Quickest car on the track, incidentally, is the number 14 down in 7th place of Jonathan Ramsey.
Yeah, Ramsey had a bit of a gap in front of him there. He's the one following on from Kendall in the green car, so he's got the space in front of him to make use of that. But Matt Larby is now the sandwich filling, isn't he, between the two cars around him. He's now having to use his mirrors as well as, in fact, he's having to look more in his mirrors at the moment. Charlie Lowe's just got a little bit of a gap behind him as they head up in here through Lancaster, and then we've got Gaunt coming through as well. So as you can see, the field is absolutely nose to tail all the way down.
Saw what looked like a car with a damaged nose cone a little further back in the pack there. Couldn't work out who it was. We'll try and identify that in a moment. But now you can see the next two cars of Ramsey and Lancaster, 7th and 8th place. Ramsey in the grey car there, trying to close up on the half dozen who lead the way. There is Rutledge Patke. He's now down into 5th place because Freddie Chiddicks came through at the end of the previous lap. Another former Academy race winner. Never quite took the title in his opening season in Caterham, though. James Cook up the inside, tries again on Matt Larby. Can't make a way through. There's some pretty vicious curbs on the chicanes here at Oulton Park over on the back of the circuit, so the drivers will have to be mindful there they don't bend their suspension against a curb at any point. Up the hill towards the right-hander at Druids they go once again. There's the number 49, the yellow car of Stephen Lancaster, trying to make it 8 in this group for the lead, and James Cook is looking determined here to try and move into the top 2.
Ramsey and Lancaster are coming across that gap then. They've got a head of speed as these drivers all trip up each other. Like you said, Chiddick's a very experienced driver, just losing out to Jeff Newman in a couple of championships, so he's licking his wounds at looking to see whether he can move up into 4th place currently as they're coming up out of Deer Leap then and across the line. They are all closing up once more, and we're going to get Ramsey and Lancaster to join in that battle too.
Side by side for the lead as they come down towards Old Hall. We're not going to have another outside pass, surely. We're going to have a pass on the inside for third. Freddie Chiddix takes third place away. They're going to be 4 wide down the avenue. Look at this as they head down towards Cascade. Charlie Lower under intense pressure for the lead. Chiddix is going to go second ahead of Matt Larby, and here comes Cook on the inside. He's been shuffled back. Matt Larby's gone wide at Cascades. He'll drop back into fourth place. It's Lower who still shows from second place now. Freddie Chiddix in the 66 car. We've still got 13.5 minutes of this sensational race to go. Cook in third place. Patke is up into fourth. Larby's gone down to fifth. He made a bit of a mistake through Cascades.
Yeah, single mistake is going to cost you in a group like that. There you'll get shuffled out of line, and it's tough to get back in, but he has managed to do that ahead of the recovering Kendall after in the green car. But you can see that, yeah, it's absolutely as close as it's been all race, and it looks like it will continue. Remember, we talked about that toe. Well, these long straights here at Oulton Park, long periods where they can all close up, and they will tend to trip each other up a little bit in through the chicanes when they're running this close, and therefore we do tend to see this bunch racing, as now Chiddix is making a move on Charlie Lower around the outside. Can he do that into Knickerbrook? He's late on the brakes. Charlie Lower is protecting that, and it looks like Charlie Lower has held on, but you can see that we were in Caterham's, we try and overtake at any opportunity, whether it's outside, inside, whatever corner you give us.
So further back, Mark Kendall defending from the car of Jonathan Ramsey, number 14. There they are at the back of this group. Rajesh Patke having a go as well on the tail of the number 15 of James Cook, the Welshman. That's for third place. Chiddix is all over Charlie Lower as they head into the right-hander at Druids. Cook closing up as well, so Chiddix having to attack and defend at the same time. The first 5 have broken away again slightly here. Matt Larby back in 5th position. He goes out wide. They're all over each other down towards Lodge Corner. In the background, Mark Kendall defending from Jonathan Ramsey with the 49 of Stephen Lancaster looking on. Chiddix gets the better exit slightly there from Lodge Corner, up over Deerleap and up towards the line, and surely he's going to take the lead here on the inside down towards Old Hall. Yes, Chiddix has got the line away. They're side by side, but no, Charlie Lower sweeps back around the outside. Good defensive work by Charlie Lower, and he leads down towards Cascades once again. Yeah,
well, having to be careful of the track limit sensor on the outside of that bend, so making, if they trip that too many times, they will start getting penalties. But Charlie Lower looking really like he wants to hold on to this lead, as much as he can, and Chiddix and Lower absolutely, they were nose to tail all the way through the last season, and so that, yeah, they've got used to this car straight away, and they're back up and running, battling. And it's Roger Patke back up into third place now, so where he was shuffled down a little bit earlier on, he's got his elbows out, and he's now ahead of Rook.
Yes, Roger Patke back up into third place. Last year's Academy Green Group champion. We'll see the white group champion Tom McEwing out in the road sports a little bit later on. Just losing the draft a little there, number 49 of Stephen Lancaster in 8th place, so it's 7 now, line astern for the lead. They are well ahead of the rest here. 9th place, number 2 of Mark Jones, about 4.5 seconds at the line off this little group at the front of the field. Down the hill they go, and Freddie Chiddix around the outside. Has he got the lead? He has, coming over hilltop. So Chiddix takes up the running then. It's been coming for about a lap and a half, that move from the number 66 of Freddie Chiddix. Suffolk, as we've got a spin there. That was Stephen Lancaster, I think, that's gone around.
It was Lancaster. We saw him trying to hang on to that group and maybe pushing just a touch too much as he rejoined safely there inside the Knickerbrook chicane, but he's back up to speed and will be joining in that battle, but he's a bit further down the field now. But as we see Chiddix then, so the second or third leader after Larby took for a one corner, but Chiddix is going to try and defend to the inside. Larby, has he got an overland? Lower on the inside does, but Roger Patke looking to the outside on the grass there, waggling the rear end of that car, but he's all back under control, and there we go with Cook in that in 4th place at the moment, just watching to see what's going to happen.
I thought Roger Patke was going to spin there coming into Lodge. He got a rear wheel out onto the grass there. Very easy to do indeed. He's going for the inside now, down into the right-hander at Old Hall. Can he go from third to first? Chiddix moves to defend. No, that outside line seems to work slightly better there, and he's able to get his foot down earlier, as is Charlie Lower, and he holds 2nd place. Still there in 3rd place is Roger Patke. Then it's Cook and Larby side by side. 6th is the green car, number 35. That's Mark Kendall, and then behind him the number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey. Still 7 of them together for the lead.
Yeah, Roger was trying to pinch the corners in there a little bit, and it looked like his car let go, so he's now fully under attack, but it's Kendall making the move up in that green car. Look, he's fighting his way through that battle, but it's let the Chiddix and Lower battle push further forward. Chiddix back into 2nd place then it's Roger Patke. We've seen having an exciting couple of corners here. Larby's still there, so the top 4 have kind of remained consistent, but these it looks like Kendall's coming good right now.
Yes, it was James Cook who lost out in that group. The Welshman has gone down to 6th position there, the number 15. He's got Ramsey in the grey car in behind him, the man from Wigan in Lancashire. 35 just ahead of the Mark Kendall, all the way from Norfolk to compete. There's Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower still side by side. Chiddicks comes out in front as they head downhill top into Knickerbrook, almost lifting a wheel there as he comes through the second element of the chicane. Rog Patke looking on from third place, then a couple of lengths gap to his Old Academy rival Matt Larby, then Kendall up to fifth. Sixth is the number 15 of Cook, and seventh for Ramsey. Still these seven nose to tail for the lead. At last lap they were covered by 1.7 seconds.
Charlie Lower that time into the Knickerbrook chicane decided just to give Chiddicks an easy pass, and you will see that in Caterham Racing. You can see this front three having worked together a little bit. They've broken a gap, so you'll see that through the course of this race day here at Oulton Park. But it's still Chiddicks just in front. Charlie Lower looking down the inside, but I think he will capitulate, does. And it's this front three at the moment just got that little gap, and can they continue that working together to see whether they can break Larby? At the moment it looks like Larby's though ready and tuned in and focusing in on this battle.
Roger Patke has a look on the inside again down towards Old Hall. He doesn't get alongside Charlie Lower, though. It is still Freddie Chiddicks who has the lead. 8 minutes of the race still to go. Matt Larby up with Patke now, battling for third position, almost side by side. This is allowing the front two to break away just very slightly. They're starting to split into pairs now almost. You've got to have your drafting partner. It's a bit like NASCAR racing was a few years ago. You've got to have somebody to work with at the front of the field, and the man who's losing out at the moment, because we've got an odd number of cars, is Jonathan Ramsey at the back of the group.
And I think NASCAR coined it the wheelbarrow racing, you know, with the 2x2x2, and it certainly looks like that's happening here. Rod Patke having to defend quite heavily against Matt Larby, which did cost him initially, but now he's right back with that battle again. So yeah, more well, I mean, they are literally going to end this race probably closer than they started it.
Charlie Lower has retaken the lead, bouncing over the curb there. Freddie Chiddicks is all over the curbs through Britons. That's lost him a little bit of momentum there. Could allow Rog Patke an attack as they come down into the Knickerbrook chicane. Lower defending. Is Chiddicks going to go around the outside? This is a move you see even less than outside as Old Hall. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's proved me wrong. Freddie Chiddicks, brilliant, round the outside into Knickerbrook, retakes the lead, and now Patke having a go for second place. This is fantastic stuff.
Yeah, the outside line can work in a Caterham because you sweep around, you take a little bit more speed in, and then the next corner you've got is a left-hander, so he then puts you from the outside of one corner to the inside of the next. And so yeah, his Chiddicks now retaking that, showing some of his skills that he's built up over the last 3 years racing. But Charlie Lower, his erstwhile companion, a constant nose to tail for those two over the last 3 seasons as well.
Yes, a big rivalry between these two, and now Lower goes to the inside. He's going to retake the lead, surely on the brakes into Lodge Corner. He's done so. He's through into the lead. So Charlie Lower takes it up once again. Patke is third, then Larby, the number 15 of Cook, is back into fifth, and they've dropped the other pairing of Kendall and Ramsey very slightly. It could be 3 wide here up towards Old Hall. Chiddicks back up the inside, retakes the lead once again into lap number 8. Rog Patke out wide over the curb there. So is James Cook in the number 15. 5 of them for the lead now together. Chiddicks on the inside now for the left-hander at Cascades. Bit of a lock up there for Lower, and Chiddicks will just about hold the lead, but Lower back up alongside him as they run along the lakeside up towards Island Bend. This is absolutely terrific. Caterham racing at its very best. It's clearly first day back at school for these drivers. Yeah, but they're showing that they've not lost any of that racing spirit, have they, as we come towards the last 5 minutes of the race. Traditionally this has been a half-hour race in the 270s. New for this season, as we said, they're doing 3 20-minute races instead of 2 half-hour races, so that it gives a whole new dynamic to this phase of the race where they are all having to work. They know how important it is to be in the right place at the right time, but certainly these front 5 drivers are all thinking, yeah, I'm still in with this battle. Over the curbs they go at Britons. It is Charlie Lower back in front as they head up towards Hilltop. I've already lost count of the number of times these two have swapped the lead. Is Chiddicks going to do his patented move around the outside into Knickerbrook? He is. He's got it done before the chicane this time. That's a good bit of slipstreaming there by Freddie Chiddicks. Third place as they come towards us is, looks like Matt Larby is now back up into third. A little tricky to see there in the sunlight. Yes, it's the red and blue car back up to third ahead of the pink machine of Rog Patke. Then fifth position is James Cook. They've broken away now from Kendall and Ramsey, and it's Ramsey who's up into sixth position ahead of Mark Kendall now for the first time in this race. Charlie Lower back to the inside into Druids. He goes through. They're swapping places on every corner. This is almost more like a motorcycle race at the moment. It's fantastic stuff. There's certainly a skill to knowing when it is you should give up a place immediately and let the faster driver take you along. And you can see how as these two have come out to the front of the battle, they have stretched that gap, and that's because they're carrying the speed as Patke. That's the third time I've seen him off track. He's going to have to be really careful of track limits. He'll have triggered those sensors already, and there's 3 wide as they come up to the line this time through. Yeah, there was perhaps a little bit of bumping there between Lower and Larby, which caused that coming into Lodge. I think they just touched wheels as Lower tried to turn across. He didn't see Larby was trying to go up the inside. They just banged wheels there briefly, and there's a bit more wheel banging there. Larby and Patke, the old Academy rivals, fighting for third. This allowed these two to escape at the front now. It's Chiddix who leads from Lower. There's Larby third, Patke fourth. Behind them, James Cook in the number 15. They have certainly dropped the two behind them. Are almost 2 seconds down, or 1 3/4 seconds down on this 5-way lead battle now. There's Ramsey ahead of Kendall, as back at the inside Charlie Lower out of Island Bend up towards the Shell Oils hairpin, the slowest part of the circuit pretty much, to this banked hairpin. Charlie Lower in the grey car leads the way from the Boss racing car of Freddie Chiddix in second, back up towards Hilltop and towards Britons first of all, then Hilltop once again. They'll bounce over the curb there on the inside. There's the battle for 6. Jonathan Ramsey, the Lancashire driver, back up into 6th position ahead of Mark Kendall as the leaders head over Hilltop for the 9th time.
Yeah, we are seeing them absolutely clobber those curbs on the chicane as Charlie Lower again just lets Chiddix have the easy pass there rather than squabble. They know how important it is at this stage of the race to be right at the front there, with Larby in that third, then it's Cook and then Patke following along. So Patke has actually shuffled Cook back after since they crossed the line the last time. But yeah, around 50 miles an hour around Shell Oils. It's not exactly slow, is it? Next time you're going 50 miles an hour down the road, keep that, that's the kind of corner we go around. We get the hairpins around at that speed. So they are not slow cars by any stretch of the imagination.
Certainly braver than me, these drivers, I'll have to say, as Rog Patke tries to get back onto the back of this tow up towards Lodge corner. They go. Lower to the inside on Chiddix. Lower will go up the inside here, but maybe that's Chiddix lulling him into that so he can slipstream him on the run to the line on the last lap. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this race. They head up towards the line. Matt Larby is closing up as well. Side by side for the lead. Larby in 3rd place, then Patke around the outside of Cook to retake 4th position on the run into Old Hall. They're still line astern down towards the Avenue, then the flick at Denton's and into Cascades. Here comes Rog Patke. No, you don't, says Matt Larby. Holds that 3rd place, and he's close back up on the 2 leaders as Lower has a look. Chiddix still holds him off. The rest of the pack pretty much holding station behind. It's all about these 5 at the front. Yeah,
what a spectacular opening battle for the lead of this 270R race. The first of 3 races for them this weekend. Just looking there a little bit further back there at the number 96. That's Mott, who we saw having an issue in qualifying, but has fought his way up through the pack a little bit. Yes. And the battle's all the way down through the field.
Yeah, Peter Mott started from the back. Fair play to him. He's come through into 9th place, so he's going well from there. And the car we saw smoking a little bit earlier on, the number 10, which was Gareth Lucas, he's still there in 11th place. So whatever that problem was, he managed to clear it. As the leaders head up over Hilltop, there's 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so I think we'll get 1 more lap out of this. They head down the hill into Knickerbrook. Charlie Lower, big lock up from Charlie Lower. I thought he was going to go straight on there. He nearly goes onto the grass, has just about defended his lead. He's under real pressure here from Freddie Chiddix, tries to hold him off on the exit through Hislops and then up Clay Hill. This could allow Matt Larby to get alongside.
That's going to bunch them all up as they go uphill here, and it's you can see all this 5 are going to be absolutely nose to tail as they come into Lodge this time. So yeah, that little mistake into Knickerbrook is going to bunch these all up, so you can expect this last lap is going to be absolutely brilliant to watch.
Here they come then up towards Lodge corner. 1 lap to go this time around. Charlie Lower defends the inside from Freddie Chiddix. Rog Patke having a look at the number 15. Cook up the inside on Matt Larby. Is he going to get through there? They're side by side as they go down the drop, then bounce their way up Deer Leap, a very steep part of the circuit that is. They come up over the line. Absolutely nothing between the leaders. 15 thousandths of a second in it between Chiddix and Lower into the final lap. It's Chiddix who leads on the inside. 3rd place it is Matt Larby, and those top 5 you can see on the timing tower there on the left of your screen, covered by 3/4 of a second at the line. This is going to be a cracking finish.
So how are they going to manage this? All these drivers are going to be working out. That's Chiddix let him go through there. I wonder whether that was a deliberate tactic to be in 2nd place as they come into this latter part of the lap. They're all trying to work out, where do I want to be around these last few corners as they head up towards Island Bend, the left-hander, 90 to 100 miles an hour around this left-hander. Very daunting as they head through into the Shell Oils hairpin, where they have to kill that speed down to 50. It's Chiddix now leading back as they exit through Island. So whatever the tactic he is, I think he's not necessarily having its all way. They've got to look in front and behind. It's going to be a complicated finish to this race for all of them.
Here they come then up towards Britons for the final time. It's going to be single file through here. Now, is Charlie Lower going to try and play Freddie Chiddicks at his own game? I don't think he is somehow, because he wants Chiddicks to be leading towards Lodge for the last time, and then he can ambush him on the run into the final corner.
With these 3 races, it's going to be where do you want to be? This is. I wouldn't want to be making this decision now. It's not clear who is in the prime position, but ultimately Freddie Chiddicks is where he wants to be at the finish line right now. Can he hold on over Charlie Lower? Matt Larby looking to see whether he can do anything, and Cook going around the outside of Patke there and maintaining that 4th place.
Yes, James Cook could still be in with a chance here. It could be any one of these 5 that wins this. They head up towards Druids for the final time. It's only the double right here, then the right at Lodge and through Deer Leap, and Freddie Chiddicks trying to hang on. Has Charlie Lower called this correctly? He needs to be in position to make his finishing move. Matt Larby's going to have a go up the inside on the run towards Lodge. Here they come. It's Chiddicks who leads it from Lower. I don't think Charlie Lower's quite going to be close enough. It's side by side for 3rd place. I think Freddie Chiddicks has just about done enough. He's pulled out a slight gap. Cook slides wide over the curb, and it's going to be Freddie Chiddicks, our first Caterham Motorsport winner of the season. The checkered flag goes out. Chiddicks has won it. Over the line they go. And the rest of the order will confirm in a moment. Chiddicks is actually showing further down the order, so has he got a penalty? We will have a look from race control. Yes. Car 66, 10-second penalty for a false start. That's just come through to us, so Freddie Chiddicks was first over the line, but he's been given a 10-second penalty for a false start. So the win will go to Charlie Lower ahead of Matt Larby and Rog Patke.
So what a showing from the Academy boys there in 2nd and 3rd as they go over the line. Disappointing result there for Chiddicks after what was a well-controlled last lap in the end, wasn't it? And then Cook being promoted up then into that 4th place with Kendall and Ramsey following them through. But yeah, 10 seconds, such was their lead. That does drop him back down then into 7th place. It's not the end of the world, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, close fight there over the line. That was for 16th place between Joe Priday and Alan Venters, the Scotsman. So Joe Priday got that by 1/10 of a second, while Freddie Chiddicks crossed the line in 1st place, but he has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. Penalties are also going to car 17 of Alex Vincent, the local man from Cheshire, and Stephen Lancaster as well. Well, he had a spin midway through that race, and he's got a penalty as well. So he'll end up in 14th place, Stephen Lancaster. Alex Vincent 15th, but it is Charlie Lower, number 21, your provisional race winner by a 1/4 of a second ahead of Matt Larby at the line. Rog Patke is 3rd on his debut in the category. Great, as we said, for Larby and Patke, the Academy graduates. James Cook is 4th. Mark Kendall will take 5th position. And bitter luck to Freddie Chiddicks, who drops to 7th place, so the back of that group that was fighting for the lead behind Jonathan Ramsey.
Charlie Lower absolutely brilliant there in the quad lock machine to take that win, and Chiddicks, I wonder when he'll learn that news. He's not going to be a happy bunny when he does learn that, but Charlie Lower going to be delighted with that win, and I imagine the 2 Academy boys are going to be almost dumbfounded that they've managed to take this step up, and in the first time of asking in this new machine for them, which is quite significantly more powerful and more race capable than the Academy car they've been driving last week, finished on the podium. They're going to take home a couple of really nice podium trophies with them, so you can see them all getting drawn into Parc Fermé.
Right, here's the provisional result then. Charlie Lower, the winner, by 0.247 of a second ahead of Matt Larby, with Rog Patke completing the podium. Less than a second covering the top 4, with James Cook in 4th place. A little further back towards the end there fell Mark Kendall and Jonathan Ramsey. They finished just a couple of tenths of a second apart. Freddie Chiddicks dropped to 7th by that penalty ahead of Mark Jones in car number 2. Peter Mott from the back of the grid after problems in qualifying came through for 9th, and 51 of Simon Arnold completing the top 10. Gareth Lucas, we saw a bit of smoke from his car in the early stages. He came back to 11th ahead of the 45 of David Rook. The 71 of Giles Perry was 13th ahead of Stephen Lancaster and Alex Vincent. They also picked up 10-second penalties for false starts. Beyond that, 16th went to Joe Priday, number 84, ahead of the 74 of Alan Venters. They finished just a tenth of a second apart further back. Then further down the order, we had the number 44 of Ian Summers, 22 Louise Deason, and the final finisher was number 23 Alan Bateman. Pleased to say everybody, all 20 cars, went the distance.
Yeah, congratulations to all the drivers finishing their first of 3 races. A little bit of management there to make sure they do make it to the end, because their finishing order of this race determines the starting order of the next race. So we will see Chiddicks starting down in that 7th place. few stories there further back down the field about drivers moving around, making good time up or dropping back. But early, all the cobwebs are now firmly brushed off, and they've got a few, maybe an hour or so before they probably back out on track. And in fact, they're going to be back out on track at 1:50 today. Will be the second of their 3 races.
A couple more races to come before our lunch break then, and race number 2 coming up shortly is the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. So we move up a rung on the ladder to the more powerful machines. We'll introduce them to you shortly, but very shortly we'll be handing over to Sam Parker, who's down in Park Fermate, to talk to some of our drivers from our 270R race.
Charlie, congratulations. First win, the first race of the season. How are you feeling?
I know, what a way to start. You can only go down from here, but no, I'm over the moon. Still shaky. Yeah, nothing's like that.
Great battles out there as well. I mean, did you expect last year's academy drivers to be right up behind you?
I know, they stepped up pretty quick and they were putting a lot of pressure on, to be fair, and it was very clean racing, so I'm more than happy to continue racing with them this year, and it's really good fun.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. I'll let you move on to the podium in a moment. I'll just grab a word with Matt. Matt, congratulations. How are you feeling after that? Second place?
Yeah, I thought our group was crazy. Yeah, it was good. It was really, baptism of fire, I think we'll call that.
Like Charlie said, nice clean racing between you guys.
A little bit, but I mean, it's the levels definitely step up. You were asking me about the car earlier. I think these guys all know how to drive up and down the grid. So yeah, it's hard work.
But good and challenging.
Yeah, good and challenging.
Well, we'll look forward to more racing later on.
Cheers,
thank you. Right. Just got to head back to the commentary box.
Okay, thanks very much, Sam. We've got the next race coming out onto track then. They'll line up on the grid and then perform their green flag lap. This is another 20-minute race for this time the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. These cars have 152 brake horsepower Ford Sigma engines, upgrades from the 270R spec. Chris, tell us a bit more about the 310R car.
The big difference between this car and the last one, visually there's no difference between the two cars, but from a driver's perspective, they get a limited slip differential slotted into the rear, and that means that power oversteer becomes a factor, and you can see how the drivers line up then.
Yes, let's have a look at the grid then. It's the German, number 25, Dominik Mansberger, who has taken pole position with number 22, Hugo Busch, alongside. Second row, number 70, Lars Alexander Hoffmann, and 35 of Jack Sales. Very quick drivers there on the first 2 rows. Third row, number 9, Harry Cook, and 21 of Harry Landy. Fourth row, 81, Tom Willis, a very highly rated young racer, alongside the former 3-time champion, number 11, Taylor O'Flanagan. He was a bit disappointed to be back down in 8th place after the qualifying session, looking to improve here. On row 5, the CEO of Caterham Cars himself, Graham MacDonald, number 19, alongside the 43 of Alan Curtis. Then row 6, David Yates, number 15, and 71 of Alan Cooper. Row 7, 38, Jeff Price, and 92, Phil Bianchi. Row 8, number 10, Chris Fraser, alongside the number 8 of Darrell Cresswell. And row 9, number 77, Kevin Cooper, father of Alan, number 71. And number 50, Wes Payne, starts alongside. The 10th row, we will have number 55 of Harry Eyre, alongside 28, Ryan Lovitz. The 11th row, 27, Johnny Jarrett, and 65, Duncan Cook. Row 12 is number 99, Michael Curley, and 85, Rob Bullen. 13th row, 68, Chris Welch, and number 16, Steve Metcalf. Row 14 is number 30, Roger Gaunt. That's alongside Ron Mounsey, number 12. The penultimate row, 52, Pete Wales, and 98 of James Hall. And Ben Lopez Appleton, who's been with Caterham for a few years now, number 5, perhaps surprisingly, starting from the tail of the field.
Yes, he had a tricky day in testing yesterday. Quick correction, Graham MacDonald, ex-CEO of Caterham, actually now, back here racing. Bob Lashley now taking on that CEO role. But yeah, Graham MacDonald loving the product so much that he decided, even though he's not with Caterham Cars anymore, he did want to come back and race, and it's great to see him out here in the 310 grid.
My apologies to Graham there, but yes, he's there. He's had a few wins in his time with Caterham as well, so see how he gets on here. Look out for the 2 German-born racers here. Dominik Mansberger on pole. And Lars Alexander Hoffmann on the second row in the Mottl Oils liveried car, so that'll be easy to spot the red and white paint job. Huge grid making its way up to the line. 31 cars were scheduled to have on the grid. One late withdrawal was number 64, Paul Herndon. I believe he had a bit of an incident in testing.
So great to see Dom Mansberger and Hugo Busch reignite their battle from last year's championship, straight up there on the front row of the grid. Jack Sayles third place in the 310 grid last year, or the championship last year, there in the white number 35, alongside Lars Hoffmann, another extremely rapid driver, been racing Caterham for a long time, started with me back in 2013. And we see the rest of the field all getting lined up for their green flag formation lap. So remember, they're going to go round. The green flag does wave at the back of the field, so they will get the signal and head off up the track to go and see what the conditions are like. Getting a 30-second board shown.
Yes, you get the 30-second board, and then that means that the green flag will come out in the next few seconds. It does. And the number 25 of Dominic Mansberger, the black and green car, leads them away. Number 22, Hugo Busch, alongside him. Then there's that red and white number 70 of Lars Alexander Hoffmann. What a cracking name that is, I have to say.
Yeah, Pete Walters is not racing the full season with us. He was last year's champion, but he will be back a little bit later in the season to see how he will slot into the order here. Harry Landy having a great result there into 6th place on the grid, and Tom Willis, another multiple Caterham champion, just there ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Taylor O'Flanagan's been on an absolute run of championships, and he's moved up into this 310R championship alongside Dom Mansberger and Hugo Busch, but they've got the best of him in qualifying. Can he do anything about it as we get into this first of their 3 20-minute races this weekend?
Yes, Lars Alexander Hoffmann has a couple of championships as well in Roadsports and 270R. Jack Sayles was a champion as well in Roadsports. That was way back in 2014, so a very experienced name.
He beat me to that championship. Yes, we were fighting in the last round and last corner of the Silverstone event too, and he just took that over myself and William Smith back then. But yes, great to see all this experience. The 310R, 4th step on the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Really experienced drivers here. We saw the 270s before. Well, these guys have so often got another couple of seasons under their belt. You can stay in these championships for as long as you like. You must move on from Academy and Roadsport, but in 270 and 310 in particular, we do see the drivers hanging around for a while. So yeah, great deep field with 30, 31, 32 drivers out there, all looking resplendent in their race liveries.
There's some cracking looking cars out there. This will be another 20-minute race, and it's going to be every bit as frantic as the 270Rs. This is going to be huge entertainment all day long here at Oulton Park. The cars head out to the back of the circuits. Getting these tyres warmed up. Avon ZZR dry tyres, limited to 5 sets of the season to keep costs down a little. ZZS tyres for the wet weather, as we mentioned earlier.
So that's a new thing this season. So they would have previously run last season running on the ZZS tyre. So they've put the ZZR tyre on. This is much more of a cut slick tyre, giving them much more performance. Obviously, they didn't really get to use it over testing because of the wet conditions out on track, but they are on that. So this is new for everybody, and we're expecting times maybe 2 seconds a lap quicker than previously. So it really has added another element to this 310R championship.
The front runners will be almost up to the grid then, just coming up towards Druids. There's Graham McDonald, the green car, number 19.
Plenty of other experienced drivers as we come through, and the Darryl Creswell in that machine, and one of the Coopers, and we've got Bianchi. A lot of the drivers you're looking at screen now, they're all previous past winners, so the strength and depth of this field is incredible. We've got champions all the way down in the top 10, and so yeah, they expect to see some spectacular racing as they're coming towards the final corner, the lodge corner, as they head out then onto the start-finish straight, where they will line up once more. They've got to refine their grid spots and make sure they're in position. We saw a couple of out of positions from the last race, so let's hope the 310s have picked up on that and they do get in there. Also hot on jump starts here at Oulton Park. They do get watched like hawks, so keep an eye out for that. But as the drivers at the front of the grid, I can see Mansberger and Busch all getting lined up as the tail of the field still coming round, such is the size of this grid.
Our two marshals there with the yellow flags on the front of that grid, certainly much braver than I am standing here as the cars come up onto the grid. So it's the green and black machine of Dominic Mansberger on pole, Hugo Busch in the grey and orange car alongside. In red and white it's Lars Alexander Hoffmann, Jack Sayles, the white car with the green roll cage. Then on row 3, number 9 Harry Cook in black car with some red trim. In green and black, Harry Landy, number 21. He'll be one to watch from there. Tom Willis, his big rival Blair McConaughey, not out with him this time. They've had a big rivalry over the years. Starts on row 4 alongside the yellow number 11 of Taylor O'Flanagan, looking for an incredible 4th championship this season in the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Green flag is waved down at the back of the grid then. The revs begin to rise. The red lights will come on any second now. Once they go out, we will be underway. Bit of a hold here. The red lights are now on. The revs are up. And away they go. Down towards Old Hall for the first time. Manchberger gets away well. So does Bush. Trying to get up the inside there from a little further back on the grids, 4 wide into Old Hall. Who's that cutting his way through on the inside? They almost bounce off each other. One car goes wide over the grass. Bit of a frantic start. We've got a spinner at the back. I think that was the 65 of Duncan Cook that's gone around. So a bit of a frantic start there, but it is Manchberger who leads the way. Hoffman is up into 2nd place, and 3rd place Jack Sales.
Yeah, good start from the front lot, and it was Willis who made a real rocket start from alongside Taylor O'Flanagan there. We said watch out for him before the race, and in fact both of them are making good progress. And like I say, one of the Coopers was out wide out the first corner, and we did have that spinner as well. But generally speaking, not too bad for a turn 1 at Oulton Park, as Hoffman takes that lead then over Manchberger in 2nd place, as Jack Sales slots into 3rd. Willis all the way up from that 7th place on the grid, and then we've got Hugo Bush being shuffled backwards a little bit. So all these hero stories of people moving forward. Hugo Bush is the one that suffered a little bit into that. Taylor O'Flanagan is not far behind though.
Miles Alexander Hoffman, the 2019 Roadsport champion, the 2020 270R champion, it is who leads the way from Dominic Manchberger. The first 3 breaking away very slightly. Tom Willis has calmed down after that frantic start where he tried to lunge up the inside of everybody. He almost took 2nd place away. He's back in 5th now behind Hugo Bush as they start to sort themselves out. In just behind him is Harry Landy, number 21. As they start to sort themselves out. One car running wide there up Clay Hill. Here's a replay of the first corner. That's one of the Coopers running out wide there, and there's the spinning car behind. Now that was the number 85 of Rob Bullen, not the 65, I apologise. Rob Bullen left facing the wrong way on the grass.
I think Bullen new into the championship, so that's
was indeed Rob Bullen on the first corner there. He's dropped down to the rear of the field. The car that ran wide on the first corner was Alan Cooper, number 71, the ex-CSCC Magnificent Sevens racer, so very experienced in Caterhams. He just ran out wide onto the grass and the mud on the outside of Old Hall Corner. Quite easy to do there. They have to be careful because we have had a bit of rain in the run-up to this event, so if you get out onto the grass it can be pretty tricky indeed. You don't want to get bogged down.
Literally, it is like a bog out there. I was walking around the track yesterday, and the conditions underfoot were certainly very wet and squidgy. Alan Cooper, a very experienced driver there, and maybe shuffled out there, but in that sort of manoeuvre where we saw the spin as well. We've just temporarily lost pictures in the commentary box as we're waiting for them to come around again to complete their 2nd lap of asking. Great to see Manchberger, though, coming across that line, making the most of that pole position. He lost out initially to Lars Hoffman, but as they came over the line, absolutely 18th place, but he did make up 3 places on that last lap, so he is still pushing on through there, as Mansberger had not a comfortable lead by any stretch of the imagination over Hoffman, but he was comfortably, well, he had at least a couple of tenths, in fact 1.9 tenths over the line ahead of Hoffman. And then we've got Bush in 3rd place, Jack Sales just dropping a position to Bush on that lap into that 4th place. Remember, Jack Sales in the TN Accountancy car in the white and green, very experienced driver there as he headed around. Landy, a great result for him. He's been looking to have a really good season this year. He's been sort of there or thereabouts for a number of seasons, but in this 310R car he's starting to click this, and he's been out there testing, trying to get the miles on under his belt, and he's up there in the 5th place as we went across the line last time, just ahead of the Taylor O'Flanagan, reigning 270R champion.
Waiting for them to come back into my sight here in the commentary box then, and up the inside looks like it is Mansberger still just ahead at the front of the field. We'll see what order they're in as they come out of Deer Leap. It's Hoffman who's gone to the front ahead of Mansberger this time. Hugo Bush tucked in behind, and then it's anybody's race for 4th place behind. Jack Sales just about has it at the moment. A big lunge up the inside there. I think that might have been Harry Cook trying to make a move on Taylor O'Flanagan. Graham McDonald was in there on the inside as well, and Tom Willis has lost another place down into 9th position. So it's Hoffman who has the lead by just under 0.2 of a second ahead of Dominic Mansberger. Hugo Bush is in 3rd place, then Sales, Landy, O'Flanagan, Cook, McDonald, Willis and Yates was the top 10 as they crossed the line with just under 14 minutes of the race to go.
Top 9 cars there, all covered by just over a second as they flew through. So we regain pictures up here in the commentary box as they are then flying through now into Island Bend, but it was Hoffman who took that lead that time through over Mansberger. Bush, Sales, Landy, O'Flanagan, Cook, McDonald.
Outside his outright best, the leaders are heading into Lodge Corner once again. Now, which car is it going to be as they leap back into our side? It is still Hoffman who's got the lead. Mansberger pulls out of the slipstream, and Jack Sales trying to follow him. They're going to be 3 wide on the run into Old Hall this time through. Can Jack Sales get through on the inside? Very close indeed there, but no, Hoffman has hung on around the outside, and also on the outside is Hugo Bush. He's going to try and get on the inside run down into Cascades. There's 4 of them absolutely squabbling for the lead of the race. Another fastest lap for Alan Cooper, further back, 1:52.075. He's flying back in the pack.
And back up now into 14th place, so another 4 places made up on that lap through. Hugo Bush did initially lose out to Jack Sales, but Jack Sales, by trying to move from 3rd into 1st, cost himself some time on the way down, and Bush was certainly looking to get that place back over the top of him. Landy still crossed that line in the 5th place. He's the only person that sort of contained his position as the course of that lap completed, but Hoffman also up there ahead of Mansberger. Sales in 3rd, Bush 4th, 5th place for Landy.
27 thousandths of a second was the gap as they came over the line, come up towards half distance. Wait to see who's in the lead as they come back into my sight in a few moments' time. Brilliant battling as we expected from the Mottall Caterham 7 Championship. It's first race of the season. We see the cars coming back towards Britons now. Here come the leaders out of Knickerbrook. It is still Hoffman who's just got the lead in the Mottall liveried car. There's the 81 of Tom Willis under fire. He's battling away with Taylor O'Flanagan. They're 7th and 8th, almost a wheel onto the grass there from Taylor O'Flanagan as they head up towards Druids. We pick up the leaders once again. 2nd place it is Dominic Mansberger. 3rd is Hugo Bush. Might try and move here as they come up towards the right-hander at Lodge, but Dominic Mansberger on the outside. The inside is Hoffman, and trying to go for the inside of everybody is Jack Sales. These 4 have been almost on top of each other for the whole race so far.
They want the same bit of tarmac, don't they? They all want that racing line, but it's Hugo Bush now moving into that 3rd place ahead of Jack Sales into 4th place, but Mansberger now takes that over the line ahead of Hoffman. Hugo Bush looking a little bit to the inside, but it's more of a protection move rather than any kind of actual move to take the position. Tom Willis, after that great start, has now slipped back behind Taylor O'Flanagan, and here they are representing the chase group. This front 5 cars just have a small gap, but that is evaporating very quickly.
It's a very small gap with Harry Cook heading the next group in the black number 9 car, trying to close the gap down. He's only 0.7 of a second down on Harry Landy as they cross the line there. Third place there, Bush and Sales side by side through Island Bend. A little bit of a lock-up from one of the cars behind them, but it's still Hoffman who's got the lead in the number 70 ahead of his continental rival Mansberger, the 2 Mottall backed cars, and then everybody else trying for 3rd. Hugo Bush has it at the moment. So we've got a draft of about a dozen cars at the front of the field at the moment, hopping over the curbs through Britons up towards Hilltop, then down towards Knickerbrook. 9.5 minutes of the race to go, so we're past half distance. It's been just as frantic as we saw in the 270Rs.
Yeah, as they come down the hill then into Knickerbrook, Jack Sayles looking down the inside of Hugo Bush, not able to make it stick this time, and Harry Landy has lost out a little place there, and next up to in the yellow car there is Taylor O'Flanagan, reigning 270R champion. This group is getting bigger as the race develops. There's number 15 following on, that's David Yates following behind Harry Landy as they go up Clay Hill and around towards Druids. He's going to see whether he can go up the inside, but here's Hoffman in that lead, ahead of Mansberger, then Bush, then it's Jack Sayles as they head on through, and to 8 minutes of this race, so just under 9 minutes of this race to go.
Tom Willis trying to make a move there on the number 21, I think there's Harry Landy. Yes, he's dropped back just a little there behind Taylor O'Flanagan. There's Willis, the number 81 car, that frantic start, but has since fallen back down the order. Behind him is Graham McDonald in the number 19. Now here comes Hugo Bush having a look. Hoffman covering the inside. Mansberger around the outside. Hoffman just about holds the lead as they go into Old Hall. Jack Sayles in the white and green car tucked in behind them. Then it's Harry Cook, 5 of them line astern for they jockey for position on their way down towards the left-hander at Cascades. Hoffman breaks a lead of a Caterham length or so over Mansberger. Now moving to the inside is Hugo Bush in the number 22, the man from Surrey, home of Caterham cars, of course, founded in the town of Caterham many years ago, celebrating the 50th anniversary of Caterham Motorsport this year, and what a way to celebrate it, starting the season here at the beautiful Oulton Park.
Don't look now, but Alan Cooper is up to 11th place. The recovery continues. He's actually firmly ensconced now on the back of this group, so he is involved in that battle as well. So great recovery drive from him so far. Still got 7.5 minutes, so still time to make an even more of an impact. Got a little bit of loose nose cone there. I don't know if that was Alan Curtis or Tom Willis. One of the two. I think it might have been Tom Willis in the aluminium coloured car there. So it was rising. You can see it's flapping in the wind there, and as he pulls out the toe this time, it might well dislodge, and that will certainly be acting as a bit of an air brake for him right now.
Fastest man on track last time through with a 152.4 was Harry Cook in the number 9, so he's going to be worth watching over the closing stage of this race. There's the battle between David Yates, the 43 of Alan Curtis, and just behind them is I think that's Alan Cooper battling his way up, but he may have got ahead of this little group now. We'll pick it up as they come through.
It's Bianchi behind
yes.
Curtis there in the white car. Another driver that's won races in the past is finding himself a little bit further down the order just now, but I'm sure he'll fight his way back through as well. David Yates, though, is ahead of Alan Curtis. It's Bianchi in the white with the kind of black and red flashes, and then there is Alan Cooper on his recovery drive, having been down in about 22nd position at one point.
Over the line come the leaders, almost 3 wide, almost 4 wide as they go into Old Hall. Oh, this is going to be close as Mansberger turns across the front. That's forced Jack Sayles to lift off there, heading into Old Hall, and he's lost out of place to Hugo Bush. Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car is coming up on the inside as well as they come down into Cascade. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. O'Flanagan making his move perhaps at the right time here. He's up into 4th position ahead of Jack Sayles. Now Harry Cook, the number 9, is in behind them. I can hardly keep up with this. Hoffman leads ahead of Mansberger. As Mansberger had his nose in front at the line, then Hoffman managed to get back ahead into Old Hall corner. Mansberger closes up as they go into the Shell Oils hairpin. 3rd is Bush. O'Flanagan trying to hunt them down in 4th. Then it's Sayles. Cook is next. Then we've got Harry Landy in 7th place. It's that slightly damaged nose cone car of Tom Willis. It doesn't look too bad in the turns. When he puts his foot down on the straight, that nose cone just lifts up slightly. We'll see it as they come over Hilltop.
Everything's so close in Caterham racing, you definitely don't want an air brake like that as we see them all flowing over the top of the hill once more. Jack Sayles definitely lost out in that last sequence, in this last lap. Hoffman locked up around the outside. Is he going to hang on? Hugo Bush squeezes him to the inside, and Hugo Bush does make that stick, so he is now up into 2nd place. Again, back to the grid positions for us as we go around out of Knickerbrook. But yeah, Jack Sayles looking to the inside. He's got a lot of speed in that car, just hasn't been able to use it just yet, and he got squeezed out of the battle. He's still got 5 minutes to recover his position back through to that podium.
Here they come up to Druids once again up the inside. Tom Willis takes the number 21 of Harry Landy. This is a battle for 7th place, and behind them is Graham McDonald, the number 19 car. It's side by side though up towards Lodge, and to the inside goes Hugo Bush. He'll take the lead of this race for the first time in the season opener for the Caterham 7 310R Championship, sponsored by Mottle Motor Oils. Up and over the line. He may not lead the lap though, because back up on the outside is Mansberger. Here comes Hoffman to the inside, and Taylor O'Flanagan's going to try and go through the middle. There's 5 of them together because Sayles in there as well, and Hoffman has somehow gone from 3rd to 1st into Old Hall. There was perhaps a bit of wheel rubbing there between Mansberger and Bush, and Bush goes from third to first and back to third again in the space of 2 corners.
You can imagine how complex this is for all the drivers trying to work out, do I attack, do I defend, what's going to earn me the best, with it coming into the final 5 minutes or 4 minutes of this race now. Jack Sales looking to the inside of Hoffman. He's got a bit of a head of steam into Island, but it's not an easy place to be. Sorry, it's up the inside of Hugo. Bush has to capitulate, drops back again as they swing round, and now coming up into the hairpin to go with Hoffman in second place. Mansberger out front at the moment ahead of Hugo Bush, Jack Sales. Then we've got Cook following on behind them, and then there was the Landy ahead of Willis now, and behind them we've also got McDonald joining that battle. Alan Cooper hasn't managed to sort of move forward. He's drawing the back of this grid, but actually I think by attacking he's dropped away just a little bit right now.
Yeah, his last lap was a 1:53.5, so about 1.5 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race as they start to fan out over Hilltop down towards Knickerbrook. Hugo Bush dodging about, trying to take second place away from Lars Hoffman, and he's done so. Dominic Mansberger still has the lead in the number 25 car. Fourth place it is Jack Sales. Watch for Harry Cook in that black number 9 car. Then it's O'Flanagan, Landy, Willis and McDonald. 9 cars line astern for the lead. Jeff and Alan Curtis is not far away either. They head up through the trees up towards the right-hander at Druids. Hoffman back up the inside will retake second place from Bush. Jack Sales will have a go as well because Bush was forced to go wide there coming out of Druids, and O'Flanagan's getting desperate in there in the yellow machine as well.
It's going to be Cook who's got the run of steam there. Jack Sales also compromised 3 wide as they go into lock. Jack Sales dropping back there to alongside Taylor O'Flanagan, but Hugo Bush just about managed to hold on there. He was compromised, but Jack Sales lost out more than anybody as we see Cook with that head of steam now looking like he's going to try and go for those podium positions. In fact, he looks like he's up the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan into that 4th place, and Hugo Bush in that last podium playing position just in front of him.
Out of Old Hall they head, just 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, so we should get this and another lap out of this race. Down the hill to the right-hander, the left-hander rather, at Cascades. It is still Mansberger from Hoffman, Bush in 3rd place. They've broken away very slightly from the rest of the pack now. As they came over the line, the top 5 were covered by less than a second. Now it's possibly even less than that as they come up towards the Shell Oils hairpin. Once again they close right up on each other. O'Flanagan's through into 5th ahead of Jack Sales. That's a place gained at Old Hall. He's now going to try and close on Harry Cook for 4th position. In behind them it is Harry Landy, the number 21. No, Tom Willis has come through into 7th place in the slightly battered number 81 car. Then it's Harry Landy, Graham McDonald and Bianchi now rounds out the top 10.
Top 13 cars here, split by 4 seconds, even at this late stage of the race, with just this on the penultimate lap as we see them all nose to tail, fanning out. They've really got to manage this situation now, but Hoffman is in the prime seats, and this could be the place where he can break away. He will certainly be looking to see whether he can do that with only 1 lap after this is complete to go and see who is going to win the opening round of the Motor's 310R Championship.
Here they come towards Druids, moving right to the inside. Oh, Hugo Bush nearly lost it there. He got a wheel on the grass. That could have been catastrophic. If he'd spun there, he would have taken out about the next 4 cars behind him, but thankfully he saved. That's a save of the day so far from Hugo Bush, and he's still there in 3rd, but under fire from Harry Cook, who's trying to get around the outside. Taylor O'Flanagan is tucked in behind them. They're side by side for 4th place as they head up to start the final lap of the race. Over the line they go this time. It's going to be Hoffman, I think, who's got the advantage. Mansberger, though, moves to the inside on the run down towards Old Hall. Bush is still there in 3rd. Here comes Jack Sales on the inside, attacking Taylor O'Flanagan. He remains in 6th place. In behind them it is Tom Willis, the number 81. These 7 have broken away slightly from McDonald and Landy in 8th and 9th places. Down towards Cascades, what will be the final time in this race. Dominic Mansberger still has the lead from Lars Alexander Hoffman. Hugo Bush in 3rd position. Along the lakeside they go for the final time. This is terrific stuff. Moving to the inside, they're side by side for the lead up towards Island and then through to the Shell Oils hairpin for the final time. Somehow Lars Alexander Hoffman is still just about holding that lead.
We're running out of overtaking opportunities though. I think it's now between the top 3 drivers for this race win, depending as there's no issues. Certainly if you're in that top 7 you started this lap, you might think you're in with a chance, but I think Jack Sales's and Taylor O'Flanagan's chances are fading as we move through the Knickerbrook chicane, riding the bumps and the curbs as we head up and over the hill.
Here's a replay of some drama further back in the pack. A move being made here at Lodge, and a car almost up and over there. That was Jeff Price, the number 38, I think. He just pulled into the pits. We now see why. Contact there with who was that on the outside?
I think that's Hall in the black and white machine there. as they head over. So coming down to the end of this race though, so let's cut back. There was more drama going on there, maybe some fluids on the track as well. That's something to watch out for as they head into Druids. Then Hoffman in those key seats just ahead of Hugo Bush as they head into the real tail end of this race now.
Here they come then up towards the final corner. The clock has counted down to 0. What can Hugo Bush do here? What can Dominic Mansberger do? They're going to be 3 wide. Look at Mansberger up the inside into Lodge Corner. He can't quite get the line away. Their line astern. They're going to slipstream their way up towards the checkered flag. Is Lars Alexander Hoffman going to hang on the run to the line? Yes, he does it by 0.089 of a second ahead of Hugo Bush, Dominic Mansberger, Harry Cook, Taylor O'Flanagan, Jack Sales, Tom Willis, Graham McDonald, Harry Landy and Alan Curtis as quickly as that.
Yep, we can't call them out as quickly as they crossed those lines. Great start to the season for Hoffman, a really complicated set of situations there for him to manage. He came out on top over the two 270R battlers, Bush and Mansberger, who getting their best over Harry Cook, another driver that we see having some great start to this season. Let's hope that continues. O'Flanagan got up to 5th place, good start for him. Jack Sales losing out a little bit down into 6th place, and Willis there making the most of his, well, the bad nose cone didn't cost him too much in the end, did it? Ending in that 7th place. McDonald following on. Landy fading towards the end of that race, just ahead of Alan Curtis and Bianchi, who all formed part of that group. And Alan Cooper made it all the way back up to 12th place.
The top 13 cars in that race covered by 3.1 seconds. It doesn't get much closer than that. That was absolutely frantic. But well done to Lars Alexander Hoffman, looking for his 3rd Caterham Championship this year, taking the victory by 0.089 of a second ahead of the number 22 of Hugo Bush. 3rd place going to Dominic Mansberger ahead of the number 9 of Harry Cook. Taylor O'Flanagan had to settle for 5th ahead of Jack Sales. They were all covered by less than a second. Tom Willis in 7th place ahead of Graham McDonald, then Harry Landy and Alan Curtis rounding out the top 10. Phil Bianchi, the Malta-based driver, was 11th ahead of Alan Cooper. He got the fastest lap of the race, recovering after that moment on the first lap. 13th place was David Yates, dropped back a bit in the closing stages, and then a little further back you find number 50 of Wesley Payne, 55 of Harry Eyre completing the top 15. Behind them was Kevin Cooper in the number 77, Chris Fraser, the number 10, was 17th, and then behind them were Ryan Lovitz, the man from Birmingham, in number 28, number 8 of Darrell Cresswell, 99 of Michael Curley, 52 was next, that was Pete Wales, 65 was next, that's Duncan Cook, finished with a missing wing, I noticed, so he's had a bit of contact somewhere. 98 of James Hall survived that collision with Jeff Price to take the flag in 23rd. Then it was number 85 Rob Bullen who spun on the first corner. 30 of Roger Gaunt was next home, then the 68 rather, of Chris Welch, the 12 of Ron Mounsey, and number 5 of Ben Lopez Appleton. I think we may have lost the 16 of Steve Metcalf on the final lap there. Jeff Price, who had that contact on the run into Lodge, pulled into the pits, and we also lost number 27 Johnny Jarrett.
Breathless start to this today. They 310s will be back out on track at 2:25, so keep an eye out for them. 2nd of their 3rd races, but 2 races down. Are our voices going to last? I'm not certain, but it's as I can see all the drivers pulling into Parc Fermé. Hopefully we'll get have a chat with some of them.
Yes, we'll hand down to Sam in Parc Fermé then, and she can talk to some of the drivers.
Lars Hoffman, congratulations, your first win of the year and the first round. How was that?
Great, absolute unbelievable. Good to be back on P1 after 2 or 3 years now. Yeah, pretty good.
Hopefully more of the same this afternoon then.
Hopefully, yeah.
Well done, congratulations. I'll just have a word with Hugo. Oh, Hugo's gone this side. Hugo, congratulations, 2nd place. That looks like you a lot of dicing out there.
Yeah, happy with that. I mean, that was an incredibly fun, clean race. Yeah, great fun.
Excellent. More of the same later then.
Hope so.
Congratulations. I'll just grab a quick word with Dom. Dom, sorry, can I just grab a quick word? Was that a good race?
Really good race. Unfortunately, Hugo had a really good braking point in the last chicane. Otherwise, I could have maybe kept the 2nd place. But anyway, podium first race is amazing.
Once or twice, maybe.
Well, congratulations on 3rd. Thank you. Back to the commentary studio.
Okay, so a couple of cars, I think, to be cleared from around the circuit after that one. So once that is complete, we will see the quickest cars that we'll see here today, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK out on track.
Yep, this is the national level championship. This is the 5th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and this is now an upgraded engine. You can see the schedule for today. We've already had the first 2 races there. You can see that they were up to now the 7 Championship UK race at 12:10. So looking forward to bringing you all the rest of the action all the way through till sort of 5, just gone 5 this afternoon. So plenty of on-track action. In fact, our racing goes on till near 6:30 is our curfew today, so hopefully we'll get everything in by the time that we get there. But yes, this is the top flight Caterham Motorsport Championship, the 7 Championship UK National. They're competing to be British Caterham champion. The fastest drivers we have here, very, very experienced drivers, many of them multiple Caterham champions, and it's going to be exciting to see them. They run the 2-litre Duratec. They've got a massive bump up in power, up to 185 also horsepower. They have a limit. They have a 6-speed. Excuse me. Let me get my teeth back in. A 6-speed sequential gearbox. They just pull. There's no need to do a clutch on the way up through the gears. They also run slick tyres. The only Caterham Championship in this the official Caterham Championships run those slick tyres. And it means that they kind of run around Oulton Park track here around GT4 speed, so these are no slouches, and you'll hear the difference in engine note and certainly the attitude of these cars out on track. They're something in the order of 8 seconds a lap quicker than the 310R around here, so a substantial speed increase. We've had some absolutely brilliant battling over the last few seasons, and coming in here we have got on pole position is Aaron Head after their Super Pole. So they're the only championship that run the Super Pole as well. That's where we take the initial qualifying session, and then the top 6 drivers here at Oulton Park all competed over a single lap where they didn't have any tows. They're all out there on their own, and Aaron Head managed to come out on top of that. Just demoting Lewis Thompson, the young charger, into 2nd place, as we see the recovery trucks just bringing back some of the cars that were left out there after the 310 race. And then Gordon Sawyer returning back into this paddock after a year out, where he's been he's had a child and been looking after. So Poppy is also here watching his dad racing again. And Murphy, the erstwhile Caterham champion, he's back there in 4th place, but I'm sure he'll be delighted to be right up there in the mix. Sean Byrne, another driver, returning to the paddock, driving his in the 420. First time for him on slicks, but clearly getting and has got to the grips with the car. And then Stephen Lyle, another driver we saw in the 310R Championship last year. Didn't do the full season, but he's jumped and made the step up into this Caterham 7 Championship UK and immediately put himself into 6th place on that grid. So really good from these drivers, and I'm sure lots of them looking forward to their first of their 3 races today. Again, 20 minutes. Everything today is 20 minutes long. And it is the first of their 3 races today.
Yeah, so that's the top 6 that did the single lap shootout Super Pole session earlier on today. So Aaron Head taking pole, the king of Caterhams, the 3-time Caterham British champion in the what was the 420R Championship, the official name for these cars, now renamed as the Caterham 7 UK Championship, with Lewis Thompson, one of the favourites of this year's championship, starting alongside. He was the 2021 310R champion. The cars are making their way up to the grid then, and hopefully down the grid we will be able to hear from 1 or 2 of the drivers. Outside the Super Pole 6, the first of the AM class cars. It's Pro-Am and AM groups in the championship this year. Number 24, Paul Donkin, who's raced everything from Porsches to Citroen C1s over the years, is in there in 4th place. He's the first of the AM classified drivers on row 4 of the grid, alongside the number 17 of Mark Farmer. On the 5th row, 93 Mike Evans and the 99 of Tom Eden. We'll see if Tom's there, because he had some problems in qualifying earlier. Then row 6 is number 66 Jake Swan alongside the 9 of Matt Dyer. Row 7, number 4 Oliver Smith and 61 Angus McLean. Row 8, 11 Carl Jones and number 2 Andy Lees. Row 9, 16 of Gary Lapidus. You'll recognise his car because it's got the eyes written on the sign written on the rear panel. And number 64 Dale Head, brother of Aaron, alongside, and 22 Gary Curtis will be on the back of the grid.
Yeah, Gary Curtis also taking the step up from 310 last year into the new 420R car this year. Again, we often talk about the strength and depth of a field, but this is absolutely no exception. Any one of these drivers, even though they're sort of 20 or 19 on the grid today, any one of them could win this race. Now, it's unlikely with Aaron Head still in it, proudly sporting the number 1 on his car, as we just see the cars all kind of come to join the grid. And it looks like the teams are out there ready to look after their drivers as well, make sure they're all set to go as we're lining up here. And it looks like Sam's also down there. She'll be able to hopefully go and do a bit of a grid walk for us. But it's good to see them all lining up. Again, looking very nice and shiny right now after a long season's preparation. Matt Dyer, another one to mention, having a return into this field. He's driven the 420s alongside Sean Byrne before now. And yeah, you can see him in his number 9 there, sparkling away as Donkin just takes up his place as well.
Yes, Paul Donkin certainly knows his lightweight sports cars as well as Caterham's. He's raced aerial atoms as well. So those who know those cars, they weigh about as much as the kitchen sink. Some of them even have V8s in them. So you've got to be mad to race one of those. And Paul Donkin was very successful in those in the Aerial Atom Cup a few years ago. We're just waiting for the last couple of cars to make their way on to the grid then. The number 3 making its way forward, that's James Murphy onto the second row.
Yeah, in his black and orange machinery. And just in front of him, we've got Lewis Thompson. So he is the young charger. He's come quickly through into this. He won every single race that he raced in 310R. He won, and last year jumped up into this 420R car and absolutely put some stellar performances on the podium. I think in nearly every single outing he was in that car, and that is no mean feat in this field. Just looking at Aaron Head trying to sort of make his way past all the drivers to get to the front of this field when we can actually say they're all set up and ready to go. But Lewis Thompson, what a move. He's going to also doesn't run the side door, so you'll see him working nice and hard at the wheel as he goes through this race. His elbow flapping away in the wind.
Yeah, typically the pole sitter is going to be the last car to line up, coming through past everybody else. The black car with the bright day-glow red cage, Aaron Head in pole position.
And carrying that number 1 as the existing champion. He does get to do that. I'm not sure he's doing the whole season this year, so I don't think he'll necessarily figure it at the championship towards the end. But nevertheless, there he is in that number 1 car, heading the field, and you can see the sort of rest of the personnel from our long shot here on the camera, all kind of looking after those cars and making sure they are all ready for this 20-minute race.
Well, hopefully shortly we'll be able to head down to our very own Martin Brundle, aka Sam Parker, down on the grid, who can hopefully try and catch up with some of the drivers in a few moments' time. Marshals have got the grid lined up very efficiently down there. Looks like everybody is there. Yes, the yellow car of Tom Eden was the one car we're not sure about. He had, I believe he had an off in qualifying this morning, but the yellow number 99 car is there.
And yeah, I was speaking to him yesterday, and he was really happy to be back out there on the circuit. We've seen him over the years have some really, great results, and other times sort of slipping that back a bit further. But looking like he's firmly a mid-pack today, just behind the Donkin car there, and yep, looking ready to go for our action. Here you can see his slick tyres, slight muddied on the edges there, but they're ready to go, I'm sure.
He lines up alongside the number 93. That's Mike Evans from Alvechurch, just to the south of Birmingham. Lewis Thompson, possibly the championship favourites this year, with Aaron Head possibly not contesting the full season. They have to miss a couple of rounds. So it looks like they are almost ready down there.
I'm sure that Gordon Sawyer in the yellow number 77 car will be delighted to be right up there on the grid, right back into the mix, having had that year out. And I'm sure Kelsey will be there watching and cheering him on from the sideline with Poppy. But it's great to see him back in. It's not an easy thing to step out of these cars and find the speed straight away, but it certainly looks like he is in his EVM UK-sponsored car.
Third row of the grid, we've got Sean Byrne, the number 18, alongside the 43 of Stephen Lyle. That's the red, white and black car. Sean Byrne in the green and black machine.
That is Graham McDonald's old car that's running there. He's happy in that car, running with RS Motorsport this year. alongside Stephen Lyle in the very brand new, you can see how shiny and white and black and red car that is, and a new addition to this grid. As we said, Stephen Lyle taking the step up from 310R, and again he's finding himself quite at the pointy end of this field as well.
This is going to be certainly a very frantic race indeed, the quickest cars we have here this weekend. Marshals congregating with the drivers on the grid. We must, as we said earlier, thank the Orange family, as we call them. We could not go racing without our volunteer marshals. If you've ever wanted to be a marshal, get up close and personal with the race action, then visit the BARC website, barc.net, also the British Motorsport Marshals Club website, marshals.co.uk, online to find out how you can sign up and volunteer as a marshal. Don the orange overalls and get up close to the action yourself. It's not just about waving flags. There's plenty of duties that marshals perform at circuits all over the UK.
Yeah, having raced for the last sort of 10 years in these cars, I can speak on behalf of all the drivers when we do put out that real note of thanks to everybody who helps us do this, but marshals in particular. Alongside Donkin there, we've got Mark Farmer, GT racer. He loves coming to this Caterham action just because it's so close. He says it unlocks his season in that it gets him ready to really race close and hard with the drivers around him. So great to see Mark Farmer back in a brand new number 17 orange and blue car.
Yeah, he was ex-Aston Martin in British GT, isn't he?
Yes, I believe that's correct. I think he's got a bit of a history with plenty of marks in GT racing, but it's great to have him on this field and mixing it up there, and a good result for him. He did do a couple of rounds last year. I don't think he'll mind me saying that he was getting up to speed with the car, but he seems to have got to grips with the slick shod, the Avon slick tyres that we're running in this car. So there's another thing they'll have to work hard at, making sure they've got heat in these tyres. You can hear them clearing the grid away. So the personnel will have to remove themselves from the grid now ahead of this race. But yeah, they will have to work hard on these green flag formation lap to get heat into these tyres. Slick tyres, as we know, don't offer up any grip, and they don't have tyre warmers or anything to help them with that process.
Drivers, start your engines then ahead of the new Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship season. This will be a 20-minute race, and this is going to be a very high-speed thrash indeed. Aaron Head, number 1 on pole, to remind you of the grid, alongside number 79 of Lewis Thompson. 77 Gordon Sawyer heads up row 2 alongside the number 3 of James Murphy, and completing the 6 who took part in the Super Pole one-lap shootout, number 18 Sean Byrne and 43 Stephen Lyle line up on row 3. On the 4th row of the grid, number 24 of Paul Donkin and 17 Mark Farmer, both in the amateur division. The Pro-Am and Am divisions are new for this year based on your racing experience with Caterham, among other criteria. Mark Farmer, the ex-GT racer, as just mentioned, on row 4. Row 5, number 93 of Mike Evans alongside the 99 of Tom Eden. On the 6th row, 66, which is Jake Swan, not to be confused with the classic touring car racer of the same name, and number 9 Matt Dyer. Row 7, number 4 Oliver Smith and 61 of Angus McLean. Row 8, number 11 Carl Jones and car number 2 Andy Lees in the powder blue and orange, the Gulf colours. The penultimate row of the grid, 16 of Gary Lapidus and number 64 Dale Head and number 22 of Gary Curtis. Starts at the back of the field.
If you thought the action was fast and frantic up until this point, well, strap in. Here we go with the 420R machinery then. Remember, they've got uprated power. They're 185 horsepower, very experienced racers, and like I say, the field perfectly capable of winning this race from anywhere on the grid. And like it's fantastic to see them out here, and you will hear the difference over the speakers as we go around the circuit in their 6-speed sequential box machines, really quick up and down, and a gruff sounding noise, really purposeful.
Yes, we've seen the drivers in the other categories start out in the Caterham Academy and upgrade their cars through the different ranks of the 4 steps on the Caterham ladder. These are full race cars.
These are a brand new car. Yes, you cannot upgrade to this championship. It is a brand new build. There's substantial differences under the hood, although, you know, from a casual observer on the outside, they do look rather similar. There's a lot more going on under the hood, including sort of bespoke Bilstein dampers. Also a little bit trickier to get away from the line, these cars, and again, the experience will probably play that out okay, but as we see wheels spinning off the line away from the lights there, Lewis Thompson showing that there's not a lot of grip in these slick tyres when they haven't got the temperature in them.
So they start to weave to warm their Avon slick tyres up for this first race of the season. The lap record has stood since 2021. William Smith with a 1 minute 45.480. So we'll see if that can be broken in this race. I reckon they're in with a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 21. We were with the British GT grid, and it was a bit drizzly all through that weekend. So we never really got to fully explore the limits of these slick tyres. So we should see them at least matching that, if not trying to better it very slightly.
They head round through Cascades then, getting their tyres warmed up on what's quite a long green flag lap.
It's certainly easier to warm up your tyres on a track like Oulton Park, where you go on a nice journey, long journey around 5 kilometres, 3 miles around this international circuit. But yeah, they will have to work, especially towards the end of the lap, just to make sure that everything is there. They want to be careful not to run onto the dust as well. There's a hot slick tyre will pick up dust and affect performance as Donkin goes up right onto that Chalois again. I wouldn't necessarily want to be up there, but he's chosen to do that. And we see Mike Evans as well coming through, another driver who's often moves up through the field as the race progresses.
It was Joe Winkelhock, the ex-British touring car champion, who said that the Chalois helped and reminded him of the carousel at the Nürburgring in Germany.
Yeah, as a driver, you carry significant speed into there, knowing that the bank will catch you. There is a limit to that, and hopefully you won't see anyone exceed that limit. But it's a really nice, inviting corner as they head around.
Okay, just to run you through the colours of some of the leading cars on the grid. Aaron Head is the black car with the bright red roll cage. Number 79, Lewis Thompson, is in the mainly British Racing green. Number 79, Gordon Sawyer. Number 77 is yellow and black. Number 3, James Murphy, a black car with an orange roll cage. Sean Byrne, number 18, is in green and black, the Caterham corporate colours. And number 43, Stephen Lyle, the red, white and black liveried machine. Paul Donkin is in red and white. Number 24, Mark Farmer, number 17, red with a royal blue roll cage. And completing the top 10, Mike Evans, number 93, his is a grey car with a red roll cage. 99, Tom Eden, is in yellow and black. Mentioned a couple of features of the other cars. We've got the Gulf liveried car. It seems to be protocol that there has to be at least one Gulf liveried car at every meeting in the UK. Andy Lees, number 2, is driving in on this occasion. So the cars are coming up to the grid then for what is going to be an absolutely frantic 20-minute race to open the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK in these 420R spec machines. 420 meaning the power to weight ratio, BHP per tonne of these cars. There's the number 22 of Gary Curtis, the black car at the back of the field there.
Yep, the Monaco resident coming into line up at the rear of this field. He's been in Caterhams for a while and he's enjoying the challenge of this new machinery this year.
Last couple of cars just pulling into line at the back of this 19-car grid then for the first race of the season for the fastest cars we have today here at Oulton Park. The Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK for 2023. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. The 5-second board is held aloft. Aaron Head and Lewis Thompson on the front row of the grid. The red lights are on. The revs begin to rise and away we go down towards Old Hall. They thrash for the first time. It is side by side between the two front row men. Trying to move up on the outside is James Murphy, but it's absolutely together for the lead. I think Lewis Thompson maybe just had the edge as they headed into Old Hall. Paul Donkin running wide over the curb there, but it is Lewis Thompson, number 79, the man from Parbold, who leads the way down towards Cascades for the first time. And it looks as though the poleman Aaron Head has held that second place. James Murphy is in third. Gordon Sawyer is in fourth place, and up to fifth. The good starts by the man from sixth on the grid, Stephen Lyle, as they head towards Island Bend for the first time. Aaron Head dodging about in the wake of the race leader there. Everybody is round the first corner cleanly. That's the main thing, as Aaron Head has a look on the outside heading into the Shell Oil's hairpin. James Murphy keeping in touch in third as they frantically thrash their way towards the back end of the circuit for the first time. It is Lewis Thompson who has the lead.
Yep, the young charger just got slightly better traction off that line, and Aaron Head had to give way as they went off down the hill. Gordon Sawyer there bouncing over that curb in his black and yellow machinery as they head over the top of Hilltop, down now into the Knickerbrook chicane, and it's Lewis Thompson who does head Aaron Head, and he is in front of James Murphy, Gordon Sawyer, and then we've got Lyle. Remember, we talked about him being a kart racer, and he's got all the skills here, but not so much experience as the drivers around him, and someone who has got the experience is Sean Byrne, just following around as we see the tail end of the field coming around out through and up onto Clay Hill.
There's that Golf livery car number 2, Andy Lees, just ahead of the car. You can see there the eyes on the rear panel. That's Gary Lapidus, the Londoner, as the leaders head out through Druids and up towards the bridge, then through to Lodge, and it is still Lewis Thompson, number 79, the British Racing Green car, who leads the way. Coming up on the outside is Aaron Head, the king of Caterhams in the UK over the last few years. His first title came back in 2014. Third place behind them is James Murphy. They are line astern, up over the line. Gordon Sawyer in the yellow car hanging on in their wake. Those four have broken away slightly from Stephen Lyle in fifth, under fire from Byrne in the number 18. Sean Byrne had a look there, couldn't quite get up the inside. They bounced wide over the curves. As we said earlier, you don't want to do that too often, else you could trigger the track limit sensor, and too many violations, you'll get a penalty. But it's all close, bunched up behind Lewis Thompson here as they head through Cascades for the second time. The first four breaking away just very slightly.
Interesting, Lewis Thompson deciding that he is going to defend really early and hard in this. He's moving to the inside at all the opportunities to prevent this field from getting past. He's not willing to work with Aaron Head at this early stage of the race, and Aaron Head will certainly be looking at that, but he's still sitting in that second place. James Murphy holds on to that third, Gordon Sawyer, then it's Stephen Lyle, and Byrne and Evans has made some great progress up into seventh place there. We said he moves forward in the race, and it looks like that's happened.
There is Paul Donkin a little bit further back. He's on the tail of the number 99 of Tom Eden a little further back in the order. That's the battle for ninth place. They are heading through the Britain chicane. Tom Eden leading the amateur class at the moment, the AM division. They're in the background there of this big group at the front of the field. Jake Swan going well at the back of this group of 8 for the lead. Thompson still heads head out of the Knickerbrook chicane. There's the fight for the AM category. Keep an eye on that as well. Paul Donkin, experienced racer in a variety of sports and saloon cars, on the tail of Tom Eden.
Yeah, Jake Swan, third place in last year's championship, and he's just about clinging on to this front group. And again, another driver we regularly see moving back through the field. Really good racecraft to make his and carve his way back through. But an experienced racer, and like I say, third place last year. But we still see Lewis Thompson heading Aaron Head. James Murphy now having to defend from his teammate Gordon Sawyer as they head around Lodge, and Eden still heads Donkin as they go up and over the line for another lap.
There's 2 laps completed then. Aaron Head moving to the outside as they head down into Old Hall. James Murphy still holding third. Stephen Lyle shadowing Gordon Sawyer for fourth position. This is a great battle going on for the lead of the AM division. They come over the line in 9th and 10th place. Mark Farmer's third in that division. He's just lost a place overall to Matt Dyer in the number 9, who has got through, but still no change for the lead as they head up towards Island Bend for the third time. Thompson has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:45.631, so still a second, or just over a second outside William Smith's lap record from 2021 as they get fully dialed in. There's a change for the lead. They're heading through towards Shell Oil's hairpin. Aaron Head takes over.
Yeah, and these were two absolutely... They've got a little bit of a gap, haven't they, over Murphy and Sawyer there. They were thousandths of a second apart in qualifying, and it looks like that battle is going to continue. But I'd say Thompson was absolutely defending those corners as hard as he could. Aaron Head has made his way through into Shell Oils, but it's now side by side as they come down the hill. A little bit of a jink there to try and sort of off-put Aaron. Aaron's too experienced for that, but he's locked up the rear of the tyres, managed to get it all back under control. But Lewis Thompson did make it back out into the lead of that battle then, so as Aaron Head has to sit into that second place, just a little bit of a rear lock up there, maybe needs to move the brake bias just a touch forward.
That was a cheeky bit of driving by Lewis Thompson there. He moved across on Aaron Head there. They were wheel to wheel, Senna and Mansell style down the straight, and that unsettled Aaron. That's exactly what Lewis Thompson was trying to do, and he was able to move through as Head locked up a little going into Knickerbrook. Third, it's James Murphy still trying to close up, the former Roadsports champion, and Gordon Sawyer making it almost 4 square at the front of the field. It's still Stephen Lyle in the red, white and black car in 5th position, the almost Haas F1 lookalike livery. Somebody running wide there over the curb on the outside. We'll see who that was as they come across the line this time. That
Mike
was
Evans.
Yes, it was Mike Evans in 7th place, number 93, as Thompson holds the lead. Coming through Old Hall, Gordon Sawyer could try and make a move for third here. There's the Stephen Lyle car in 5th position. Byrne still 6th. Evans still there in 7th despite running wide out of Lodge.
As this battle though intensifies up front, you can see how the trailing cars that were a little bit distant are straight back in the action, and they'll be picking up that toe nice and strong as we head up here into Island Bend then. A daunting left-hander where they're taking that at around 107 miles an hour in these 420R machines. So there's an awful lot of speed being carried into the Shell Oils. It is still Thompson ahead of Aaron Head, who's now going to have to look in his mirrors a little bit more because James Murphy is right there with Gordon Sawyer, Lyle, and then Sean Byrne has joined in for the fun as well.
Loss of momentum for Mike Evans has cost him a place because Jake Swan has got through into 7th. The white car with the blue cage a little further back, and Gordon Sawyer out of shape there coming into Britain's, I think, and he's lost a place. Certainly Lyle has got through. Jake Swan's now got ahead of Sean Byrne as well, so, and Evans has got through. So Sean Byrne got out of the the toe there a little as well. So it's all chop and change for fourth position down to eighth.
Yeah, just saw Gordon Sawyer lose the rear end of that car just a touch there, and now Jake Swan, who said is strong in these races, is starting to make his move through along with Mike Evans, and Sean Byrne just dropped away a little bit, but the battle for the lead is absolutely as it was with the top three now. It's Thompson up the inside of Druids. There's not a lot of space there. Aaron Head on the outside. Has he got enough room? Just with now Murphy just looking on. He's going to be licking his chops and seeing whether he's got anything to do. He's going to have a look up the inside into the final corner there. Lodge, he's got it done late on the brakes there, managed to get it all hauled up, and he is now into second place over his teammate ahead of Aaron Head.
Yeah, just held it there through the exit of Lodge. That's a good bit of driving by the number 3 of James Murphy, the Londoner, now giving chase to Lewis Thompson. And Murphy's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:45.102. Still a few tenths outside the lap record. I think we'll double check that. No, he's gone inside, so a new lap record for Murphy. 1:45.4 was William Smith's record from 2021, so the number 3 of James Murphy has broken the lap record for the Caterham 7 UK Championship.
Sawyer's been shuffled back as we were talking there. He's now behind Sean Byrne. It looked like Sean Byrne was about to go past him up the inside of Cascades. You can see them side by side here. So he has lost out in the middle phase of this race so far, and he was in that podium paying position a little while back, so he'll want to make a move back through. Stephen Lyle in a great 4th place in his first time out in this car. There he is, the Sawyer car just behind the Sean Byrne car.
Make their way up over Hilltop. There's the lead battle in the AM division as well. It's Paul Donkin that's taken over there from Tom Eden. Third in that group is Mark Farmer, trying to fight back after losing a couple of spots earlier on. Here come your leaders: Thompson, Murphy, Head, then it's Lyle, Swan up into 5th position, 6th is Evans, then Byrne and Sawyer battling it out, and there's the lead battle in the AM division, and they're keeping up with the Pro-Am cars as well. Paul Donkin and Tom Eden, despite that off in qualifying, rounding out the top 10 of their own. The next group coming through is headed by Mark Farmer, and he's got, I think that's the 61 of Angus McLean on his tail, then the number 11 of Carl Jones and the number 2 of Andy Leeds.
Yep, these battles going all the way through. There's also Dale Head followed by Matt Dyer back in to the race, and we saw the Gary Lapidus there as well going off up the hill. There is Angus McLean in that blue machinery just around the outside of Mark Farmer, the GT racer there. So great battles all the way through this field. Matt Dyer has also lost his front, was losing his front left wing there, is flapping around a little bit. That's going to affect him a bit, maybe a bit distraction, but it's Thompson up the inside again into the lead of the race.
Looked as though Murphy was going to try and take the lead there into Old Hall, but he didn't manage to make it stick. We're coming up towards half distance. This race flying by. New fastest lap for Jake Swan in 5th place, 1:44.337, a new lap record as well for Jake Swan. He's in 5th position, looking to challenge Stephen Lyle for 4th place. You can see them there just a few lengths behind the leaders. Next is Mike Evans, then Byrne, Sawyer, Donkin and Eden. Your top 10 together. They're covered by 5.5 seconds last time through, just over. The 3 leaders were covered by less than 0.3 of a second at the line, and trying to fight his way back up into the top 2 is Aaron Head behind James Murphy. It's still Lewis Thompson bouncing over the curb at Britain's. Lyle and Swan trying to close up and make it a 5-way battle for the lead here in a classic Caterham slipstreamer here at Oulton Park in this season opener for the Avon Tyres Caterham Championship UK. Into Knickerbrook they go. Here's the battle for 7th place, Byrne and Sawyer. Gordon Sawyer after a slight mistake earlier on. You can see that's the margin for error. He just had that couple of small slides and he's gone from 3rd to 8th.
You saw him even there, good illustration. The rear of his car is not connected to the tarmac at the moment. He's sliding around a little bit. They have a new allocation of slick tyres per race round, so they will have to use these tyres for the rest of today in this racing. Perfect conditions out there for track. It's cool air. Sun is just tucked away, so the track isn't burning the tyres up, and they are making the most of it with Murphy looking to the outside of Thompson, but now it's going to be Aaron Head's going to make that move up the inside of Murphy as he went to attack. He's now going to have to switch to defence. He's got the toe, so he has dragged himself back through, but that's why we're seeing these lap records falling, because the conditions out there are absolutely perfect. Murphy now in that 2nd place, Aaron Head having to stick with that 3rd place.
Jake Swan, another lap record, 1:44.054. He's on the tail of this group. You can see the 99 car there has dropped back just a little. That's Tom Eden. He's dropped back into 2nd place behind Paul Donkin in the AM division. 5 cars now line astern for the lead. Stephen Lyle in the 43 is towing up onto the back of the top 3. There was less than a second covering the top 4 last time through, just over a second the top 5, because Jake Swan is there, and that's the car to watch. I would think the white car with the blue roll cage is up the inside. Here comes James Murphy trying for the lead of the race into Shell Oils. That's a brave move there, side by side on the exit. This is going to be interesting into Britain's. You can't really get Two Caterham side by side through there, and Lewis Thompson does hold his lead, survives around the outside. Head still in third place, then Lyle and Swan. This is allowing Mike Evans to tow up on the back. We could see 6 cars line astern, Sean.
Watch Aaron Head down into this corner. He had a head of steam over Murphy, and indeed he does pull to the inside as they're heading down. Murphy showed he was late on the brakes last time, but Aaron Head equally has got that rear of the car back under control, moves back into that second place just ahead of Lyle. So Murphy has now got to deal with Lyle and then Swan, who is making great progress through Mike Evans and the rest of this pack. And it's now Donkin right on the tail of Gordon Sawyer, who's still having a fight with Sean Byrne there.
There's Paul Donkin still leading the AM class in the DPR Motorsport car run by David Rowe, trying to close up on the Pro-Am runners ahead of him. He's on the tail of Gordon Sawyer now, and Sean Byrne in the number 18 in the Caterham Works green and grey livery. Here's the battle for the lead side by side. Thompson and Head are together. Murphy still in third place, just over 7.5 minutes of this cracking race to go. Stephen Lyle is now right with the leaders in that fourth place, and Swan could be in to make a move as well. Let's see the lap times as they cross the line down towards Old Hall. No new lap records that time through, but it's still Lewis Thompson who just about holds his lead.
Lyle having to defend there and actually giving Jake Swan a little bit of a run there on him, but it's still Thompson, DW Motorsport team Thompson alongside DPR Motorsport. Aaron Head, DPR Motorsport is for James Murphy as well, and then we've got RS Motorsport up in there as well. So plenty of teams also in this lead battle. Everything as even as possible. And 3 wide potentially down into Ireland. That definitely won't work, and they do sort it out before they turn left into Ireland.
I thought Murphy was going to get onto the grass there on the inside on the run towards Island Bend. It's now Aaron Head who's gone through into the lead while that was going on. He got alongside Lewis Thompson, made the move out of Ireland towards the Shell hairpin, and he has now got the lead. The king of Caterhams in the UK is where he wants to be at the front and up the inside into Britain's over the curb there. That was nearly contact, but Jake Swan somehow has squeezed his car through ahead of Stephen Lyle into fourth.
He was pushing for third place just as we went into or around Island Bend. He's having to defend really hard against Lyle as they come down the hill. Aaron Head up the inside of Thompson, and it's now Murphy looking on, but Aaron Head does make his car, push his car into the lead again. Remember, we're coming down now to the last 6 minutes of this race, and any of these drivers can take their win.
Yes, Mike Evans is hanging on for dear life at the tail of this group as well, behind Stephen Lyle, who's down to 5th. The next group is headed by Byrne ahead of Sawyer. They've got Paul Donkin behind them. He's leading the AM division as Lewis Thompson back up the inside into Druids retakes the lead from Aaron Head. It's a brilliant duel between these two. It's the reigning king and the young pretender fighting it out at the front there side by side. Head trying for the outside. Surely he's not going to get round there. Yes, he is. Round the outside at Lodge. Has he held that together? Yes, he's got it. Oh, brilliant bit of driving by Aaron Head, showing just why he is a 3-time Caterham British champion. As up the outside again comes Lewis Thompson down into Old Hall Corner. It's 3 wide behind. They squeeze together there. Swan side by side with Lyle. Evans in there too. James Murphy just about hanging on ahead of him. This is amazing. 6 of them together now down towards Cascades. Lewis Thompson squeezes Aaron Head out wide as they go into the left-hander. James Murphy's there on the inside, and still any one of these 6 could win it.
Absolutely, there's a quartet of drivers, one on top of each other as they went through, as we're looking at the little trailing battle. And there's Matt Dyer there, we're still with the wagging front tail, but just ahead of Mark Farmer. But the leaders coming through Ireland then, and it is Aaron Head who heads this pack over Thompson. Murphy holding back somehow this quartet of drivers, including Swan. Then we've got Lyle in there, and it's absolutely brilliant racing. And it's really coming down to crunch point now as to where do you want to be in this thing. Lewis Thompson is not willing to sit in second place. He is absolutely going for it. There's no working together here. He is absolutely elbows out racing.
Byrne and Sawyer, of course, back up with this train of 6 as well now as Lewis Thompson goes to the outside. So does Jake Swan down into Knickerbrook. They don't quite manage to get through. James Murphy holds 3rd. Aaron Head holds the lead. There's Swan in 4th place. Lyle 5th. Evans 6th. 7th place through is Sean Byrne. He's been able to close back up. There's Gordon Sawyer, and Paul Donkin's going to make it 9. He's dropped Tom Eden. The gap between them is now exactly 6 seconds as Lewis Thompson goes to the inside into Druids. Can't quite make it stick. Aaron Head is back in the lead. I'm struggling to keep up with this.
He was trying to go up the inside over the grass as they went over Clay Hill and into Druids, but he's come to the outside now. He's looking for any opportunity he can to really fluster Aaron Head. Aaron Head's obviously got a very experienced head on his shoulders. They all drift a little bit wide there. Got to be careful. Another track sensor out there, so we'll keep an eye out for any penalties. But this racing is absolutely spectacular with Thompson going for the outside line around turn 1, but Aaron Head late on the brakes, keeps it in there. They're holding his foot in, manages to take the lead around the outside once more. What a spectacular move.
That was magnificent from Lewis Thompson. This is Caterham Racing, some of the best I have ever seen it. James Murphy is up there in third behind them as well. Then it's Swan. There was 0.6 of a second covering the first 5 over the line, and another 0.8 covered the next 3. Less than 2 seconds covers the first 8 cars at the moment. Lewis Thompson still side by side with Aaron Head as they head up towards Ireland. He's gone round the outside again. He'll have the inside for the Shell Oils hairpin. Aaron Head will surely retake the lead here on the inside. He's done it. Third place is still James Murphy, then it's Jake Swan, Stephen Lyle in 5th position, and it's 9 cars now, line astern for the lead, including our AM class leader Paul Donkin at the back of this train. They bounce over the curb, Aaron Head back into the lead.
Yeah, Mike Evans up into 6th place then from 9th on the grid, and Swan also coming through. So, like I say, some of these drivers do have a tendency to come back through. Swan looking to the outside as well as Thompson down the inside. He's squirrely. Is he going to get it stopped in time? Just about, but they're going to bunch the whole pack up as Head holds on round the right-hander.
That was too close for comfort there through Knickerbrook. I thought they were going to touch, but somehow they avoided each other. That was a brave move by Lewis Thompson. He's going to try again as they come up towards Druids through the left-hander on Clay Hill, up towards Druids, and Lewis Thompson not close enough. Aaron Head has the lead. Murphy under intense pressure from Jake Swan now. Then it's Lyle, Evans, Byrne, Sawyer and Donkin. Still no change in the order at the back of this crocodile as Lewis Thompson goes to the outside now into Lodge. He's trying to play Aaron Head at his own game there. I don't think he'll get round there. Side by side, here comes Mike Evans, a little bit of lock-up. He's run wide there a couple of times already, side by side with Stephen Lyle. Up over the line, just over 2 minutes of this race to go, so we'll get 2 more laps out. Let's look at Murphy to the inside here. He won't get close enough there to Thompson and Head. They've been side by side for virtually the whole lap.
Murphy's had a really complicated race in that 3rd place. He's having to defend for most of it, and I think he's probably thinking the easier job would be to try and get back ahead of Aaron Head, who's losing the grip of those tyres just slightly as we head into the later stage of this race. Like you say, I think we're on the penultimate lap right now as they head on down and into Ireland. Then it's still Thompson out front of Head. Murphy still in that 3rd place. Swan absolutely not giving him any relaxing time in 4th.
Yes, they maybe one or two of them have pushed a little bit too hard in the early stages. We don't want to see those Avon tyres going off and breaking this battle apart. They're still line astern, all 9 of them together there. Well, barring any disaster, Paul Donkin has got the AM category victory sewn up. He's nearly 9 seconds ahead of his nearest rival, Tom Eden. There he is at the back of the group, the red and white number 24 over Hilltop. They head there side by side once again. Head on the outside, Thompson will have the inside. Jake Swan trying to make a move for 3rd place as well. Murphy locks it up a little, just about gets the car stopped in that 3rd place. Lewis Thompson has the lead as they head up towards, and somebody slowing there. That's the number 1. Aaron Head's in trouble. Head slows up there, and that's suddenly Constantine and everybody else up behind. What's going to come out of this? Because Aaron Head suddenly slowed there, and that's left Lewis Thompson out on his own. Yeah,
Lewis Thompson got a gap. We've seen them hammering the curbs, and it can be there's attritional. He certainly maybe lost a drive shaft. It's hard to say at this point, but that's certainly what it looked like from where I was sat. Everyone having to jink around him, but what a disappointing end. A bit of contact you can see at the rear with his wing there, but it looks like they've wanted maybe a damage from the curb as we now got Lewis Thompson. That's James Murphy out wide. Is he going to be able to come across the back? He's hit Gordon Sawyer. He's going to hit the end of the pit wall. Unfortunate accident there. Gordon getting caught up in someone else's accident just on the grass there.
Well, it's all broken apart then. It is Lewis Thompson who leads. Jake Swan up in a second. We hope Gordon Sawyer is okay there. James Murphy just slid out wide onto the grass, and as he spun back in, Gordon was at the wrong place at the wrong moments and was collected. So it's Jake Swan up into second, Stephen Lyle in third. We're on the last lap now. 4th is now Sean Byrne, and in 5th position it's Mike Evans. That all started when Aaron Head slowed coming out of Knickerbrook. Whatever problem he had, we don't know, but that just Constantine and everybody else up as they slowed to avoid him, and that's what caused that confusion for the rest of the lap.
That's right, they were all bunched as they headed out through Druids and into that final corner, and then James Murphy got squeezed onto the grass, and we've had wet weather, so slick tyres on that grass, and it just wasn't able to hold onto the car, and Gordon saw an unfortunate spectator in that and taken out of the race because of it. As the rest of the race, though, is now moves Mike Evans. Last we saw him up into 4th, but I think he lost out to Byrne, so they're going to have a battle for this final position on the podium. Lyle currently sitting in that 3rd place. Lewis Thompson got a bit of a comfortable gap just ahead of Jake Swan in 2nd place.
Yes, it's looking good for Lewis Thompson there. The main battle now is for 4th place between Byrne and Evans. I think James Murphy was able to keep going after that. He came across the line in 6th place. We'll wait to see if he's still there as the cars cross the line. It's looking good for number 79 Lewis Thompson. Jake Swan inheriting 2nd, and they could catch Stephen Lyle here for the final podium position. Up towards Lodge they come. The checkered flag will be awaiting them this time as they swing their way through Lodge for the final time in this Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK season opener. A shame we lost a couple of cars in the closing stages there, but Lewis Thompson comes through to take the first win of the season. Jake Swan comes over in second, and the battle for third goes to the line. Lyle gets there ahead of Byrne and Evans. Sixth place goes to Paul Donkin. He wins the AM category. We'll wait to see if James Murphy does make it home. Yes, there he is. He comes in 8th place behind Tom Eden. You can see damage to the right front of that car. The front wheel at a very drunken angle. He did very well to finish there. 9th goes to Angus McLean, and Mark Farmer rounds out the top 10. But a bit of an unfortunate end there with a couple of moments, but a great drive by Lewis Thompson.
Oh, absolutely spectacular racing, and never like to see an accident, but a packed race meeting today, so actually we've got a lot of racing action. They've got some of the teams there having to do a bit of work to get those cars back and up, and so you can see James Murphy's going to have a bit of work done on that front right, and not too long before their next race, so you can see he's punctured that tyre and maybe also got a bit of suspension damage to look at rectifying. But nevertheless, up until the right at the end of that race, absolutely spectacular racing by the top flight of the Caterham Motorsport season. Bit of a replay here, so you can see James Murphy's out wide, lost the rear of the car, gets onto the AstroTurf, which doesn't offer up that much grip. He then gets onto the grass. He's trying to hold that slide, but unfortunately the rear of the car just steps across. Gordon, you can see that Gordon's trying to avoid it, but there's nothing he can do, and a nasty looking accident, and hopefully Gordon will be back out there in that race. You can see him coming to a stop, just nudging that barrier as well, so a really uncomfortable looking accident there, but hopefully all those drivers will be back out for the race this afternoon.
Yeah, we hope Gordon Sawyer's okay there. That was quite a wallop he took there as James Murphy came sliding back on, and James did very well indeed to finish the race as well. So the provisional results reads like this: a win for Lewis Thompson by 1.4 seconds in the end over Jake Swan in second. Stephen Lyle just taking the final podium place, a couple of tenths of a second ahead of Sean Byrne, and a similar margin further back was Mike Evans in fifth. Sixth goes to Paul Donkin, did well to avoid the incident there at Deer Leap, and he wins the AM class ahead of Tom Eden. Eighth place for Sean Murphy's battered car. Ninth going to Angus McLean, third of the AM category, and Mark Farmer rounding out the top 10. 11th behind them was Carl Jones, and 12th for Daniel Head, upholding family honour after Aaron's retirement. 13th place went to the number 4 car of Ollie Smith. 14th was Gary Lapidus, the number 16, and completing the top 15 was the number 9 of Matt Dyer. The other finishers in the end were Andy Lees, the 22 of Gary Curtis, and of course we lost Aaron Head and Gordon Sawyer, but if their cars can be repaired, they'll be coming through from the back of the grid for race 2, and that's going to make things very interesting indeed. Yeah, absolutely. They've got a little bit of a time now. We've got a lunch break to get that sorted, and I know the teams down at that's Aaron Head and Murphy and Sawyer all down at DPR Motorsport, so they've got a bit of work to do over their lunch break. But other than that, the racing was spectacular to watch, and I'm really looking forward to 2 more of those races to go this afternoon, alongside everything else, including the Roadsports, which we haven't seen yet, but will be next up after our lunch break. Yep, that's coming up at about 1:15. We can now head down to Parc Fermé with Sam to hear from some of the drivers in our Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship.
Right, that was a very exciting race. Well done on P1. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was really difficult, that race. Aaron and James were just giving me a battle the whole race. I knew I had the pace at the front, but towards the end, tyres started going off, and then I don't know what happened to Aaron. He must have had a problem with something because he just disappeared, but yeah, made up. Just big thanks to the team. Big thanks to everyone for coming down. It's great to be at the local and have so many people come down to watch, and shout out to Polino because happy birthday.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, congratulations. 2 more races today, so hopefully more of the same for you.
Yeah, definitely we're going for the same. I don't see Aaron or James anywhere, so should be able to continue where we left off.
All right, well, thank you. Well done. Congratulations. I'll move on to Jake now. Jake, lovely new pearlescent white on your car.
White, but,
Yeah, very nice. Bit different. Congratulations on second of the pros in the 7 UK cars. How was? I wasn't. Suddenly you were right up there, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean we had a bit of a terrible quali really. We qualied 11th, so we'll ignore that. That's forgotten about already. Just sort of stuck with it. Sort of found a bit of a groove, and then slowly picked them off. And Yeah, no, it was hard, but it was really, really good. And then to be second, I was like, hang on a minute, we're second. Oh, crack on. But yeah, no, it was really, really good. And I think I got fastest lap there over here as well, so I'm taking that as well.
It was last time I looked, yes, that's great, well done.
Yeah, no, it's much needed, so I'll take the point.
Hopefully more of the same than this afternoon.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, I'll move on to Stephen Lyle. Where's he gone? Here he is, he's over here. Steve, can I have a quick word with you? Congratulations on third place.
Thank you.
Good to see you back in the championship.
Yeah, it's good to be back out. It's been a long winter. So, yeah, I mean, we're chuffed with that. We said top 5, keep getting some top 5s and finish, because it's all a one-day event. You damage your car today, it's that's it, you're going home, you're missing 2 already. So it works on top 5, top 3 is a bonus. Especially with the front guys, all had issues. So the championship contenders, apart from Lewis, they're all had a problem. So we'll see. Long way to go from here.
Oh, well, it's a good start to the season for you.
It is. We'll take that.
All right, congratulations. Thank you, Steve. Right, I think we'll head back to the studio now. Thank you very much.
I'm not gonna lie, daughter has fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area.
route added to your journey.
I'm not gonna lie, darling, hot banana yagi, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area.
route added to your journey.
I'm not gonna lie, dollar hat gonna yagi, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping molly, why she waiting on me? You're in my area, you're in my area.
route added to your journey.
I'm not gonna lie, daughter had gonna yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa's any other lady popping molly while she waiting on me. You're in my area, you're in my area.
Scenic route added to your journey.
I'm not gonna lie, daughter has gonna yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa Zenny, other lady popping molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area.
route added to your journey.
I'm here with Ed Cozzi. Ed Cozzi did Academy last year. Now you've moved up to Roadsports. And how are you finding the change in the car? It's only a small change.
It's a massive change, actually. On track, the tyres make a massive difference. The front arb and rear arb now that we've got, it just turns the car in a lot easier. So you find that you can actually point it and steer it where it wants to go. It's a lot more responsive. It feels a bit more like a race car. I've spoken to Charlie Lower early today for the because he's now in 270, and that's now the full race car, and he's loving that. But yeah, there's loads of changes on this one, and it's great. It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
And how was testing yesterday? It was a pretty wet day yesterday, wasn't it? And hopefully it's going to be dry all day today. But I think you like the wet, though, don't you?
I love the wet. Yeah, I think it separates the men from the boys a little bit. It's a bit it's terrifying, but it's a lot of fun. You have to be really gentle on the car. Any kind of movement or mistake is amplified tenfold. So yeah, I love it. But it's dry out there, or semi-dry. I've heard that one of the corners up the back end is still a bit wet, so that could be a bit greasy. Is there going to be a red flag during quali?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, but after yesterday's performances, there probably will be. So, no, it'll be good. A bit apprehensive as usual, but trying to channel those good nerves into, putting just a decent lap down.
And a new livery on the car, which is looking very lovely, very stunning.
Yeah, I've tried to make it a little brighter so people can see me this year. So hopefully I don't get run into it as much.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Well, I wish you all the best for quali in a little while, and we'll see you in the race later.
Will do.
Thank you, Ed.
Cheers. Thanks.
I'm here with Tom McEwen, who is last year's Academy champion. Tom, how are you finding it with the change in the car to the road sports this year?
Yeah, it's. I mean, the big change for us is the tyres. So these tyres are a lot more racy than the Academy tyres. So the grip's up, and it does change how you not necessarily drive the car, but it changes kind of how you push the limit. With the Academy car, the Academy tyres, it was very much trying to stay on the right side of a bit of a cliff edge. These tyres are a bit more predictable, so it's kind of just trying to push it as much as you can without going too far.
Yeah. And have you having raced at Oulton Park before? How are you finding the circuit?
I mean, it's a great track to drive. I mean, from like purely a driver's perspective, it's really, really good. Interested to see how it races, because it's quite narrow and there's a lot of high speed stuff where there's kind of typically a quick line. So I feel like if you're going to be battling people, then that's really going to cost you in terms of lap time. So yeah, interested to see how it races.
And a lot of familiar faces in this championship for you, road sports. A lot of same people have moved up from Academy, so you got to know a lot of other people's driving styles. So that should help out for today's race.
Yeah, definitely. And I think from what I've heard from past years is that the Roadsport car spec kind of helps the grid close up a bit as well. So expecting maybe a few new faces to kind of be up the front, and yeah, looking forward to having some battles this season.
Excellent, thank you. Wish you all the best for quali in a little while.
Cheers.
Thank you, Tom.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Oulton Park, back to live pictures after our lunch break here on BARC TV. Here's the opening day of the Caterham Championships for 2023. This beautiful Cheshire venue. We've seen 3 cracking races already, another 8 20-minute races to come here this afternoon. Conditions are cloudy, but so far, fingers crossed, staying dry after the rain we had in testing yesterday. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson here taking you through the action. And what have we got on track next, Chris?
So we're coming into the road sport. So this is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and the lowest ladder step that we've got. The Academy will join us later in the season when we get to Croft. They've got their own outing to go at Cadwell Park a little later in April as well. Roadsport car though is just for the graduates from the Academy from last year. We run as 2 Academy grids because there's so many people want to come and do the Caterham racing, and they all combine together to form the Roadsport grid. So this is the first time they'll properly racing some of the cars on the field. 20-minute races again, but now they get 2 races in a race weekend. So whereas we've got everyone else here this weekend running 3 races, they've got 2 to compete with. It is pretty much exactly the same car as the Academy. It's still fully road legal, 125 horsepower, 5-speed H pattern box. And I get the big difference, and as we heard Tom saying there a little bit earlier, and Ed Cozzi as well, you get the new tyre. So this is the ZZS tyre, and it makes around about 2 seconds per lap difference at minimum, if not more. So it really is a much more race-focused car, and it's how the speed is generated in this road sport over the top of an Academy car. They also get minor things like a rear anti-roll bar, so the actual stability at the rear of the car is also greatly increased. Again, it's very well thought out ladder of Caterham racing, and each step brings something else new to the field. We have Tom McEwen then on pole position for this, and he was the green group champion from last. In fact, he was a white group champion. Apologies, from last time out. And so, yes, absolutely great to see him back out there along with his other friends.
Yes, Tom McEwen in pole position, a very rapid young racer indeed. Be interesting to see how he goes here alongside number 8 of Ben Timmons on the front row of the grid. Second row, 77 Harvey Lawrence alongside number 14 Rob Kennelly, and the third row, 88 Ryan Wilby alongside number 72 Toby Ballard. Almost all of these drivers graduates of the Caterham Academy, last year run for novice drivers. Row 4, number 83 Ian Hibberts, and number 28 Nick Bryant. Row 5, Daniel Hope, number 99, and the marvellously monikered Lionel Tolmarsh, number 22. I think that's pronounced correctly anyway. Row 6, Edward Cozzi, number 3, and number 20 James Empson. Then Darren Butler, 68, and the 93 of Craig Boyle. Row 8, Richard Harris, 21, and number 44 of Rob Lowe. On the 9th row, number 70, Simon Sabin, alongside 87 of Henry Littlejohn. Then on row 10, Solomon Rogers, number 65, alongside the number 5 of Tony Jenner. Row 11, Alistair Davidson, number 10, alongside 55, which is Guy Crossman. Row 12, 66, Oliver Kibblewhite, and number 33, Zach Lower. 13 is Charlie Hazelwood. Row 13, Charlie Hazelwood, number 63, and 23, Gary Cross. Row 14, Mark Soden, number 60, alongside 15, Lyndon Arnold. The penultimate row, 49, Graham Finlayson, all the way from Scotland, alongside number 6, James McCullough. And the final row, number 18, Ian Beddis, and number 31, Andrew Bailey. So the cars come up to the grid then. Tom McEwing really has to be the man to beat here, the green and black number 89 car. He starts alongside the number 8. A fantastic livery, you have to say, for the number 8 of Ben Timmons. Bright purple with a yellow roll cage. Very impressive looking car.
Yeah, both Ben Timmons and Tom McEwing went hammer and tong last year. Tom McEwing just pipped Ben at the final round, and behind them we've got Harvey Lawrence. He was the green group. He was in the green group. You saw Rog Patke earlier on, who won the green group champion. Harvey Lawrence found himself in 6th place, having won the opening sprint event. So he'll be looking to see whether he can benefit from this 3rd place start that he's put his Caterham Roadsport up there into, alongside Rob Kennelly, who's a great result there up in the 4th place. And I'd say that was out qualifying compared to his kind of performance last year. I think he finished 10th in the academy of his particular group last year. So that's a great thing to see him up there on a 4th place. We often see that with the Roadsport as they're gaining experience every single time they touch the track, and when they strap these new tyres, these Avon ZZS tyres on, some of them click with that a little bit more than others, and it's great to see him up there in that 4th place, with Ryan Wilby not too far behind in the number 88. And alongside him we have the number 72 of Toby Ballard. So all these names we've seen last year racing across the white and green group in the academy, they got the new ZZS tyres on and they're ready to go with the first of 2 races in the Roadsport Championship. 20 minutes as ever for today.
No gaps on the grid, so we've got all 32 cars out there that took part in qualifying. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to make no predictions whatsoever heading into this one. Any one of these 32 drivers could win this. They're all second-year drivers, this lot, pretty much, as they move off for their green flag lap, just to get some heat into these Avon ZZS tyres.
I think the only driver that's joined us for this Roadsport season is Zach Lower. Again, you can't have any more experience than any of the other drivers in Roadsport. You only get one chance at this championship. Most of them, I think all but Zach Lower, are the academy graduates from last year. And great sight they look as they're pulling away there. Nice to see so many cars. A healthy grid here of Caterham Roadsport cars.
It is Tom McEwing who leads them around. Very quick sim racer as well is Tom, as well as his on-track exploits. Harvey Lawrence in the light blue car there with the yellow nose and wheels.
Harvey Lawrence, another young charger. Like I say, he started with a great win at the sprint event last year, but faded a little bit towards the middle of the race, middle of the season, and then came good again. So he'll be looking to see whether he can convert that and see whether Roadsport can deliver him more good results.
Nice to see a few road-going Caterhams here spectating as well. You can see a couple of them in the background of your picture there as you look at Cascades. It's McEwing in the bright green and black car that leads them round. There's the purple car of Ben Timmons will line up alongside him. Some ultra smart cars up there. I think a personal favourite livery of mine has to be the very bright blue number 21 of Richard Harris, the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored car.
There he was, just going through the screen there indeed. Great to have him. And Chris Fraser we saw in the 310R racing earlier on in a similarly sister, the car is the same colour scheme. So they head off here around Britain's. You can see the marshals up there again. Once again, thank you ever so much to the marshals. You've had to scramble down their lunch. We don't have very much break here today, but the green flags waving there to signify where the marshals posts are and to let the drivers know that all is well around the track. What a pretty track this is. It's a real adventure for our drivers as well. You really go out into the countryside, around the lakes and back again, but they will be firmly watching their drivers around them. They won't have time to do for the scenery.
No chance to admire the view here. I think it was a long-time Caterham racer Peter French said that, was it here or was it at Anglesey? He was so distracted by the view that he almost went off on his first lap of the circuit many years ago.
Here and Anglesey both compete for those scenic sides. It really is a parkland that we're here in, and an old country estate, and it's been here a long time, and what a fantastic racetrack it makes.
It really is, yes. This undulating, flowing layout, a very beautiful venue here near Tarporley in Cheshire. If you've not visited Oulton Park before, if you are watching on the live stream today, do try and make a trip this summer to one of the events here at Oulton. Just look on the circuit website for the full schedule, or at barc.net for the full schedule of BARC and Caterham events. Of course, the Caterham supported championships running with the BARC for the first time this year. So the first few cars coming up towards the grid then. Tom McEwing in green, Ben Timmons in purple on the front row. The second row, the yellow, blue and white car of number 77 Harvey Lawrence alongside number 14 Rob Kennelly in grey with the orange nose and roll cage. Row 3, number 88 Ryan Wilby in grey and blue with the number 72 Toby Ballard, a very quick racer last season on the grey and orange livery there, completing row number 3. Fourth row, number 83 Ian Hibbert, he's in blue and yellow, looking for his first race win. He's had a couple of podiums in the past, but looking for his first win here, alongside number 28 Nick Bryant in the blue car with the green roll cage. And completing the top 10 on the grid, 99 Dan Hope in orange and black, and number 22 in the black and gold livery is Lionel Tolmarsh. 5-second board is held aloft then. This will be a 20-minute race, the first of 2 races for the Caterham Roadsport Championship, sponsored by Vertex here at Oulton Park. The red lights are on, the revs rise, and away they go down towards Old Hall for the first time, and it's side by side between the 2 front row men. Looks like Ben Timmons has got the edge from the outside of row 1. Not the best of starts by Tom McEwing, but he will slot into second place. Is everybody else going to make it round? One car will wheel up onto the grass there. A couple of cars run wide. We've got a spinner at the back. That's delayed 1 or 2 cars. Yep, we've had a collision. Oh dear. A couple of back markers tangling together there. I think one of them might have been the number 5 car, possibly up Tony Jenner. It could have been Henry Littlejohn, similarly coloured car number 87.
So yeah, a little bit of an action out there. Often see that drift to the wide on the exit of turn 1, and it spins the car to the inside. Unfortunately, they locked up. He couldn't quite avoid. But Ben Timmons has currently got a break away from the rest of the field in the purple number 8 there, or 80, yeah, number 8 car, as he goes around Tom McEwing in the bright green. We've got side-by-side action there between Harvey Lawrence and Ryan Wilby as they head into Brits for the first time, as the cars all make it around Shell Oils. But Ben Timmons making a good early break. Let's see whether we have to have a safety car or whether those 2 cars can rejoin the race.
Well, the officials will be down there frantically trying to clear the incident, I'm sure. And yes, looks like the safety car is coming out. There's the incident. The number 63 car of Charlie Hazelwood crashed into the spinning car there. It was number 5, Tony Jenner, that has gone around there, the man from Chichester in Sussex. The 63 car of Charles Hazelwood collected him as he spun around there, and as a result of that, the safety car coming out to clear up the mess.
You can see him fully locked up as he tried to avoid the car, but unfortunately it just appeared in his line of sight too late. As they will all now slow up then, so Ben Timmons, he had a little bit of a breakaway, but he's going to have to do all that work again as he heads on around with Tom McEwing chasing. A little bit of a replay here.
Yeah, let's have a look again. Watch towards the back of the field. We've got one car with its wheel up on the grass on the inside. That was Simon Sabin, number 70, but it's to the outside of him. Possibly as a result of that, there goes Tony Jenner out wide. He spins back across. He just misses. Well, he may have just clipped one car, but then wallop. Charles Hazelwood unfortunately couldn't avoid him. Hits him in the rear wheel.
A little bit of a case of you get your eyes fixed on the thing you want to avoid rather than looking where you can get around it there. Unfortunately, remember these drivers are only the second season's racing, and things happen very quickly, as you can see. But yeah, dropping a wheel onto that grass on the exit, and the car just span around, with leaving number 60 nowhere to go as they drop action up and running again as soon as we can.
Main thing is both of the drivers appear to be okay down there. They're tough little cars, these Caterham Roadsports machines. So it's Ben Timmons who leads from Tom McEwing, the pole sitter. The leader's just passing the scene of the incident there. Harvey Lawrence in 3rd. Ryan Wilby is up into 4th position. Then it's the number 14 of Rob Kennelly. Good getaway for Lionel Tolmarsh there. He's up into 6th position from 10th on the grid. That was a cracking start for the number 22 car. He's ahead of Toby Ballard. And also Edward Cozzy making up 3 places off the line. He's 8th. Dan Hope and the number 28 of Nick Bryant rounding out the first 10.
So the safety car, first time we've seen that this weekend. Another skill that they will have had last year. They did have to have the safety car in the academy a couple of times, but it's a skill nonetheless. So you can see the safety car taking them slowly around so that we can maximise the racing laps as much as we can. But they're all, they haven't yet got their fully up to speed in the race, and now they're going to be following around, waiting for the safety car, looking for the lights to go out. Hopefully the marshals will be able to clear that corner within the next lap or two, and then we can get this race back up and running. You can see the clock, though, still continues ticking while we are under this safety car, so the 20-minute race will be eaten into by this. But there you can see the Ben Timmons leading them all through, and we'll look for those lights. The next time through, probably those lights will turn off as they go off and out around or before Clay Hill.
Yes, once the lights go out, that means safety car in this lap. It's Gareth Newton driving the safety car this weekend, ex-saloon car racer. Used to compete in the Nippon Challenge with a Mitsubishi, among other things, Gareth, about 10 or so years ago.
Slightly reduced pace around currently in the safety car as they head on around, lead this group through, but great start for the lead group. They all got it up and running safely through turn 1, so they can be getting ready for themselves, so preparing themselves, making sure that by the time we do have a restart, the car's ready and they're ready to go racing once more.
Yellow car there, number 70, Simon Sabin, one of the leading lights in the green group of the Academy last season, but quite a way down the field here. He came through in 16th place. You saw him get a wheel on the grass at the start, trying to make up for lost time, perhaps from qualifying.
Yeah, he was trying to tuck to the inside and got a bit squeezed, which meant he pushed him up onto the curb, and then it got locked a little bit onto the grass and the dust. And I think that probably did cause some of the reaction that we saw a bit further back through the field there. But Simon Sabin having an epic end to the last season and some really good racing, including Knockhill memorably. He was exciting to watch for a lap after lap. But it is Ben Timmons in the number 8 who continues to lead them. They are still active race as we go through, so he will continue to lead them until the safety car pulls off, at which point he takes over as that safety car. He chooses the pace that they're going to run at, and his only stipulation is that he can't accelerate and then brake once more. If he decides he's going to go, then he must continue to go and accelerate.
Yes, and also you can't pass until you cross the timing line. You cannot overtake until you're over the line. There's the number 10 car, that's Alistair Davidson, and there is the number 5 of Tony Jenner. See, he got hit in the rear wheel as he spun there, damaged the right rear corner. The wheel is broken, the tyre punctured, the exhaust rather flattened as well, so that's going to need some work.
Yeah, but Caterham support all these Roadsport cars, so they will get that back to the Caterham workshop in the pits, and they will get that all back together ready for his second race this afternoon.
Did that say "this way up" on its number plate?
Yes,
that's a bit unfortunate.
Yes, I think that's from past experience. Tony Jenner running a new livery this season, so an unfortunate start to his season nonetheless, but we could look forward to seeing him this afternoon, seeing where he can get back through. What a sight that makes with the Roadsports streaming over the back, lumps and bumps of this back straight before that final corner. Light still on, the safety car will do another lap, but it does look like hopefully they'll be able to manoeuvre this car away, which has got a bit of a radiator issue, so they won't be able to start the engine or anything, and certainly it looked like it had a bit of front damage, so they will be working hard to manoeuvre that car. You can see it's rolling slightly. The pit lane is just to their right hand side, so I expect that they can clear this to the efficient removal of those cars from the circuit, ready for us to get racing once more.
Yeah, one of the classic Ford pickup truck recovery vehicles there that have been a feature of Oulton for so many years. Thanks to our recovery teams, it's Charlie Hazelwood, number 63, the man from Warrington, so on his local circuit this weekend. Not the start to his season that he was looking for, sadly. You can see the car just being lifted there by the recovery vehicle, so hopefully next lap around we will get racing back underway once the marshals and the clerk of the course are satisfied that the circuit is fully clear there. They had down the avenue. Many years ago this straight was lined by an avenue of trees, hence its name, and it stays as the park for the stately home here at Oulton.
Good to see the crowds out there as well, enjoying the Caterham action, as you can see from our live stream. For those who can't make it to the circuit today, that the action is fast and frantic, and we'd love to see you on the banks out at racing further through this season. But a lot of drivers there, friends and family all out there enjoying this Caterham action that we've got to bring you today.
There's a great camaraderie in the paddock as well, isn't there? All the teams are good friends with each other, great rivals on track, but off track everyone is very friendly, mixing in the hospitality area I saw at lunchtime, and just a mantra I always have is motorsport should be fun, and in Caterham racing it certainly is.
Motorsport's family, especially in Caterham racing. We come up through, a lot of us start in the Caterham Academy, and we literally race all the way for the next 5 years with our friends and family, get to know each other, and it's a fantastic, as you say, atmosphere out in the paddock. And Roadsport, you're not allowed team support in this championship, so you're still self-supported, you're still making sure you tighten all your nuts and bolts and make sure your wheels are pointing the right way. If anything gets bent out on track, Caterham will help you sort that out. So that's how we operate in the Roadsport Motorsport season. It's not until the 270s where you can actually start having team support, if that's something you want to go and do, but plenty of drivers still do support themselves as they get to the higher levels of Caterham action.
These cars are road legal, and one or two of the drivers even drive them to and from the events, don't they?
Absolutely, and between the events, yeah. It's a great little car, and it's, like you say, fully road legal, as the Academy car is, and generally speaking, we have at least a few drivers who love driving them around. A lot of people choose to trailer their cars to events, but they're a great track day toy as well, and plenty of these cars and drivers will be getting their experience levels up by going out on track days in between as well.
Gareth Newton still heading the crocodile round in the BMW safety car. The pace, I think, has quickened slightly, so we may get a green this time by. We'll wait and see what happens as the car comes up to Lodge. When those flashing lights go out, it means we're about to go racing once again. So we'll wait and pick that up, hopefully, as they come into Lodge. They're at Druids at the moment. The lights are still on atop the safety car. So will we get another lap under safety car conditions? We'll wait and see.
We'll see whether we do get the lights out. One thing I would say is that in the higher championship, the lights are out, so we are going to go racing. Those gaps will remove themselves from the higher championship. They've let themselves spread out a little bit, but we are going to get back racing. Ben Timmins is the safety car currently.
Yes, he's slowed the pace a little there. He's looking to get the best launch possible here. He's trying to anticipate the run up to the line here before we go racing once again. We'll get racing again exactly almost at half distance. 10 minutes to go, and here we go. They go past the green flag. We are racing once again here at Oulton Park, and it's Ben Timmins who leads from Tom McEwing. Harvey Lawrence in third place as they head single file into Old Hall Corner for the first time. Looks like everybody is going to get round. Okay, there's that bright blue car I mentioned of Richard Harris. Just ahead of him is the 68 of Darren Butler, the green car. It's Timmins from McEwing. Harvey Lawrence under pressure for that third place. That's Ryan Wilby, number 88, trying to come through at Cascades, but they're fairly well spaced out on this restart at the moment. It'll take a lap or so for them to all bunch up again, I think, as Wilby goes side by side with Lawrence, and in behind that looks like the number 14 of Rob Kennelly up towards Shell Oil's hairpin on the first lap of the restart.
Very orderly restart for this Roadsport season. As I said, in the higher echelons they would have been much closer to each other's nose to tail as they came out, but Ryan Wilby has made that place up over Harvey Lawrence then. So Harvey Lawrence been demoted down into fourth place, just ahead of Kennelly, Tolmarsh, Ballard, Cozzy, as they head through the Britain chicane again, riding those curbs. A little bit softer suspension in this Roadsport, and it will be a bit more compliant over those curbs. We've seen the others sort of bouncing and flying, but here is Harvey Lawrence. But Ben Timmins leading this group down then is ahead of Tom McEwing in second place.
Attack going on for 6th and 7th place there. That's I think was Lionel Tolmarsh coming under a bit of pressure. Try and see who that was. I think it was Toby Ballard on the attack there, the number 72 car. There's Richard Harris, the 21, chasing 68 of Darren Butler. That's the battle for 14th place. There's little scraps going on all the way down the order, but it's starting to close up for the lead now as they head through Druids for the first time on this restart of this Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship race. Here comes Tom McEwing having a look on the inside as they go under the Warwick Bridge and up towards Lodge Corner. Can he get the move done on the inside? Looks like he's going to. The pole sitter retakes the lead. Nice move there by Tom McEwing, and now trying to get through into second place is the number 88 of Ryan Wilby, the Yorkshireman, up alongside Ben Timmins, the man from Essex, who moves to cover as they come down the straight towards Old Hall. He's trying to take the lead back around the outside, but it looks like Tom McEwing has made it stick, and we have a new leader.
Yeah, nice smooth transition there. McEwing taking over the lead for the first time in this race. Ben Timmins slotting into that second place. Not quite happy there just yet, but Ryan will be watching these on. They seem to have the pace in these front three to maybe pull away a little bit from Harvey Lawrence, so he'll have to keep that as he's looking in his mirrors. He's got to keep his eyes forward as well as backwards as they head on around Cascades and off and down onto this island bend once more. But Tom McEwing out front again, like he was quite a lot of the season last year, alongside Matt Larby, who we've already seen in the 270s. That was Hibbert calling to the inside as they went round Island Bend, but McEwing in the lead for the moment.
Ian Hibbert a little bit further back. I know he's desperate for his first victory in Caterham racing. Number 83 lives within an exhaust roar of Donington Park up in the Midlands. The pack heads down the far side into Britain's, the top three together. There's Tolmarsh coming through as well. Tolmarsh in the number 22 looks like is up into fourth place now, ahead of Harvey Lawrence, so he's on a charge. The black and gold JPS Lotus lookalike number 22 going after the three leaders. McEwing from Timmins in second, then Wilby third, and Tolmarsh giving chase in the 22 ahead of Harvey Lawrence. Who's that there in sixth position? That looks like still Kennelly there in sixth.
Roadsport cars, we said road legal, also running the windscreen. The only cars this weekend that are running that windscreen and front lights, so you can spot them easily out on track today. Does mean their tow is even greater because the windscreen does push the air away, and it means that the following cars are likely to bunch up, and you can see that's all happening now, where McEwing, Timmins and Wilby look like they're breaking slightly away as we watch that 83 battle there. A little bit further back, Hibbert and going through. But McEwing, it was all closing up as this windscreen is pushing that wind out the air from the following cars are able to catch up. Maybe something like 7 to 10 miles an hour quicker as they follow in that tow.
Toby Ballard has got ahead of Rob Kennelly up into 6th position there, so he's challenging Harvey Lawrence now for 5th. They're still in a single file formation there, back to Dan Hope, so 9 cars together there. There's the number 3 of Edward Cozzi ahead of Dan Hope, so 9 cars for the lead. Just over 5.5 minutes to go down to Cascades. It is still McEwing from Timmins, then Wilby. Tolmarsh in 4th place. 5th is the number 77 of Harvey Lawrence, the youngest man in the race at 20 years of age. On towards Island Bend they go yet again. Lawrence under fire. That's from the pairing of Ballard and Kennelly, but Ben Timmins desperate to get the lead back here from Tom McEwing. Comes from York in the 89. A little bit wide through there. That was the number 3 of Cozzi in 8th position. Rounding up the top 10 at the moment is Ian Hibbert, as he's got ahead of the 28 of Nick Bryant, who's dropped a couple of spots.
Yeah, there's Toby Boys as well, just gone through our shot, doing quite well up there in... sorry, I'm recording the wrong car. But just noticed last time we went through that the top 2 cars, they were drifting, they were slightly pulling away, and I think they've dragged Ryan Wilby with them. But now that we've come back to them, it looks like that's evaporating, but it's something to watch out for. We saw it last year, those front 3 were able to pull away, and I'm wondering whether that's going to continue into this Roadsport season.
There's the number 99 of Daniel Hope, Ian Hibbert in behind him. Then we have got the citrus yellow liveried car of number 93, that's Craig Boyle. Through towards Druids they come. 4 minutes and 20 seconds of the race to go. There's the battle for 7th position, but it's still McEwing under fire from Ben Timmins, who's making a move as they come into Lodge Corner. No, he's not close enough. He has to bob back in behind Tom McEwing. 3rd place is still Ryan Wilby, covering his line from Lionel Tolmarsh in the black and gold number 22. Almost up alongside him there as they come through in towards Old Hall Corner. Wilby covering the inside. Tolmarsh trying to get into a podium position around the outside, and he's done it. That's about the 3rd time we've seen a car go around the outside. I said that was an uncommon move, clearly not in Caterham racing.
Once you get that draft over the start-finish straight, as long as you get that momentum going into turn 1, you can sweep around the outside. The person on the inside's pinched a little bit too much, and yeah, it does allow that to happen. But you can see Tom McEwing now is sort of pulling Timmins away from Tolmarsh, who's made that position up against Ryan Wilby, and Harvey Lawrence is dropping backwards a little bit at the moment. 5th place is his current position, and Ballard looking to see whether he can do anything about that. Cozzi, though, in that 7th place, also looking to see whether he can move up through the field more.
Tolmarsh having to attack and defend at the same time at the moment, now in that 3rd place, because Ryan Wilby is fighting back, and he's having a go at Ben Timmins at the same time here for that 2nd position. This is going to allow Tom McEwing, I think, to get away very slightly. They head towards Britain's. 4th is still Wilby, then Lawrence, Ballard, Cozzi, Kennelly, Hope and Hibbert is your top 10. 3 wide almost. Look at this, it's going to be 3 wide as they come into Knickerbrook. Harvey Lawrence trying to move back up. Tolmarsh holds the place ahead of Ryan Wilby in the number 88 car. They're all over each other for 3rd. This is terrific stuff. It's allowing the first 2 to get away very slightly. The 72 of Toby Ballard is next in the order, then the 3 of Edward Cozzi, and behind him the number 14 of Rob Kennelly. This is the battle for 3rd down to 8th, side by side for the lead. Here comes Ben Timmins on the inside. He goes through on the run into Druids. Ben Timmins takes the lead back again in the number 8 car from our pole sitter Tom McEwing. It's anybody's race for 3rd.
I would normally say they might start working together a little bit, but they're absolutely not going to. The safety car has obviously pushed us late in this race with only a couple of minutes left to go. Remember, their kind of lap times are 1:57-ish, so we're going to see the latter part of this race happen pretty quickly, and those 2 leaders out front, currently Timmins taking that over McEwing. And you can see that they're battling where they weren't working together has now brought Tolmarsh and Wilby right in there. Wilby had a head of steam, well, he had to block the Harvey, who had a head of steam coming up over the hill last time, and that's why we saw him getting squeezed onto the grass a little bit, but Wilby did maintain that 4th place.
Rob Kennelly going around the outside of Edward Cozzi there. That's for 7th position at the start of the lap. 1 minute and 30 seconds still to go as the leaders head towards Island Bend. Still Timmins ahead of McEwing. Everybody else now starting to queue up behind them. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, recorded by Craig Boyle, who's down in 11th place. So it's a car working in clear air that's able to set the quicker laps. He's on a 1:58.2, which is about a second off Guy Hawkins' lap record, which dates back to 2016. As the leaders head towards Britain's once again. Still Ben Timmins with the lead of the race. Head through the Britain chicane. Let's see what Tom McEwing can do as they go into Knickerbrook this time. He's on the outside heading over Hilltop. They're almost side by side. Is he going to get him on the brakes here? I don't think so. No, Ben Timmins able to hang on. Ryan Wilby still running side by side with Lionel Tolmark. It's Tolmark who's got the third place at the moment. Then Harvey Lawrence in the 77, and then the rest of them. Somebody has had a moment there. Was that it's Ian Hibbert? Ian Hibbert had a moment at Knickerbrook.
Yeah, he just lost the rear of the car and it stepped to the inside, so he had to gather it all together, and that lost all his momentum and lost all the progress he'd made. But it's side by side for the lead once more. McEwing around the outside. Then they've got 26 seconds left of this race. I assume they are going to get back over the line. Let's check it out this time. It could be the last corner, so let's keep an eye out for that one.
This is going to be very close indeed. Tom McEwing has retaken the lead. Coming through Druids, an excellent move there. Ben Timmins goes for Broke around the outside in the number 8. Tolmarsh could make it 3 wide here up towards the start-finish line. Look at the way Lionel Tolmarsh is going in the 22. The checkered flag is going to be out this time, I think, as they come to the line. It's a photo finish. 4 wide over the line, and it's Lionel Tolmarsh that got it.
What a finish by Lionel Tolmarsh to take that as they came over the line, just over the top of Tom McEwing and Ben Timmins. So we've got the number 70, is that Simon Sabin recovering back, but what a finish to that race. 4 wide as they came over the line. 14 thousandths of a second between the top 4 drivers as they crossed the line there. Absolutely incredible finish as we see the rest of the field just finishing their races.
Incredible. Lionel Tolmarsh has won it by 0.074 of a second. McEwing second, Timmins third, and Wilby fourth. We see a replay of a tangle. Richard Harris and Simon Sabin tangling up there on the final turn. Bits of bodywork everywhere, but they were able to recover and get over the line. But Tolmarsh won it. That's his first win, I think, in Caterham's.
Yeah, absolutely. That he was, I said he was further up the grid than I was expecting to see him, and he's actually gone and converted that into a race win. He is going to be absolutely delighted with that result. He was in exactly the right place to make up for, as they went side by side into that final corner. He just had the little run of momentum, and there was enough time in this Roadsport car. It may not have as much power as some of the cars we've seen earlier today, but you can see that the racing is equally as close.
Okay, let's check the winning margins there. Race won by 0.074 of a second. Lionel Tolmarsh ahead of Ben Timmins. Third was Tom McEwing, number 89, and fourth, number 88, Ryan Wilby. They were covered by 0.147 of a second. And exactly 2 tenths further back was Harvey Lawrence in fifth. I'm losing my voice already here. Toby Ballard was sixth in the number 72, so just over half a second covers the, and in fact the timing being corrected there, because TSL had to check the times there. So the actual winning margin was 6 thousandths of a second. It was even closer than we thought.
What a brilliant first race for the Roadsport Championships. Don't forget, we've got another Roadsport race for you to bring you a little bit later in the day, and let's see whether Tolmarsh can continue this incredible run here. But Timmins and McEwing, they were the mainstays at the front of that race, weren't they? Wilby was there or thereabouts. Harvey Lawrence managed to stop the drift back into that 5th place. I'm sure they're all going to be happy to have got to the end of that. Simon Sabin we just saw having an issue with Richard Harris just as they were on that last lap, but it looks like they both recovered and got to finish across the line.
They did indeed make it to the line, so the provisional result is a win for Lionel Tolmarsh by 6 thousandths of a second, ahead of Ben Timmins, Tom McEwing, Ryan Wilby, Harvey Lawrence and Toby Ballard. They were covered by just over half a second, the top 6 at the line there. 7th went to Rob Kennelly. Daniel Hope, number 99 was 8th. 9th was Craig Boyle. He got the fastest lap, number 93. And rounding out the top 10, despite that moment late on, was Ian Hibbert.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more racing action. We'll see if we can hear from some of our drivers in a little bit. But Roadsports will be back out at 3:35 this afternoon and look for more of that action. But we've got so much more racing to get to between now and then, as we see them all just pulling there into the pit lane, and they'll turn sharp right. And Sam is down in Parc Ferme and talking to our drivers.
Well, that was interesting finish to that race, wasn't it? 4 across the line. Lionel, first win at the first race. Yeah, you just made it.
I made a really good start from 10th, and I think I made it into 5th, and then the red flag allowed me to reset. But I wasn't expecting these two to make I thought I might have a chance going into the final corner, and they went too wide, and it's amazing. Everyone's really well raced, and it was reasonably clean as well, except for the start, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, awesome.
Well, you did it. You've got your first win. That's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And you've got to be there for those opportunities, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's been a fantastic day so far. Now another race to go.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for that. Thank you, Lionel. Well done. I'll move on to Ben next. Well, I've got Ben and Tom. Ben, congratulations on second place. You had the lead for quite a while there, didn't you?
I did, and I thought if the safety car hadn't come out, it might have been a different scenario, because I thought, oh yes, there's a bit of a gap, I've broken the toe, and I was like, what are all these yellow flags? And then realised obviously what had happened. But no, really great race. Lionel absolutely out of nowhere at the end there. Couldn't believe we were like 3 abreast, and I was like, where's the third car come from? So congrats to Lionel, and well done to Tom as well. Drove amazingly as always.
Oh, congratulations, well done. And Tom, congratulations to you as well. A great battle between the two of you yet again, which is lovely to see.
Really good fun, and a massive congrats to Lionel as well. First win. He's really picked up since the back end of last year. Me and Ben had a great battle, and I missed my gear in the final corner, which left me without any drive, and it pushed Ben a bit wide, and then Lionel, fair to him, took his opportunity and beat us both across the line, but it was so close. It was it must have been tense in it. Really good.
It's 14 thousandths of a second crossing the 4 of you.
Wow, that was good. That was a good race. I enjoyed that.
Oh, congratulations.
Cheers, Sam. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll head back to the guys in the commentary studio.
Yep, thank you, Sam. Now getting ready for race number 5 on the programme, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Now, thanks again to Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity set up several years ago by Major James Cameron, and helping so many injured servicemen find a new lease of life in the world of motorsport. They've entered many events over the years in Caterhams, MX-5s, Citroen C1s and much more besides. The grid for race number 5 will be based on the results of their race earlier on. Now, it was Freddie Chiddicks who led home race number 1, but he got a 10-second penalty for a false start, which dropped him down to 7th place. Such was the closeness of the battle at the front. So it's race winner Charlie Lower, number 21, who starts on pole position. Alongside him will be number 73 of Matt Larby. Second row, 29, last year's Academy Group champion Rog Patke, alongside 15 James Cook, the Flying Welshman. Proudly flying the Welsh flag on his car as well. Row 3, number 35 Mark Kendall and 14 Jonathan Ramsey. Freddie Chiddicks penalised down to 7th place, starts alongside the number 2 of Mark Jones. Row 5, 96 Peter Mott. Watch out for him from the back of the grid in race 1 to finish 9th alongside 51 Simon Arnold. Row 6, number 10 Gareth Lucas, who saw a bit of smoke from his car in race 1, starts alongside the 45 David Rook. Row 7, 71 of Charles Perry and 49 Stephen Lancaster had a quick spin in the first race. 17 Alex Vincent on row 8 alongside number 84 Joe Priday. He had a great battle with Alan Venters in race 1. The 74 starts on row 9 alongside the 44 of Ian Summers. The final row, number 22 Louise Deason and 23 Alan Bateman.
Yeah, so Alex Vincent finding himself in 15th there. I think he started in 5th place or thereabouts from the grid, so he was one of the bigger losers from that. So let's keep an eye out for Alex Vincent coming back through the field.
He was another to get a false start penalty.
There you go.
Vincent
so
and Stephen Lancaster were the other two.
There you go. So it was. So he is definitely out of position, and he's got all the work to do again. I had a very brief chat with Matt Larby after race 1, and his welcome to 270 after Academy last year. He was yes, very excited with the racing that was on offer. But yes, it's great to see them back out there. Charlie Lowe inheriting that win over Chiddicks then, and Rog and Freddie, taking it over from Larby and Patke taking the 2nd and 3rd, and then Cook and Kendall. Kendall was there or thereabouts all the way through in his green machine, wasn't he? Every time he dropped away a little bit, he was able to get it right back in there. So let's look out for Kendall, seeing whether he can make it happen. Jonathan Ramsey hanging on in there in that race all the way through, but he did finish ahead of Chiddicks after that penalty. But you can see the Roadsport cars there. The 270 cars are coming up to line up there on the grid, all looking at each other. Interesting as the marshals get them into their correct grid slots.
Impressive formation sprinting from our marshals there to get them into line. Fair play to them. It's pretty warm here at Oulton Park today.
It is perfect racing conditions. Like I say, a little bit of no real breeze, but what area there is, it's a little bit cool, so the engines are going to be loving it. As we can see, the green flag is just about ready as Alan Bateman just lines up on the grid there.
Yes, Bateman starts at the back alongside Louise Deason in the pink, white and orange liveried car. Very smart looking car indeed. It's the dark grey and blue number 21 of Charlie Lower in pole position, courtesy of his win earlier on. The 73 of Matt Larby, the black and blue car with the red wheels and roll cage alongside him. Then Rog Patke in the pink and black on row 2 alongside the 15 of James Cook. We already know how we can recognise the Welshman's car with the Welsh Dragon on his car very prominently. 35 is next, that's Mark Kendall in green and black, and Jonathan Ramsey in the grey and red car completing the third row of the grid. 20 cars out there, looks like they are all back out there after race number 1 earlier on.
Chiddix, yeah, fine. So 7th place. It's certainly, well, as long as he can make it around this first corner, as we've seen a couple of times today, that can be tricky to get around that first corner. But 7th place is definitely not out the mix, and he's going to take Mark Jones there with him, who started quite a long way down for him. He's normally up there competing at the front of the grid, so him getting used to this new car. Let's see whether Mark Jones in the number 2 car, that's a grey paddle-up car, can come through from 8th place starting grid. But Charlie Lower and Matt Larby, Rod Patke, fully ensconced in that battle all the way through race 1. Will it continue that as we go into race 2? I am pretty convinced of that.
So a 20-minute race coming up then. Race 1 was an absolute belter with 7 cars battling it out at the front of the field. It was as high as 9 at one point, the lead draft, if you like.
Very unusual for these drivers to have this multi-race format in a single day. They're used to doing a race, then going home, having a bit of a think about it, wake up the next day with a new attitude and go again. Today they've got to do that 3 times. Remember, they're doing 3 20-minute races this year in the 270s. That's brand new for all of these drivers, and it really is something they've got to get their head into. It's to build up your adrenaline ready to race, and then for it to drop again and save energy before then having to build it all back up again as we see them weaving to clean their tyres on the way down the hill.
Caterham racers live on adrenaline, as you know, Chris.
Absolutely, but there's only so much your body can deliver, and Oulton Park's going to take every single last drop today. But what a sight that is. You can see the lake to the left there, to the left of Knickerbrook chicane as they're heading out and around.
Yes, through the right of Knickerbrook and Hislops, named after motorcycle legend Steve Hislop. And it's up towards Clay Hill, Druids Lodge, Deerleap, and the end of the lap. The lead cars will be coming around to the grid very shortly, headed by Charlie Lower. He's keeping his Avon tyres nice and warm.
Fantastic to see these cars then as they're heading out. You can see the weaving going on. That's just to make sure that their tyres are nice and clean and clear of any debris as they head off around. You want obviously to get some temperature in there, but equally to say if you get dust on your tyres, then you definitely want to clean that off. So you'll see them weaving just gently left and right as they head down into this final corner then. Onwards down. So who are we going to see win this race? Charlie Lower would certainly take some of the best bets. He sees the more experience of the drivers around him. James Cook, though, does come up into that 4th place. And yeah, we wouldn't bet against Freddie Chiddix making a fight back. He's got a point to prove. And remember, they've still got one more race to go this afternoon after this one is complete. So let's see who can make the best of this second of the 270R races today.
In position then on the grid then, the last few cars just moving into line. Matt Larby with his best chance of a graduate victory here from the Academy, moving straight up into 270R, as has Rog Patke, the man on row 2 of the grid. Watch for Freddie Chiddix, though. He'll be fired up after that penalty in race 1. Down on row 4 of the grid, he's going to try and rip his way through the opposition in the early stages. So red lights are on then, ready for race 2 of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and away they go down towards Old Hall for the first time. Charlie Lower gets away well from pole position. We had a collision on the grid there, unfortunately. A bit of bodywork goes flying. Didn't quite see who that was from. Up the inside there, the 35 car of Mark Kendall. I think they've all got away okay there after that bit of contact. It's Lower who leads. Patke's into 2nd place. It's the number 15 up into third. Matt Larby is the man who's lost out there. He's dropped back to about 6th place.
He didn't pick up off the line very well. He seemed to get the first gear right, but I think maybe the second to third gear change, which is quite problematic sometimes in the stressful situations. And I didn't see who lost that wing, but it certainly pinged quite high into the air, didn't it? But it looks like they all continued anyway, as we see then Charlie Lower take them and lead them round ahead of Roger Patke. Then we got Cook and Kendall up into that 4th place. So Larby has got a bit of work to do now. He's fighting in and around Chiddicks.
Yes, Freddie Chiddicks is moving up behind him there. I think it's the number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey who's got up into 5th position. In fact, we'll check that in a moment, but it is through Britons for the first time. Charlie Lower who's got the lead ahead of Richard Patke. 3rd place is James Cook, then the 35 in 4th. That's Mark Kendall. Down the hill they come. Patke moves to the outside, looking to lead a race for the first time this season. Doesn't quite manage it. Charlie Lower holds him off as they swing their way into Knickerbrook for the first time. It is the number 14 of Ramsey, the Lancashire driver, in 5th position. So Freddie Chiddicks is still down in 7th. There's the man who lost the wing. It's number 10
Gareth Lucas.
Of Gareth Lucas. We saw him in a small spot of bother at the start of race 1, the car emitting some smoke.
He would have only just put that wing back on, and now it's been pinged ceremonially off. But there is a change for the lead. Roger Patke up the inside, although Charlie had in the quadlock car had the momentum around the outside and managed to hold on. Remember, he's got the higher level of experience, and now Roger Patke is going to be consumed by Cook and Kendall. Kendall moves himself nicely into 2nd place there as Cook takes in that 3rd place, and now it's going to be Larby around the outside to see whether he can now get back fighting with Patke. But there's Ramsey as well getting involved. It's all kicking off again.
Great move there by Mark Kendall to move up into 2nd place. The red and yellow striped flag is out on the pit straight to warn the drivers of a bit of debris there from that start line collision from Gareth Lucas's number 10 car that's lost the wing. It's Lower who leads from Kendall. 3rd place now it is James Cook. He's got ahead of Roger Patke. Here comes Larby down the inside. He takes the number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey into Cascades. Along the lakeside they go up towards Island Bend, then the Shell hairpin. It's Charlie Lower looking for 2 wins out of 2, but Mark Kendall a much better start this time in the number 35 car. Great move around the outside at Lodge to take that 2nd place as they head up into Shell hairpin. Cook tucks in behind him, then it's Patke, the 73 of Matt Larby. He's followed by Ramsey, Chiddicks and the rest of them, and the group we saw fighting for the lead in race 1 hasn't been able to break away yet this time.
Not yet, no, but we are seeing Charlie Lower with a little bit of a gap. Remember, we saw Kendall drop back just touch every now and again in the last race, and it looks like Charlie Lower may be able to make make hay while the sun shines on that one. But they're leading off back down the hill. Then Roger Patke in 4th place, Matt Larby just behind him, and Chiddicks has gone packed through against Ramsey there to get back into that top 6.
Patke heads this group through. Next in the order behind Chiddicks was Mark Jones in the number 2 car. There's that number 10 of Gareth Lucas, the car missing a wing. He's got I think it's the 71 car, and also the number 49 of Steve Lancaster, the citrus yellow car, in that scrap with him as they head round to complete their 2nd lap this time. A long way to go yet in this Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, race number 2 of the day and of the season. There's Lucas side by side with Lancaster into Lodge Corner. It's the move stick on the inside there. That's the battle a little further back for 11th position. They bounce their way out of Deer Leap. Leaders complete another lap.
Yeah, and here we go, side by side then. That's Kendall just on the inside, having a little look, wasn't he? But there's Lower had the momentum around the outside, but that's going to allow Cook to have a head of steam as they head down into Cascades this time. He's going to have to drop back in, but all this is helping Charlie Lower at the moment. Just break that little gap. You can see just balancing the rear end of this car. They don't have the limited slip differential, but they've got the wider track front and stiffer suspension all round, which makes these cars really race focused. Certainly a step up again from that Roadsport, which we've just seen out on track.
Matt Larby having a look there at Roger Patke, the old academy rivals in 4th and 5th position. They've got Freddie Chiddicks coming up behind them. He's got ahead now, I think, of Jonathan Ramsey. Yes, he has. Ramsey has dropped back into the clutches of the likes of David Rook. We're seeing the Scotsman move up the order. That's the red car there. He's now up into 8th position. He's got ahead of I think he's got ahead of Jonathan Ramsey now. We'll check that in a moment as they come through Britons for the 3rd time. It's a crocodile for 2nd place, but Charlie Lower has been able to eke out a slight lead here. He comes over the top. He's about 3 or 4 Caterham lengths clear of Mark Kendall in that 2nd position. Here comes James Cook having a look on the inside into Knickerbrook. Also at the inside is Matt Larby, chased by the 66 of Freddie Chiddicks, and Roger Patke loses 2 places at Knickerbrook. Next in the order it is indeed David Rook. rest of them come through. Lancaster's lost a couple of places in there as well. There's a nice little battle going on towards the back. The 84 and the 74, that's Joe Pridey and Alan Venters. We saw them scrapping in race 1 as well.
Really opportunistic move by Freddie Chiddicks there. He saw that Matt Larby was fully committed up the inside, and he just put his car right where Roger Patke didn't want it to go, and therefore made it a stick. A great move there by Chiddicks, showing his class out there, but he's still following on behind Larby. They are going to be fully involved in this battle as we see Ramsey side by side with Rook. And remember, Rook and Cook was the often erstwhile call last year. His friend is a little bit further up the field though, so he's still got some work to do, but he's doing going in the right direction.
And he's going into second place, James Cook in the number 15. He's going great guns here as Ramsey goes side by side with David Rook, takes the place back again into Old Hall. That's the battle for 7th place. This is the fight for second. Cook ahead of Kendall down the avenue into Cascades, a little bit sideways there on the entry, and the second place car of Cook has run wide.
He was struggling to keep that. He got onto the dust on the outside of the corner and just wasn't able to pull it back down to the inside. So we're going to see Kendall back up the middle there. And Freddie Chiddicks has made the most of that. He's going to get back up into 4th place, I think, now.
Yes, Chiddicks making the most of that move, as you say there, Chris. He was on the right place there as James Cook ran wide. Matt Larby and Roger Patke weren't, and Chiddicks able to get the line right, and he's up into 3rd place. He wants to make up for that disappointment earlier on. The Boss Racing driver, after that penalty as he took the flag in race 1. He's up into 3rd place now, having a go at Kendall for 2nd place. There's Cook down to 4th after a mistake through Cascades. He's got Matt Larby in the blue car on his tail. Over hilltop they come. Here comes Chiddicks trying to make a move on the 35 car. Easy as you like, he goes through up into 2nd position.
Just got the exit, didn't he? Absolutely nailed on, and then the toe helped him out up and over the hill. Kendall also, if he's got his brain engaged, will think that Freddie Chiddicks is the man on the move. He can take us back to Charlie Lower. Kendall's been dropping back very slightly, and I know Chiddicks will be very sensitive to that, because those kind of gaps can really quickly develop if you're still in a battle.
Jonathan Ramsey coming under pressure now from Mark Jones. It's Peter Mott, number 96, who completes the top 10 currently as the 2nd place battle heads through now, as right out with a wheel on the grass there. Mark Kendall trying to retake 2nd from Freddie Chiddicks, trying to get down the inside here. Won't quite do it. Freddie Chiddicks holds him off as they swing through Lodge Corner into Deer Leap. 4th place is Cook behind them. Matt Larby has got a watching brief, just being kept there in the 73, the blue car. Down towards Old Hall they come for what will be the 5th time. New fastest lap for Freddie Chiddicks, 155 rather, 0.834 down the avenue.
Let's keep an eye on that gap between Chiddicks and Lower and just check that it is going to come down over the next following few laps. I think we're visually going to see it coming out down, but again, Chiddicks just missing the apex there, a little late apex, and it's not going to help him down this straight as they head towards Island Bend. You can see we just pick them up as they appear there, but about a 90 mile an hour corner for them around Island Bend. In fact, 99, so nearly 100 miles an hour as they go around Island Bend. It's a really daunting proposition, but here we go. See whether Chiddicks can do anything about that lead that Lower's got, and it looks like at the moment, yes, he can.
Yes, indeed. He took about 6/10 of a second out of him on last lap. Chiddicks doing the fastest lap of the race. There's Roger Patke. We haven't forgotten about him either. He's down into 6th position, trying to catch back up to fellow Academy graduate Matt Larby as they come over the top. Down the hill, Charlie Lower is now having to defend because Freddie Chiddicks is now right with him. It's going to be a repeat of the battle in race number 1. We've got a race on our hands now at the front of the field as we come up towards half distance in this Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship race. 3rd place is still Kendall ahead of Cook, Larby, Roger Patke, again Ramsey, Mark Jones, and the rest of them. David Rook is down to 9th. There's the rest of them coming through. That's the number 17 of Alex Vincent chasing Gareth Lucas. There's battles everywhere you look. It looks like David Rook may have had some contact in there. I think he's dropped down the order.
We said to watch out for Alex Vincent to see whether he could make it through the field. He just clipped the inside grass there, which sent his car a little bit sideways, but he was making good progress up to 12th place the last time across the line. Side by side then for this 3rd place battle between Cook and then Kendall, with Matt Larby watching on. He's kind of seeing that gap develop, whereas it's a new thing for him to try and work out what we want to do. And you can bet your bottom dollar that Charlie Lowe was looking in his mirror and had a little bit of a sigh to himself as he saw Freddie Chiddicks right there ready to battle. They are side by side for the lead. Chiddicks has the momentum around the outside, carries his boss machine around the quad lock as they head down now into Cascades. Freddie Chiddicks leads from 6th on 7th on the grid.
Brilliant move there by Freddie Chiddicks. That's the 4th driver, I think, that's pulled the outside move into Old Hall corner. 3rd place is still held by Mark Kendall, the green car with the blue roll cage. They head along the lakeside towards Island Bend. Charlie Lower's not finished yet, trying to retake the lead. Now here comes Matt Larby, 4 of them fighting now for second. He's got past Cook, he's got past the 35 of Kendall as well, so Matt Larby back into the top 3, and Kendall now coming under fire from Cook as well. Rog Patke hanging on to their coattails in 6th place.
Just as I said, Larby was having to be careful of not to lose contact with these cars in front. He did exactly what he needed to do. He dispatched with those other 2 drivers. He's puts himself into that 3rd place and see whether he can now close the gap to those lead 2 drivers.
Just over 9 minutes of this race to go here at Oulton Park as the 2 leaders head down, and Chiddix has taken the lead away from Charlie Lower while that was going on. So Freddie Chiddix has taken the lead from 7th on the grid. A great move through at Old Hall Corner around the outside. He's come through from 7th on the grid to take it up. There's the battle further back in the order for 7th place. It's Jones and Mott now fighting it out a little bit further back. Yes, David Rook has dropped back, and Jonathan Ramsey must have had a moment as well, just looking at the timing screen. He's dropped down 10 places on that last lap.
Yeah, not ideal for Ramsey, who's been part of this battle all the way through. Interesting as well, as soon as Freddie Chiddix got into the lead, you can see how it has stretched this field out. Him and Charlie Lower working together has absolutely spread this lead pack. You can see the speed that those 2 have in their car. They're also used to racing each other. Whether they'll race together, I don't know, but at the moment they've got enough to pull away from Larby.
Side by side across the line, it was Chiddix who led at the line by just a few thousandths of a second. He's just about got the inside line there. Lower will try the sweep around the outside. He gets 2 wheels onto the curb, but Chiddix holds him off. Matt Larby is now just 1.3 seconds further back in that 3rd place, ahead of Kendall, Cook and the rest of them. Rog Patke has dropped a little way back into 6th position. 7th behind them is Mark Jones, then it's Peter Mott, then Gareth Lucas, and the 51 of Simon Arnold rounding out the top 10. Here's a battle towards the back. This is Louise Deason, the number 22 car, fighting it out with 44 of Ian Summers at the tail end of the field. This is the battle for 18th position. It's the 23 of Alan Bateman who's behind them.
Yep, Louise Deason there heading that battle as they go in, but we've got to dive down the inside there, side by side. So the side by side battling is not exclusive to the front of the field, all the way down as we rejoin that lead battle, with Matt Larby looking visibly closer and bringing Kendall back into the mix as well. So the battling we've seen for those front 2 drivers has now allowed those chase group to close back in again.
Side by side down into Knickerbrook, and Freddie Chiddix retakes the lead around the outside. They're slipstreaming each other once again, trying to set themselves up for the part of the circuit where they're stronger. Matt Larby did his personal best lap last time through, 156.167, so trying hard to close the gap. There's Peter Mott, he's up into 8th position now. Remember, he started from the back of the grid in race 1 after problems in qualifying. Still side by side in the Druids. Charlie Lower takes the place back again, takes the lead back again. This terrific duel has been renewed from race 1. Took a few laps to get going. The Chiddix coming through, and there was contact between the 2 of them, I think, there. Just as they went out of shot, they may have just touched.
Yeah, they definitely did. There was a little bit of misjudgment. We raced very close. There's only millimetres to spare, but it looks like it was just a bit of nose cone touching the rear wing, and no problem. This is a battle that's been going along for many seasons now, so it's great to see it continue in this 270, and they really do want to be side by side. But look, Matt Larby is now getting fully ensconced and back in this battle, but Chiddix leads as they go through turn 1 this time. Quadlock in Charlie Lower in that 2nd place, with Matt Larby looking down maybe the inside. Nowhere to go, it's too narrow.
Yes, side by side for the lead then, but that little touch lost them. They touch again there briefly, just banging wheels there. It's getting a little bit physical at the front of the field, and all this is playing into Matt Larby's hands, because every time they clip each other, they lose momentum and allow Matt Larby to close up in that 3rd place. He's taking the rest of the pack. Cook, Kendall and Rog Patke in with them. We're going to have 6 together for the lead, I think, before very much longer.
Just 2 laps ago they looked like they were breaking away into a bit of a thing, but they decided they were going to battle each other rather than work together, and it means coming into this last 5 minutes of the race, we're going to get everything back together again, with Rog Patke there making this front 6 cars absolutely nose to tail. There's Charlie Lower back in front of Chiddix as they head through Britain's. Like Matt Larby holding on to that 3rd place, but it looks like Cook wants that all back again, with Kendall just following on behind.
Here
Fantastic.
they come then down over Hilltop down towards Knickerbrook. They're still side by side. I think Chiddix is going to get the move done around the outside with just over 5 minutes of this race to go. He's done so. They're side by side for 3rd as well. James Cook trying to make a move on Matt Larby. Can he do it? Larby goes out wide over the curb. Mark Kendall looking to take advantage. Remember, he ran 2nd early on. Rog Patke's not finished yet either. 6 of them together. Here they come up towards Druids. The leaders still side by side. Third place is side by side. Larby's held third. Lower back into the lead once again. Now they bumped here, the 2 leaders going under the bridge a lap ago. They're not going to this time, but Chiddix gets 2 wheels under the grass. He could have slid into the side of Charlie Lower there. He holds it together. Lower's got the lead. Larby still third, then Cook fourth. Kendall is fifth, and rounding up the top 6, Rutledge Patke. Marvellous stuff.
Larby did very well to hold on to that third place. He was fully under pressure from Cook as they headed up the hill there into Druids that time through, but we are side by side once more. When have they not been side by side in this race? Chiddix sweeping around the outside. He's going to have a run as they go down into Cascades. That's going to pull them clear of Larby, I think, as they go down here. In fact, Freddie Chiddix has just absolutely sprung off the front of this. Charlie Lower now thinking, where the heck did that come from? He's got Matt Larby close to him in his mirrors now as they head off around the Cascades once more. This ever-ending left-hander as they head into this straight to the top speed of the course just before Island Bend.
2 more cars in this race getting false starts, 10-second penalties. Cars 51 and 71, Simon Arnold and Giles Perry there further back in the pack. So the leaders okay on that front this time. It is Lower from Chiddix once again, side by side almost third. James Cook throwing his car almost sideways there into the Shed Oils hairpin. He's trying hardest to get on the podium. Patke is up into 5th position. He's got ahead of Mark Kendall, who's gone from 2nd to 6th over the course of this race. Hopping the curb there, Freddie Chiddix on the inside of Britons. These 6 clear of Mark Jones in 7th, then Mott, Vincent and Rook round out the top 10.
Lower just locked his wheels up there into Britons that time, and you can see that's lost him the speed up and over the hill. And even though the Chiddix took that curb quite heavily, it's moved him back into the lead. And again, they swap once more. I'm not sure how many that lead changes that is, but it's certainly quite a few. Matt Larby mirrors full of Cook once more in the Welsh flag festooned car. DPR Motorsport, Matt Larby going up there. Remember, he was in the Academy last year, doing very well, holding on to that 3rd place for all the hill over the moment. Decent there with that battle.
Looking further back down the order, this is Louise Deason. She's still in 18th place ahead of Ian Summers in the number 44. And there at the back of the field, that is the number 23 of Alan Bateman. Here are your leaders. Charlie Lower on the inside retakes the lead into Lodge. Chiddix will try and get the cut back. Matt Larby still holding off everything James Cook can throw at him. Rog Patke up behind them as well in the pink number 29 car as well as the leaders side by side. Chiddix up the inside, Lower on the outside. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go, so there'll be a couple of laps to go, including this one. They're still side by side. There's nothing between these two, but now the next 4 have really closed up on them.
Chiddix got squeezed onto the debris on the outside of this circuit there, but he did still have a momentum, and Charlie Lowe went very wide out of turn 1. Again, he will definitely have triggered the track limit sensor there, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't get any penalties from that as they head round Island once more. This is a Ramsey battle. He looks like he's up with the paddle up. Mark Jones there just racing as they go down towards Cascades as well. But here is that lead battle. It's still Charlie Lower somehow ahead of Freddie Chiddix, but everyone is back on the same bit of tarmac as we come down to the last minute and a half of this race.
6 of them lined astern. Yes, so mentioning Ramsey there down in 15th, he must have had a spin somewhere out of our sight there because he was just on the tail of this lead battle early on. Over the curb they go, particularly Chiddix there on the inside of Britons. Patke trying to close back up on Mark Kendall, who's just retaken 5th position. Over the top they come. Who's it going to be taking the lead? Chiddix still has the advantage. He pulled ahead there on the run over Hilltop. Charlie Lower all set to fight back. Into Druids is where he seems to be stronger, so maybe setting himself up for the final lap of this race. Incredibly close race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship here on BARC TV. Up the hill towards Druids they go for what will be, I'm fairly sure, the penultimate time. Again, Charlie Lower strongest around the outside into Druids this time, and he's going to retake the lead again. That's about the 3rd time he's done that there.
Yeah, I can see them preparing the last lap board, so it's all going to come down to it between these same 6 drivers at the front there. The following 2 don't look like they're going to be able to do it, but Chiddix back down the inside then of Lower. Where does he want to be? Matt Larby having to protect heavily from Cook, who right on his tail there, wasn't he, as they head around up over Deerleap and over the line, starting their last lap of this race.
Yes, James Cook was nearly pushing Matt Larby there through Lodge for the penultimate time. We're into the last lap now. Up the inside, Charlie Lower just about hangs on to his lead. Freddie Chiddix led at the line, but Lower up the inside. Chiddix again, the lead change there before I finished reading that sentence. And now Larby at the inside. He's going to take Charlie Lower, is he? He squeezes him to the inside. Lower's forced to hit the brakes. He's on the curb, and Larby's come through into second place. Fourth place behind them is Cook, while Matt Larby unleashing his finishing kick just at the right moment here, maybe.
That movement belies his experience. Remember, Academy last year, what a veteran's move that, round the outside. He had to use all the exit of Cascades, but he's heading in second place now. Charlie Lower back down in that third place. A little bit of a gap to Chiddix, but Chiddix is holding on. Larby in second. Then you've got Lower, followed by Cook, Kendall and Patke.
I liken it to a stage of the Tour de France. This is going to be the sprint finish. You've got to unleash your finishing kick right at the correct moment, coming off the final turn. Lower bouncing up onto the curb there. Has he fired his move too early? He's back to third place. What can he do? The clock is down to 0. Down they come towards Knickerbrook for the final time, and Chiddix, if anything, has broken slightly clear. Mark Kendall has a look on the inside. He's going to try and take fourth place away from James Cook. He's done so. Cook gives him room there through Knickerbrook. They head up towards Clay Hill for the final time. The two behind of Mott and Jones having a good battle as well. It's all for starting position for race 3 as well. They head up Clay Hill towards Druids. Can Freddie Chiddix hang on? He was penalised after taking the flag in race 1. Is he going to hang on this time? Matt Larby, a brilliant second place, but Charlie Lower is not finished yet. I think Freddie Chiddix has broken away just about enough here. They're jockeying for position behind. Charlie Lower gets a wheel onto the grass. He gets 2 wheels onto the grass as he's squeezed there by Matt Larby. Lower up the inside to try to take second place. He's done so, but it's going to be Freddie Chiddix. Oh, Lower makes a mistake through the final turn. Larby's going to go through. He might lose third here as well. Chiddix is coming in to take the checkered flag. He takes the win. Second place goes to Matt Larby, and it was Mark Kendall who snatched third. And Charlie Lower, I think, has got fourth place. It was a photo finish for fourth.
Absolutely, he was squeezed there by Matt Larby, holding him to the inside, giving him absolutely only just a car's width. In fact, they did touch wheels as we see the rest of these field. There's a Gareth Lucas and Lancaster coming over. There's Ramsey where he ended up, and I think it's with potentially down here. A little bit further down the field, but yeah, that battle at the last corner was fierce, and I'm not sure Lower's going to be particularly happy there, but he did drop to that fourth place as he went over the line, so not ideal for him in that final corner. We'll see whether they've got anything to say about that, but nevertheless, Larby in that second place as it was classified. Chiddix taking that lead though. A little bit of a comfortable gap at the end, wasn't it? Ahead of Kendall in third place, and then Cook was in the 5th as well as Patke in 6th.
Yes, with everybody else squabbling there, Freddie Chiddix was able to get away through the final couple of corners. Gets it right this time to score his first win of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship Season 2023. Matt Larby, an excellent second place, and Mark Kendall provisionally snatching third on the line, just ahead of the unlucky Charlie Lower. It was James Cook in 5th and Rog Patke in 6th position, and a gap back to 7th of about 1.5 seconds. Mark Jones taking 7th, coming out on top in a battle with Peter Mott. Remaining top 10 finishers, David Rook came back to finish 9th, and Alex Vincent, a slightly quiet race for him, finishing in 10th.
Nevertheless, good movement up through the field there, wasn't it, for him? And well, Chiddix from 7th place on the grid. We said watch out for him, and he certainly came through and delivered.
He certainly did, yes. He was fired up in that one after his penalty earlier on. No problem at all for Freddie Chiddix there. We move on to the Motul 310R Championship next, as the cars about to head back into Parc Fermé. We'll talk to some of them in a short while, I am sure. We'll get you the grid for race 2 for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. A great fight earlier on, won by Lars Alexander Hoffmann, which means he will start on pole position.
So yeah,
race 2.
2 seconds for Larby in his first ever 270R race. He's going to be pinching himself to check he's not still dreaming in the Premier Inn back over there. So what a great result for him as he heads into that bit lower. Yep, I think Matt Larby might even be, keep it quiet, leading the championship right now.
Well, let's just have a quick look. Yes, the winner of the first race was Charlie Lower. He was 4th in that one. Chiddix has a first and 7th. Yes, I think you're right.
So you can see the cars driving now into Parc Fermé. So hopefully we'll be able to go down to Sam in Parc Fermé, who will be seeing these drivers arriving. So yeah, let's hear from Sam.
Wow, what a great finish that was. Let's move over to Freddie, just taking his helmet off. Freddie, congratulations. First win of the season. What a race.
Yeah, a good race. It kind of makes up for this morning as well. Nice to come back from 7th on the grid and a good race up at the front there with Charlie and I. Yeah, really good race. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, Charlie just missed out, didn't he, there on that last corner?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened behind me, but yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to move over to Matt. Oh, he's still got his helmet on. I'm sure he won't mind. He's taking his time. Taking it all in. What a great race, Matt.
Thank you, Kirsty.
We'll just wait while he's getting himself ready. Well done, Matt. That was quite close near the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, some hard racing. Some of these boys don't like each other, I don't think. I'm trying to stay out of it. It was good race.
You're just trying to keep out of trouble.
Yeah, I tried to.
Well, it was nice and clean from, start the car started in one piece.
Just about, yeah. We've got one more race to do, so.
Yes. Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you, cheers.
I'll move over to Mark Kendall in 3rd place. Well done, Mark. That was a good finish, wasn't it?
It was hard work. I don't know how I ended up in 3rd. Charlie had a little mishap, I think, on the last corner, so there we go. But yeah, that was a good race.
You were there ready to slot in, weren't you?
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Great stuff, and we are just waiting for the 310 of the Motul 37 Championship 310R races cars out on the track to see for their second of 2 3-20-minute races today here at Oulton Park.
Yes, we'll take you through the grid then based on the results of race 1. It was Lars Alexander Hoffmann, number 70, who took the win. He's on pole alongside number 22, Hugo Busch. Second row, number 25, Dominic Mansberger, and number 9, Harry Cook. Great run from him in race 1. Row 3, number 11, the triple champion Taylor O'Flanagan, and 35, Jack Sales. Fourth row, 81, Tom Willis, and former Caterham CEO, number 19, Graham Donald. Row 5, 21 of Harry Landy, and 43, Alan Curtis. Row 6, Philip Bianchi, number 92, and 71, Alan Cooper. Good recovery from him in the first race. Row 7, 13th on the grid, 15, David Yates, and alongside him, 50, Wesley Payne. Row 8, number 55, Harry Eyre, and 77, Kevin Cooper, Cooper Senior. Row 9, number 10, Chris Fraser, 28, Ryan Lovett. 10th row of the grid, number 8, Darryl Cresswell, alongside 99 of Michael Curley. On row 11, 52, Pete Wales, and 65, Duncan Cook. Row 12, James Hall, number 98, and 85, Rob Bullen. Number 30, Roger Gaunt on row 13 alongside 68, Chris Welch. The final 2 finishers from race 1 on row 14, number 12, Ron Mounsey, and 5, Ben Lopez Appleton. On row 15 we should see 16, Steve Metcalf. He failed to finish race 1, and 38, Jeff Price, we saw have some contacts and flip up onto 2 wheels after contacts with another car. I think it was the car of James Hall that he hit, so hopefully both of those cars are there. We lost Johnny Jarrett in race 1 as well, number 27, so he's scheduled to start from the back. We hope that they're all there in this big grid of 31 cars for our second 310R race of the day.
Yep, Johnny Jarrett from Oakmere Motorsport. Great to see him out here on the grid. As you can see, the cars have been released from the assembly area, and they're going through the cut-through there. So this isn't where we're racing currently, but the safety car taking them through the cut-through to just shorten this this grid sort of formation lap. They will have their green flag lap, and then they'll be off for the second of 3 20-minute races today for the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. Again, 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Between this one and the 270s, which we've just watched, they've got that limited slip differential, and they've also got an increase in power and revs, so they've got a little bit more tools to play with, but again, a very race-focused car. And this new for this season, other than the 3-race format that we're running, they are also running on the ZZR tyres. So these tyres are kind of a cut slick version. They are sort of a bit more advanced tyre compared to the ZZS, which is much more of a sort of a road going, or it's a road legal tyre that's sort of suitable for track racing, but giving them about an extra 2 seconds per lap over previous incarnation of this 310R car. And I know that the drivers absolutely love the extra physicality and how you really can push these tyres and get that extra performance out of them.
Yes, I've used Avon tyres on a couple of my road cars in the past. They are very good tyres indeed, I can report. Cars coming up to the grid then. Jay McCormack was the lap record holder in 2019 with a 1 minute 53.0 950. Let's check if that was broken.
We did smash it because of the new
first
tyres.
race.
So
Yes,
we absolutely took away that lap record in the 310s.
Yeah, it was Alan Cooper who took the fastest lap in the first race, 1:52.075. So by nearly 2 seconds, he broke the lap record.
Yeah, absolutely great. So great to still have well, McCormack won't be happy that that's now gone. He will be removed from the records. But yeah, this new tyre is definitely giving them that extra performance, as I can see them all coming then onto the grid now. Marshall's doing a great job of lining them up. Fantastic race in race 1, but Lars Hoffmann took it over Hugo Busch, and then it's Mansberger, and it was Cook and Jack Sales and Taylor O'Flanagan. And so it was a really sort of nose to tail, wasn't it? I think it was the top 13 odd that we were having nose to tail. I can see them pulling into that grid, and they'll be looking forward to more of the same, I'm sure. Again, had their lunch now, maybe got some sort of caffeine in them, and they're ready to go once more.
Impressive liveries out there. I've already mentioned we've got the Mottl Motor Oils livery, the red and white on our pole sitter Lars Alexander Hoffmann. I love the pearlescent paint on the number 50 car.
That's Wes Payne.
Wes Payne as well.
We call it the Magic Unicorn. It really is a very shiny car there, and great to see Wes Payne back out there. He had a difficult start to last season, so it's great to see him having a good start to this one.
Also, we've got the Cooper family. Their paint job kind of reminds me of the old Rothmans sports car colours.
It does have that ilk about, doesn't it? With Alan Cooper, like you say, recovery drive of the day so far. He was right at the back of the field. Green flag at the back, though, ready for the formation lap. But yeah, Cooper definitely made the most of that first race and showed that he's got the pace. How far up the field can he make it this time through?
Well, we'll wait and see. He's nicely positioned there. Alan Cooper and Alan Cooper the younger on row 6, Kevin on row 8 as they head off for the green flag lap. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to be one to watch here, the 3-time Caterham champion. That's the yellow car. He starts from row 3 of the grid. Struggled a bit in qualifying this morning. Only into 8th place.
He made steady progress, didn't he, throughout to get to where he is now. So starting 5th now. Jack Sales sort of did the opposite. He started really strong, but then it dropped back a little bit. We also saw Tom Willis do a lightning start from about 6 on the grid to come out in 2nd place, going around about turn 2. But then throughout the rest of the race, he sort of dropped back. He said his eyes were on stalks after that. He couldn't believe he was in 2nd place. That's Jeff Price, who we saw having that nasty accident, but the team have put him back together, and he's out there circulating on track. And just behind him, there's Johnny Jarrett just rounding out this field.
Yes, looks like all the cars that had issues at the end of race 1 have made it back out. I think we've got a full grid out there, which is excellent. Jeff Price had some quite big contact with the car of James Hall. We saw him fly up onto 2 wheels coming through towards Lodge, so he's done well to fix that car. So Hoffmann on pole in the red and white car alongside the grey and red of Hugo Busch. And Dominic Mansberger, the green and black car, the top 3. Those are really the top 3 you would kind of expect from this series.
Yeah, Lars Hoffmann been in this championship for a few years now, and shows that experience. Hugo Busch, Dom Mansberger moving up alongside Taylor O'Flanagan, but they've inserted themselves right at the front of this battle. Harry Cook, again, another good strong set of results, and we sometimes see him drift backwards through the field, but today he's right on it, finishing in that 4th place. And Jack Sales, a very experienced driver, he's raced in the 420s, won 3rd place championship trophies in that 420 race as well. So he's one of those drivers who's been around a long time, and it's great to see him back up there battling Tom Willis, Graham McDonald, Harry Landy, all these drivers, good strong experience in this 310R car.
Looking at the calendar going forward this year in 2023, after Oulton Park, it's the next round at Croft on the 20th and 21st of May up in North Yorkshire, and then the big one as the series goes to Zandvoort in Holland in the Netherlands at the beginning of June. Then it's on to Silverstone at the end of June. The end of July it's Thruxton, the airfield circuit down in Hampshire. In August it's Snetterton in Norfolk, and then Donington Park at the beginning of September. And Zandvoort, Silverstone and Donington, some special events there, the 3 rounds of the 50th Anniversary Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic calendar this year that's been put together by BARC and by Caterham, and it's great to have Zandvoort back on there. We haven't raced the new Formula 1 layout. We've been there several times before in the past when it was pre-Formula 1 upgrades, so all the drivers will be looking forward to getting out there on that banked circuit. There goes Jarrett as he heads off and around in his Oakmere car. But yeah, looking forward to the 2nd of 3 races for the Caterham 7-310R Championship, Motul sponsored championship, as we come down and around the last lap, and the drivers will then be trying to figure out where their grid spots are. It's not an easy task. It's something you have to learn, work out how do you get into the right grid spots when the marshals that were there before helping you into your spot are no longer there. So you take reference points, but I can see the front of the grid starting to line up as the rest of the field flow down here through the last corner.
I reckon Harry Cook's going to be one to watch here. The number 9 car was very quick indeed towards the end of race number 1. The black car with the red wheels and trim lining up on the second row alongside Dominic Mansberger. Taylor O'Flanagan one to watch in the yellow car on row 3 as well, alongside the white car with the green cage. That is Jack Sales. Just making 100% certain we haven't got any gaps towards the back of the grid. I think we've got the full complement down there. The last few cars just making their way into line now. The course cars in behind them. Yes, everybody is present and correct. The full 31 car grid. Okay, in position then, waiting for the green flag to be displayed at the back of the grid. The red lights come on, the revs will rise in these 152 bhp Ford Sigma engines. The red lights are on. 20 minutes of racing coming your way from the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. We are underway, and a great start through the middle from Dominic Mansberger. He's going to get at least second place on the run down to Old Hall Corner. He may take the lead around the outside of Lars Alexander Hoffmann, the two German drivers together into Old Hall. It looks as though Mansberger has done it. Everybody else files through behind. We'll see who's ahead as they come down to Cascades. It is Mansberger who's got the lead. Great start from the second row. Hoffmann into second place. Bush tucks in into third position. Then it's Harry Cook, and I think that's Harry Larby up there in fifth position. Harry Landy, I should say, as they charge their way alongside the lake for the first time. It could be 3 wide, could be 4 wide up here with that's Tom Willis, I think, coming through on the inside. Absolutely frantic in the early stage, but it's Mansberger who leads from Hoffmann, and Cook up into third ahead of Bush.
Yep, Cook moving ahead of Bush as they went around the island bed, so Bush being shuffled back a couple of places in the early time. Mansberger got an absolute ripper. His car just absolutely hooked up. He went straight through the gap in the middle of in front and carried them all through. All the cars so far made it through halfway around the lap, and they can see as a swarm of Caterhams all try and climb over the same bit of tarmac. The experience showing through there as they head up and over hilltop for the first time.
Down towards Knickerbrook, it's Dominic Mansberger who leads the way from Lars Alexander Hoffmann. Harry Cook trying for third place in the black car on the inside. Hugo Bush trying to defend. They've swapped places a couple of times already. Cook runs a little bit wide and Bush able to defend the place. It's Harry Landy in number 21, I think, next in the order. He's made a good start from around the fifth row of the grid. There's Jeff Price coming through from the back after his accident in the first race. He's already made up a few spots. There's a change for the lead on Clay Hill. It is Hoffmann who has taken it up.
Yeah, I think it's Landy who did drop back. He did qualified well, dropped back a bit. But we've also seen Willis drop back, and Jack Sales has been really cycled backwards through this. He's just ahead of David Yates, but it looks like he's deep into that sort of 10th place battle. So he would have started sort of 5th. So that's an awful lot of places he's lost out somewhere.
Now, the car that's up to 5th is in fact Graham McDonald. It's a similarly coloured car to Harry Landy. Apologies for the confusion there. So it's McDonald who's up into 5th, and it could be higher here because he's attacking Harry Cook, trying to go through for 4th place. In behind them is Tom Willis in the number 81 car. Taylor O'Flanagan's yellow machine is in behind them as well. So it's a 7-car train at the moment at the front of the field with Hoffmann and Mansberger together for the lead. Mansberger led at the line, but Lars Alexander Hoffmann is now back in front.
Seen a couple of times drivers are missing the apex around Cascades. I'm wondering whether there's a bump there, and maybe the wind direction we've got today is just meaning the speed of the cars is just putting them wide, as Cook looks like he's going around the outside of Graham McDonald there for that battle as David Yates flows through with the rest of the field. But it is Mansberger now ahead of Hoffmann, Hugo Bush. So it's kind of back to where we started that last race, but the next up is Graham McDonald, and that was different from earlier on.
Swapping places for fun here at the front of the field. The first 3 have broken away very slightly from Graham McDonald in that 4th position. Over the curve flies Hugo Bush there in that 3rd place. It's Cook in 5th, Willis 6th, O'Flanagan in 7th place. There's David Yates, the very smart blue and white number 15 machine. He's down in about 12th place as Jack Sales tries to recover after his poor start. He was only 11th at the line last time through, lost 5 places around the first lap. They bounce over the curbs at Knickerbrook. Graham McDonald a little bit crossed up there in that 4th position. There is the number 21, that's Harry Landy trying to hold off the number 71. A much better start this time from Alan Cooper.
Yeah, Hugo Bush does not want to ride the curb like that too many more times. The A-frame at the rear of these cars does not appreciate that kind of punishment, so you'll have to be a little bit careful with his car there. But Hoffmann leading this lead trio. Hoffmann versus Mansberger versus Bush. A little bit of a gap back to Graham McDonald, who's having to defend from Cook. In fact, he's trying to weave to try and get rid of some of that toe that we talked about. And just behind then, it looks like it's Willis. And then, so following on through, is that yellow car. So is that it's O'Flanagan, isn't it? So he's kind of where he started. He's not made that forward progress that we might have expected.
Yes, there is O'Flanagan. He's in 7th place as they cross lines. Mansberger back into the lead. Once again got round Hoffmann going into Lodge Corner. Bush in third, then McDonald, Cook, Willis, O'Flanagan. Alan Cooper has gained another couple of places up into 8th ahead of Landy and Alan Curtis at the line there. Down the right down the little slope they come into Cascades. Graham McDonald still in there in 4th place. Got one car into the pits. That was Ben Lopez Appleton at the back of the field has pulled in.
He's not having a great time. He had a bit of an accident in testing yesterday, which he had front end damage, and I wonder whether he's still suffering that as this pack of cars absolutely flying through there. A little bit of a gap back to Wes Payne there, but it's Hoffman still in that lead ahead of Mansberger, Hugo Bush, but it's all now together for this front 6 or 7 cars there, with Alan Cooper trying to play that Jaws music. He's moving forward every single lap we see.
Hoffman and Mansberger swapping places for fun out in front. Hugo Bush bouncing his way along in that 3rd place. There's O'Flanagan, the 3-times champion, trying frantically to close in on these front runners. Is Mansberger going to go through again here down the hill into Knickerbrook? Bush is in behind, and then it's McDonald, and it's almost 3 wide for 5th position. It's Harry Cook that has 5th in the black car at the moment. Tom Willis in 6th place. There is Alan Cooper, the white and blue car, ahead of the 43 of Curtis, and Jack Sales still only 10th.
You saw the movement there to the inside of Mansberger was not to actually overtake it was just to protect from the car following, so it was a kind of move to the inside to protect away from Hugo Bush, someone he's very used to racing with. But McDonald looks like the man on the form, and there's O'Flanagan still ahead of Curtis, but it's Cook is still ahead of them as well.
Looks like he may have got ahead as well there. Has O'Flanagan got ahead of Tom Willis? Yes, he has, up into 6th position. Willis and Curtis in very similar looking cars there. Here comes Graham McDonald trying to attack for 3rd, trying to attack for 2nd. In the DPR Motorsport car is Hugo Bush, trying to get to the inside to get into that 2nd position. They're fanning out across the start-finish straight there. Alan Cooper starting to move into the battle now. Watch for that white and blue, almost Rothman's Porsche look-alike car. He's just gone round the outside of Tom Willis using the sweep move at Old Hall up into what I think is now 7th place. It's Mansberger who leads from Hoffman, Bush, McDonald, Cook, O'Flanagan. Cooper is now 7th. There's David Yates keeping in touch as well. He's attacking Harry Landy in the number 21.
He was hoping his lunch was going to bring him some more luck, because he was wasn't feeling it this morning. So hopefully he's right in this lead pack. Currently down in that 12th place, but it does mean you can still see the lead of this race just ahead, and in that lead is Hoffman. Mansberger and Hoffman sit together in the same sort of part of the paddock. They work together under the same awning. Just got their own personal team, and it's great to see them out leading this race currently.
About a dozen cars line astern. Hoffman back at the head of the train once again. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan, but guess who's done the fastest lap? Right, Alan 22.655 as they head down the hill into Knickerbrook. Hoffman still has the lead, only just as they head out of the chicane. There's Cooper chasing Taylor O'Flanagan towards Clay Hill, in towards the right-hander at Druids.
David Yates having a look up the inside of Landy as they went up the hill there, but it's now Mansberger that leads, Hoffman leads, Hugo Bush leads, Graham McDonald, and it's front pack of cards, Cook, O'Flanagan, Cooper, and then back into Willis, and then Jack Sales as they're following along with Alan Curtis as well. So Alan Curtis keeping up really nicely. He'd not tried these new tyres until today. That's a great performance, but Hugo Bush lost out there to Graham McDonald, who's now up into 3rd place.
Bush got a wheel onto the grass coming up towards Lodge there. It's lost him some momentum. Harry Cook could get through as well on the run here towards Old Hall. The slightest loss of momentum in a battle like this, and you're being shuffled backwards. Mansberger leads. Yes, Cook has gone through. Bush will try and sweep back to the inside. Here's Cooper. He's got ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Watch for Alan Cooper. He is flying up the order. He's up to 6th now as they head down towards Cascades. There's still 12 minutes of this race to go. Yeah, Cooper's still got the quickest lap of the race, 1:52.655, as Jack Sales attacks the number 43 there of Alan Curtis, who's starting to move up now further back. That's the fight for 9th, but for the lead it's still Hoffman and Mansberger side by side. They are still swapping places for fun. Neither of them can make a break.
I wonder whether they're working together. It's hard to say at the moment. Certainly they want to try and make sure they keep momentum so that they don't lose out as they head off and around into Britain's. Once more leads Mansberger at this point, but this front pack, the same pack that we had in that front race, are absolutely nose to tail once more. It's Bianchi and Wes Payne and trying to keep like they're hooked into the battle in front, but at the moment they're losing. Group are pulling away very slightly.
Top. Still Hoffman, who just about holds through there. McDonald still in 3rd place. A good run by the number 19 car. This is the battle towards the back of this group, we've got David Yates chasing Harry Landy, with Jack Sales on the tail of, I think that's Alan Curtis just ahead of him there, the number 43, but they're still absolutely line astern, coming up to half distance in this second race of the day for the Mottall Caterham 7 310R Championship, heading towards Lodge Corner once again. Graham McDonald goes out wide, so does Hoffman, he protects his lead. Harry Cook had a look there on the inside to try and take fourth place away. Cooper attacking Jack Sales, and Cook's run wide there. This is going to change things coming up over the line.
That's going to allow Hugo Bush to have a run on him as they head into turn one. Then they are alongside. Cooper's getting involved around the outside. I don't think 3 wide's going to work through there. Cooper's going to take that wide sweep, see whether he can carry that momentum down through Cascades. There's not really anywhere to overtake until we get down onto the back straights though. So as they head on round Cascades, we've got a car there, that's Stephen Metcalf with a very steamy front end. Looks like he maybe blown his radiator there. Is that Tom Willis? It is Tom Willis, so he's lost out somewhere as they headed round Island. That's a scary place, a high-speed place to lose it.
That's coming out of Cascades there. He went straight on, nearly took the shorter Foster's circuit there, which we see them do on their sighting laps. So here come your leaders. The 3 of them are broken away very slightly now. Let's get a replay there of what happened to Tom Willis, and contacts that I think was with Alan Curtis. Willis sliding off, very lucky not to get bogged down in the gravel.
Great control there to keep that pointing in just about the right direction. Like you say, he had to take evasive action of those curves and then still get back across it. It's a really bumpy bit of grass. Well done for getting back, but he's going to be well down the order now, side by side for the lead though.
Yes, Mansberger had a look there, but it is still Lars Alexander Hoffman who holds his lead. Donald still in 3rd place, then it's Harry Cook in 4th, Bush 5th, 6 is O'Flanagan, Cooper in 7th position, so the 7 of them scrap it out, and a gap back to 8th place, which is now Jack Sales. I think he's got 8th as a result of that little tangle between Curtis and Willis.
He's also got a gap to deal with, hasn't he, because this front back, where that sort of all sorted itself out, they have managed to pull away slightly from Jack Sales, so he's got the work to do again. Graham McDonald's sort of taken a breath, hasn't he, in that 3rd place, while he can, just to recuperate himself as he's trying. Again, I think that's more of a defensive move rather than anything else, to protect from Harry Cook, who's looking feisty, as you said. He's still in that 4th place where he started this race, but there's a lot happened between then and now, as Hugo Bush and Cooper, they're ready to pick up the pieces for anything that happens in this last 8 minutes.
Yes, the first 7 have broken away into their own battle. Cook up the inside takes 3rd place away from Graham McDonald. Mansberger back in the lead now, but for how much longer? Because Lars Hoffman will be ready to attack here. 5th place is still Bush ahead of O'Flanagan and Cooper. Those 7 have broken away from Jack Sales in 8th place. It's Landy 9th. Curtis is in 10th place. Willis is down to 18th after that incident earlier on.
As we come through then, yeah, there is that. Jack Sales does look like he might be able to come back across that gap. He's still got plenty of time to do it, but Hoffman has been sort of steady in the front of the race for a little while now with Mansberger. Now Cook is, after Graham McDonald took that breath, someone took a place off him, so he's back in that 4th place, but there's still front sort of 7 cars all already kind of holding position. It's almost like a settling in period, and then we'll see what happens in the last 5 minutes.
21 there, that's Harry Landy. He's dropped a little bit down the order. He gained 2 places on that previous lap though, one because of those problems for Tom Willis, as Hoffman takes the lead once again round the outside into the Knickerbrook chicane, and Harry Cook, I said he was one to watch here, is shadowing the leaders now in that 3rd place. Shadowing this whole group is that man Cooper. Incidentally, Cook has now got the fastest lap, 152.245. That's fastest lap he's tumbling.
Yeah, getting close to the kind of first race pace that we had. There's a little bit slower this race. There will be the conditions will change slightly, and also they're having to battle so hard that they haven't got this free space that Alan Cooper had to come across those gaps. But yeah, absolutely rapid pace with these new ZZR tyres strapped to their 310R machinery, 150 horsepower. It's all side by side. I think there's about 700 horsepower all on top of each other as they head around the final corner, heading now over the line once more as they complete their 7th lap.
This is tremendous stuff. Mansberger led at Druids. By the time we got to Lodge, it was Hoffman back in the lead. Now it's 3 wide for 2nd place. Cook's going to go through, I think, or is he? No, round the outside goes Mansberger. He holds that 2nd place, and look at Cooper getting a wheel on the grass there. He's almost 3 wide with Bush, and with McDonald in the middle. There was a bit of contact there, I think, and Bush nearly forced onto the grass. Cooper up the inside nearly loses it. Bush lost out big time there, and that slowed O'Flanagan up, and that's backed them up into Jack Sales' group now.
Jack Sales right back in it, so that was McDonald actually squeezing Bush onto the grass. Bush trying to hold his ground, a bit of tyre squeal as they did that, and then Cooper had a head of steam that he didn't know what to do with and locked up the front left. Hopefully he hasn't got a flat spot on these tyres. as they head round Shell Oils, though. The Cook ahead, though. There's that a little bit of tyre rub now on the McDonald car where that contact happened.
Jack Sales in clear air on that previous lap at a 1:51.405. That was nearly a second quicker than everybody else. He's flown back up the order, so now battle is well and truly literally joined. There's been some contact in there because I think that's Graham McDonald with some damage to the left rear. That must have been in that 3 wide moment with Bush and company. You can see there smoke pouring from the left rear tyre of Graham's car. That's going to slow him down.
Yeah, it looks like there may be some friction on that. You can see the tyre, the wing is tucked up under. Hopefully you can get that dislodged, because otherwise you can scrape a hole in your tyre. You don't want that. But Jack Sales, what a flyer. That is definitely the new lap record as we head round this Oulton Park International Circuit. And there's a Taylor O'Flanagan now also having to see if he can get past the ailing McDonald.
Look at the way Cooper's going. He sneaked through in all of that. That was in that 3 wide moment with McDonald and Bush that he was the big winner going into Cascade. Yeah, that bodywork is definitely fouling the tyre on Graham McDonald's car. That tyre, I think, is living on borrowed time, unfortunately. But now Cooper is on the tail of the 3 leaders. Bush and O'Flanagan side by side. Jack Sales has made it up onto the tail of this group, and he's been able to deal with this traffic a little better, I think, in the 35 car. At the line, it's Hoffman who has the lead with just under 5 minutes of the race to go. Cooper up into 3rd place. Cooper's going for 2nd on the inside. Mansberger holds him off. Cook fighting back, and well, Cooper, the danger man, where did he start back on the grid? He started about 12th, and he's fighting for a podium place. This is brilliant.
We talked about the Jaws music earlier, didn't we? Well, it's fully in effect now. We're at the whole heart of that movie. A little bit of a gap back to Hugo Bush, though, after all those sort of on-track rubs and scrapes. Alan Curtis still working here with David Yates, and David Yates sort of just still tracking along this, but we come back here a little bit that's Jeff Price. We saw him having that accident towards the end of the last race. He's fighting his way through ahead of Hall there in the Oakmere car as well.
Yes, James Hall, that's the car he collided with in race 1, so they've kept things clean this time, thankfully. Moving up onto the tail of, I think that's the 85 of Bullen just ahead of them there, who had a spin earlier on. Meantime, the leaders are at Britain's. It's still Hoffman from Mansberger, Cook, Cooper, then it's Bush, O'Flanagan, Sales. There is Harry Landy next in the order. Here comes Mansberger to the inside, down into the Knickerbrook chicane. He's going to retake the lead for the umpteenth time in this race. They've swapped places. I lost count on about lap 2 of how many times they'd swapped the lead. Harry Cook just shadowing them there, the number 9, the man from Wimborne in Dorset. 4th place is Cooper, the number 71. He comes from Epsom in Surrey. Side by side between the 2 leaders, up towards Druids. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? It's Hoffman back in front. Covering the inside is Mansberger. Bush starting to close back up. He's broken away from O'Flanagan as well.
This attitude of this race has firmly moved into the final stages. You can feel everyone is fighting for every single inch of track. How did Mansberger get ahead of Hoffman again? Hoffman had a lead coming out there. Cook and him were side by side. That should not have happened. So somehow Mansberger's carried ahead of speed out, and he leads coming in with 3 minutes of this race to go now.
Look at the way Hugo Bush is going. The grey and red car there. Great exit from Lodge. He's up behind Harry Cook. He could get past Cooper here on the inside if he just plays the line right through on the inside. O'Flanagan's up there as well. They bang wheels almost coming off the corner. It's not the first time that those two have banged wheels in this race. McDonald's still going as well at the back of this group. He lost a bit of ground rub, but he's still in there just behind. You can see there the number 19 car just ahead of Alan Curtis, and David Yates closing up on them as well. So 11 cars together now for the lead of this race. Mansberger and Hoffman nose to tail, and this is a battle further back in the order.
Yeah, that's Chris Fraser there with and behind that's the other Cooper. You can see the same kind of livery as Kevin his as well.
Coming into the there are 2 minutes of this race to go. It's still Hoffman and Mansberger. Could be all changed by the time I've finished speaking to you, though. Leaders heading up over Hilltop and down towards the
windows and see whether we can see the race coming down towards us. They've still got 1 minute and 12 left on the clock at the moment as they come around that final corner then, so we'll look out for who's going to come across the the line first, but it's Hoffman currently leading, and it's Cook in second place, Mansberger and Hugo Bush side by side as they cross the line, and then it's Alan Cooper's dropped time through with O'Flanagan right on his tail.
Yes, they head down toward there as they come down into Knickerbrook for what will be the last time. It is still Hoffman, the red and white car, has just about got the lead. Harry Cook up into second place ahead of Dominic Mansberger. Cooper fourth. He's dropping back into the clutches of O'Flanagan and Jack Sales under Hugo Bush. I think he missed the chicane there in the 22. So he's dropped back into line behind Jack Sales, but he's ahead of Harry Landy up towards the right-hander at Druids. Mansberger to the inside. I think Hoffman might just get away here on the sprint up towards Lodge.
There's still plenty of time here. This is a great toe opportunity. Cook is right in the toe of Hoffman as they come up to the last corner. He's going to try and pull to the outside, see whether he can make that momentum around the outside. Can Mansberger make the best of this? It's going to be Hoffman making the momentum out of the last corner though.
To the inside goes Mansberger. They're side by side, Mansberger and Cook, but this is going to allow Hoffman to get away to take his second win. The checkered flag is out. Hoffman wins it. It's a photo finish for second place. Now Mansberger's dropping down the order. Now, has he got a penalty? We'll check that in a moment. There's quite a few cars being given penalties for false starts, so we'll confirm that in a moment. A total of 6 cars, and yes, Dominic Mansberger is one of them, so he has got a 10-second penalty.
It looks like Oulton Park being very strict on their start box procedure, a bit like we saw in the Formula 1 the other day, and lots of drivers there maybe starting slightly out of their... I said it was a skill to try and find your box as we see the rest of the field flow on through. Remember, the battles happen all the way down this 32 car field. What a great sight it is to see these 310s out there in the second of their 3 20-minute races. They'll be out again a little bit later.
Okay, the cars that got 10-second penalties for false starts in that race, Dominic Mansberger, 25, was one of them. The others were Harry Landy, number 21, number 10, Chris Fraser, 52, which is Pete Wales, 81, which is Tom Willis, a luckless race for him, and 85 of Rob Bullen. So the win goes to Lars Alexander Hoffman, 2 wins out of 2 for him, just under half a second clear of Harry Cook, and Alan Cooper, having started 12th, gets a podium finish in the number 71 in third. So Cooper was third. O'Flanagan is in fourth place. It's Jack Sales in fifth. Hugo Bush gets sixth position after missing the chicane, I think, on the final lap at Knickerbrook there. Graham McDonald seventh, and it's Curtis eighth, Yates ninth, and the 55 of Harry Eyre takes 10th position. Then it's the pearlescent car of Wesley Payne, number 50. What did you say that car was called?
Well, I call it the unicorn car. It looks like a unicorn's been a bit ill, doesn't it?
Fair enough. 92 of Phil Bianchi is 12th. 13th was 28, which is Ryan Lovett. Mansberger penalised down to 14th place, and Landy to 15th. They got 10-second penalties for those false starts.
I know that we said the Mansberger had a rocket ship start. Maybe it was a bit too much of a rocket ship, and he really did blast through. I know he's going to be absolutely gutted. What a way to finish your race after all that action, and then suddenly find yourself right back down in the deep field. All to do again later on this afternoon when they get back out on track. But what a result for Hoffman. That is the double so far in there, so he's doing incredibly well. Cook made from 4th place earlier on today. He's now up into 2nd place, and Alan Cooper 3rd place, a podium paying position from what was, I think, yeah, like say 12th on the grid. He's moving forward each time. Is the win up for him next?
I'm not going to say it too loud, but it's clouding over a bit here, unfortunately, at Oulton Park. Let's hope things stay dry. We'll be heading down shortly to Sam in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers from our 310R race. Next up, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK for their second race.
There's some very happy faces coming in here on the top 3 steps. Right, we're going to head through to Lars first, who will be delighted with another win. Just let him take his gear off. It's getting a bit chilly out here now, though. The cloud is coming over. Hopefully the rain will stay off for the rest of the day, though. Lars, congratulations. Another win.
Yeah, fantastic.
Great start.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great fighting. And don't make a bit pressure, but yeah, it was good. Good fun out there.
Yeah, you take that, won't you?
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. Was it a good battle with the guys?
Absolutely, yeah.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Right. Here he is, Harry Cook. Congratulations, Harry.
Thanks.
Was the podium on the cards this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping a few wins were on the cards, so. But I got a good start at that race, and yeah, I just managed to stay in the top group, and then I couldn't get past the Lars and Dom. They were doing quite well, sort of 2 by 2. So, but I managed to get didn't get past Dom, but I don't know why he's been pulled over there. Might be a penalty or something.
It was a 10-second penalty for being too far forward on his pit on the start.
Okay. Well, I guess that's a good second place, but unfortunate for him. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, but it's hard when they're close, 2 by 2 around this track. With it being quite narrow, it's quite hard to pass, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's because it's not the widest of tracks, and yeah, when they're sat like this, you have to pick one direction, but they're usually covering most of the track, so it's quite difficult. But yeah, good to get a podium.
Excellent. Well, congratulations,
Thanks.
Harry. I'll move through to Alan now, who I know his family are very delighted. He's got 3rd place. Congratulations, Alan.
Thank you.
I think you're delighted with that one, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Came through the field from 12th, so been fast all weekend, but just haven't managed to put the car in the right place. So it's paid off. It's good.
We were saying it's hard in the races because the track's not that wide.
No.
It's if you've got 2 guys side by side in front of you, it's hard to get past.
It gets slimmer very quickly. I found that out in the first race, at the first turn. So yeah. No, I'm really pleased. Really pleased.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you.
And we'll head back to you guys in the commentary.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, getting ready for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK at an increasingly overcast Oulton Park. Fairly breezy as well. The car's just about to head out from the assembly area, so let's give you the grid. It's based on the results of the race we saw earlier on before lunch. And therefore in pole position will be number 79 Lewis Thompson with 66 Jake Swan alongside him. The second row, 43 Stephen Lyle. Alongside him, number 18 of Sean Byrne. Row 3, 93 Mike Evans. And 24, the AM class winner earlier on, Paul Donkin. Row 4, number 99 Tom Eden. And 3 of James Murphy. Hopefully he's repaired that damage from earlier on. Did manage to limp the car home for 8th place. Row 5, 61 Angus McLean and 17 of Mark Farmer. Row 6, 11 Carl Jones and 64 Dale Head. Row 7, number 4 Ollie Smith and 16 Gary Lapidus. Row 8, number 9 Matt Dyer and 2 Andy Lees. Row 9, 22 Gary Curtis. And watch out for fireworks from the back. Number 1 Aaron Head starts 18th on the grid, and 19th we should see number 77 Gordon Sawyer. We'll wait to see if they are there on the grid.
There was quite a lot of damage to Gordon Sawyer's rear left BARC, so whether he is out there, we'll just keep an eye out. But like you say, Lewis Thompson taking that win, and lots of Aaron Head confirmed it was a drive shaft failure that sort of caused all that kind of knockback. But you can see James Murphy is back out on the track there, ready to take his position. I didn't see Sawyer coming around. Let me just have a quick look down the field. That is Aaron Head. Is that a yellow car? I think it is Gordon Sawyer.
Yes,
out
I think he is there.
So yes, great stuff.
Work
If
by
they've
the
got
mechanics.
absolutely deep working overtime to get all these cars back out. But Lewis Thompson, who can stop this young charger out there, currently starting in that first place? Well, Jake Swan will be looking to see whether he can stop him. We said watch out for him coming through, and Stephen Lyle having a great introduction back into the series for Sean Byrne, and in first race for Stephen Lyle. What a way to do it. Paul Duncan, like you say, taking that AM trophy away. With Tom Eden just behind him in that other yellow car. He's alongside James Murphy, who did limp that car home, and he will have be thirsty to try and make his way further forward again.
Well, everybody is present and correct, which is great to see. Watch for fireworks, as we said, from the back here with Aaron Head, the king of Caterham's, in 18th place on the grid. How many places is he going to gain? How long is it going to take him to fight towards the front of the field? They move off for their green flag lap then. James Murphy will be worth watching as well. Broken suspension and a puncture stymied him in the first race after that contact with Gordon Sawyer. They're all away for the green flag lap. 19 cars on the grid.
We've seen it plenty of times before. Aaron Head and Gordon Sawyer actually have been shown masters of fighting their way back through the field, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron Head there in that top fight for the top 10 in the first lap, and maybe even further forward just as we come into the second lap. So keep an eye out for that pink roll cage. It's definitely going to be one to watch as they weave these Avon slick tyres as they head down Cascades, trying to get some heat into the tyre. Like you say, it's a bit overcast now, and they're still not raining or drizzling right now, but it's got that feel in the air, and with these slick tyres they're not going to be dealing too well with those sprinkles. You certainly have to get those heat in ready for this race. Top flight of Caterham Motorsport, 180 horsepower, slick shod car here, and a six-speed sequential box under their right foot, and off they head into the countryside here in the Cheshire Circuit. Full international course being run today. You can see that weaving left and right, just trying to get all that heat into the slick tyre. No tyre warmers available for these drivers, so they have to do all that work on the outlap. It's quite exhausting, I can confirm from past experience of trying to get the heats into these tyres. And away they go around Shell Oils then. It's looking forward to the second of 3 20-minute races for the Caterham 7 Championship UK.
All the championships this weekend run to the same point scale, with the exception of the Roadsports. It's 25 points for a win in this race, 23 for second, then 22, 21 and so on downwards, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap.
7 Championship also gain bonus points for Super Pole, so if you get Super Pole you get 3 points, 2 points, 1 point in that as well, so that's something else. That's worth 3 places in a race, so you imagine how hard it is to get 3 places. Well, Super Pole gives you that, so it's a really important part of the 7 Championship UK.
Waiting for them to head up to the grid then. Lewis Thompson was quickest in the qualifying session this morning, but in Super Pole it was Aaron Head who went quickest by 0.8 of a second, showing how dominant he can be. Gordon Sawyer was third quickest.
Yeah,
so
I
they
think
got
it's
the bonus points.
0.003 of a second between Lewis Thompson and Aaron Head in that first session, but Aaron Head managed to switch it around. He's got all that work to do though as he heads them through. And it's not inexperienced drivers he's got in front of them. They're all race hardened and ready to take the battle to him.
Making their way towards Lodge Corner then, the British Racing Green number 79 of Lewis Thompson, the 2021 310R champion, will start on pole. 66 of Jake Swan, the 310R champion back in 2019, the man from Rochester in Kent, will start on the front row of the grid. He got fastest lap in that opening race, so got a bonus point, broke the lap record as well. Stephen Lyle, the newcomer to the category on row 2, alongside the number 18 of Sean Byrne. Paul Donkin looking to extend his lead in the AM category championship this year, the multi-talented racer. Look out for Mark Farmer in the red and blue machine, the red car with the blue roll cage. You see him in the middle of the grid there. He starts 10th on the grid, the former British GT championship racer. I believe he used to share an Aston Martin with Nicky Thiem, the great Danish racer, during his last stint in the championship. Okay, the 5-second board is up, waiting for the red lights to come on for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Race number 2, the red lights are on, and away they go, down towards Old Hall for the first time. Good start by Stephen Lyle from the second row, trying to go through the middle on the run down to Old Hall. He's up alongside Lewis Thompson, and he could take the lead here through that outside run. The number 18 of Sean Byrne got away well as well. Watch for Aaron Head coming through from the back of the field, but it is Lyle who leads for the first time. It's only his second race in the category, and he has got the lead ahead of Lewis Thompson and Sean Byrne. Jake Swan, not the best of starts there, down to 4th place, and there is the number 1 of Aaron Head. He's already gained about half a dozen places from the back.
Yeah, watch that pink roll cage. It's going to be absolutely spectacular as he heads up through this field, but Jake Swan got a bit too much wheel spin, and it was really tricky then for him to get the second phase of that race. But it is Lewis Thompson that leads Stephen Lyle in that second place. Like I say, his second ever race in one of these things, and he's in second place. What an achievement that is. But yeah, Swan will be ruining that, and then watch Gary Curtis as he just trails this field.
Yes, Gary Curtis failed to finish in race 1, pulled up on the final lap, so aiming for better fortunes here at the tail of the field. Gordon Sawyer's got ahead of him there. He's on the tail of Andy Lees, the number 2 car. Here come your leaders, Lewis Thompson from Stephen Lyle. Byrne, a big lock up there into Knickerbrook. Jake Swan just ahead of him for 3rd place. Now, who's that in behind them? It's the number 3 of James Murphy. He's got from 8th to 5th already. Now we'll watch for Aaron Head coming through. There's Mark Farmer being chased by the number 4 of Oliver Smith in the white and green car with the gold roll cage there. Leaders up into Druids Corner, and Stephen Lyle is not letting Lewis Thompson get away.
No, Lewis Thompson has certainly got his mirrors full as we watch Head and his progress through the field there, as he pulls on just a little bit of contact as he pulled out the slipstream there, but it does look like he's going to get past Carl Jones there as they head down into. No, he's having to capitulate and just move back in. But yeah, remember they've got to use these same slick tyres all through these first 3 races, and that lock-up from Sean Byrne would not be good into the hairpin, into the chicane. He will not want to do that again.
Aaron Head has gained 10 places already, up to 8th. From the back of the field, he's got to 7th now because he goes to the inside on the number 11 of Carl Jones, not to be confused with the former British touring car racer of the same name. Used to race in the days of the Sierra Cosworths. Does historic racing these days, that Carl Jones from Wales. There's the number 99 car. That is Tom Eden. He currently leads the AM category because Paul Donkin didn't get the best of starts. He's lost 4 places. He's down to 10th.
Yeah, not ideal for Donkin there, but Thompson still leads this field as they went across the line last time through. And there he is ahead of Lyle. Swan's recovered back into that 3rd position with Sean Byrne. Then we've got James Murphy with the orange roll cage there. Tom Eaton follows behind him, and look who's behind him. Aaron Head is following on with the pink roll cage. I said, Lewis Thompson absolutely launches over that sausage curve there as they head into Britain's this time through. I said Aaron Head will be into that top 10. He's got his brother just in front of him, and he'll be looking to see how much further he can make it up through. He's going to the outside as they come down into Knickerbrook this time through, and it looks like he might well make that as we follow Tom Eden in the yellow car there just ahead of there. He did make that position up, so another position gained by Head on his relentless move back through this field.
Yes, the Head brothers battling it out there, Aaron and Dale. Aaron, the more experienced of the two, moves through. It's still Lewis Thompson who leads the way then as they head up through Druids for the 2nd time. The field all fairly well bunched up together. There's Gordon Sawyer, who's made up another couple of places from the back. He's got Gary Lapidus, his car staring back at him as they come along towards Lodge Corner. Moves through on the inside and picks up another place. His next target will be Mark Farmer in the number 17 car as the leaders heading up over the line, and no surprise to see Aaron Head has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:45.4 that time through.
Another place gained over Tom Eden. So next up is Mike Evans, and it looks like James Murphy, his teammate, just ahead as well. So Mike Evans, we saw him some great progress in that first race. At the moment he's trying to hold on, but he's got swarming cars all around him. There is the Tom Eden tracking along. He's just losing out a little bit, but like you say, this race he's ahead in that AM Championship, so he'll be looking to see whether he can gain the bigger trophy as they come to the trophy presentations at the end of this race. And then following along from them, we've got the next group of cars all squabbling as well. There is that AM leader so far, Tom Eden. A little bit of a gap then, that to Dale Head, as the rest of the field swarm through.
Yes, Paul Donkin's lost another place. He's down to 11th now in the clutches of Mark Farmer there. That's the battle for 2nd in the AM category. Tom Eden in a very good 7th overall, the number 99, leading the AM category. The rest of those cars ahead of him in the Pro-Am division. There's James Murphy under fire from Aaron Head. He's holding him off here. They're more accustomed to being, they're more used to battling for the lead in races like this, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them are well versed at leading and winning these races. As we watch this field go through, there is Gordon Sawyer on his. Mark Farmer's just ahead of him, looking to the outside of Clay Hill. Not going to be a lot of room up there as they go into Druids, but Lewis Thompson has got a little bit of a friendly gap at the moment. He's going to be quite enjoying that as they head round Druids this time, but it does look like there is further battles further back. He's moved, number 4 there, he's moved back a little bit in the field. That's I've lost the number now.
Ollie Smith,
isn't it?
Ollie Smith. He's just lost out to Angus McLean in the number 61. That's the battle for around 15th place as the leaders head over the line once again. Jake Swan is attacking for 2nd place on the back of Steve Lyle. 3 wide for 5th position. Murphy dives through on the inside past the number 93 of Mike Evans. Here comes Aaron Head. The number 1 from the back of the grid is now up into 7th position. Another fastest lap, 1:44.9. That time through, completing 3 laps. Still 14 minutes and change of the race to go. James Murphy looking quick here as well. Let's have a look at Murphy's lap times. Yeah, his last time of 1:45.4, so half a second slower than Head behind in there. Drawing up alongside James Murphy on the run up towards Highland Bend. The 3 similarly liveried cars. You have to look at their roll cages to tell them apart. It is still Murphy ahead. Yes, and Aaron Head still in behind the number 93 of Mike Evans. Clearly no team orders there, the way they're fighting it out.
No, they're both, absolutely looking to see how well they can do. James Murphy is thinking a little bit wide out there as the Britons has curb spits him out, and that's going to lose his momentum as he comes up over the hill, having to defend to the inside now from Mike Evans. He's going to look to the outside. It's not going to necessarily come fruitful, but now Aaron Head looking down the inside, squirming that car under brakes, does make it through, and Mike Evans nowhere to go, so has to drop back. So Aaron Head makes another place up. That was absolutely on the edge, that one.
Charge continues for Aaron Head. He's up to 6 now. His next target ahead is James Murphy. It is still Thompson who leads from Lyle, Swan and Sean Byrne has dropped them slightly in that 4th place. Then these 3 fighting it out for 5th, 6th and 7th. Tom Eden is still there in 8th place, leads the AM division. Dale Head and Carl Jones round out the top 10 as having a look on the outside, Steve Lyle in the red and black number 43 car doesn't quite get alongside. Could be in the slipstream here as they head over the line of Lewis Thompson, going for win number 2 today and of the season. He goes to the outside, Stephen Lyle into Old Hall, tries to get the cut back. He doesn't stick to the outside. Now he goes back to the outside over the curve. He's trying to confuse Lewis Thompson here, I think, but all the time he's got to be wary that Jake Swan's right behind him.
Yeah, a little lap ago there was that little gap developing, but Stephen Lyle came across that no problem at all, and like you say, just trying to fill the mirrors of Lewis Thompson as he drifts a bit wide out of Cascades that time through, so he'll have to watch out for that. There is a sensor out there as well, but Lewis Thompson still maintains that ahead of Lyle, Swan and then Byrne, as close as you like, and then the following 3 behind them, Murphy, Head and Evans still.
Yes, I think Head has got ahead of James Murphy now. Let's have a look. Yes, he has indeed. So Aaron Head up into 5th position now and going after that quartet of leaders. Can he win this from 18th on the grid? He's certainly got the experience, a 3-time champion in these cars. And yes, the gap is definitely coming down. The 8th place man is still Eden. You can see the yellow machine in the background there. They head down hilltop towards Knickerbrook. It is still Lewis Thompson, the young gun from Parbold, who hangs on to his lead in the British Racing Green number 79 machine. See the drivers working the wheels there as they come out of Knickerbrook up towards Clay Hill and Druids.
You could absolutely see the rubber on the Avon slick tyre being moved around on the tyres. Incredible, the forces. Remember, these cars only weigh about half a tonne and they've got an awful lot of power there, and this slick tyre gives them so much grip through the middle of the corner. It really does. You have to work as a driver to hold on to these things. The cars are almost more eager than some of our drivers by the time out. Jake Swan, little jink and a dummy there as he looks to shove it down the inside, but he was not quite alongside as the head in. Lyle holds on, didn't get sort of thrown the dummy there, he's just kept his composure, but Sean Byrne ready to get himself fully ensconced in this battle, and Jake Swan's now having to do a bit of defensive driving there to hold them back. Aaron Head bringing this chase group though across that gap. Let's monitor that gap as we go. Lyle just setting the best lap of the race so far with a 44.385.
Yes, indeed. So everything starting to close up again now. These 4 line astern. If anything, Mike Evans has dropped back from James Murphy just a little there, down into 7th position. Still Tom Eden in 8th place leads the AM division. Second in that is now Mark Farmer. Paul Donkin's dropping back. He's down to 13th place overall now. He's dropped behind Carl Jones. 4 together still for the lead. Jake Swan to the outside as they go through Shell Oil's hairpin. This could allow Sean Byrne to attack for 3rd place. And the next 3 headed up by Aaron Head, who hasn't quite caught the lead quartets as yet, but he's within a couple of car lengths there through Britain's off the rear of Sean Byrne's car. They come up to half distance, just over 10 minutes to go in this Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK race 2 of the season. Lewis Thompson continues to lead.
Was a 1.2 second gap between Head and the back of Sean Byrne's car as they crossed the line last time, and you can see on your screen that there is absolutely no gap left. That has evaporated. Aaron Head's taken those following 3 cars right away across. There is the leader of our AM Championship, Tom Eden, in a kind of nice little lonely race, but it looks like Gordon Sawyer coming across that gap to him as well, so Gordon Sawyer making some good progress as well.
Yes, Gordon Sawyer up into 9th position from the very back of the grid. He's gained 10 places in the first half of this race. Are we going to see him involved in this battle at the front of the field by flag fall? I think it's definitely possible. Aaron Head, meanwhile, now starting to work on getting past Sean Byrne. He's sizing his target up there as they come out of Deer Leap with just over 9 minutes to go. Over the line, the lead gap is 0.365 of a second for Lewis Thompson. Less than a second covers the first 5. Now, indeed, 2 seconds covers the top 7. Here's the 2 yellow cars together. It's Eden still ahead of Sawyer. And the battle for 10th, Mark Farmer loses out to the 64 of Dale Head. Paul Donkin, perhaps getting a second wind, is in behind them in the 24.
He certainly looks ready for moving up through the field again. A little bit more power in these, well, a lot more power in these cars, and that means that the toe is also slightly reduced as you head off down these long straights. They've got a bit more juice under their right foot, therefore the toe is not quite as powerful, but it looks like Aaron Head is ready to attack. Is Aaron Head already ahead of Sean Byrne? And he is on the tail of Jake Swan, ready to make that move up into try and get on the podium. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, he made the move there along Lakeside, I think up into 4th place ahead of Sean Byrne, who could fall victim here to James Murphy for 5th position, but now Aaron Head is really in attacking mode. He's got his head down inside that pink crash helmet. He's attacking Jake Swan. He goes for the inside. They almost bang wheels there going into Knickerbrook. Has he got 3rd place away there? No, not quite. He thought better of it through there. They got very close indeed. Aaron Head will be mindful of what happened in race 1. A bit too much curb hopping. I think broke a drive shaft in that car. He does not want to. He does not want fate to repeat itself here.
No, after all that good progress so far, that maybe was just a little too sketchy, that move. We saw him earlier on making a very on-the-limit move, but that one just didn't quite work. Jake Swan sort of squeezed him and took away the line that he wanted, and therefore was able to resist that movement. But I'm not sure he's going to be able to resist for too much longer. Aaron Head is absolutely ready. I'm sure that Lewis Thompson will be looking in his mirrors and going, crikey, how the heck did he get back here? But yeah, Aaron Head goes to the inside then with the outside round deer leap, but it's going to be the inside of Lodge turn 1 for the Oulton for the first corner.
Here they come, then he's dodging about on the tail of Jake Swan there. A cracking drive by Aaron Head wherever he finishes to charge through from 18th on the grid. He's up to P4 now, trying to go for the outside into Cascade. Still P1 is Lewis Thompson ahead of Stephen Lyle. James Murphy is there in 5th, so he's got ahead of Sean Byrne. He could fall victim to Mike Evans here in the 93. Several seconds back now, Gordon Sawyer has got ahead of Tom Eden into 8th place overall. Dale Head rounds out the top 10. Eden still leads the AM class ahead of Farmer and Donkin, and Aaron Head going for the outside at Shell Oil's hairpin. I don't think he'll get through there. All over the back of Jake Swan. He'll surely get him going down into Knickerbrook this time.
It's a really tricky part of the circuit to overtake on. If you don't go up the inside of Shell Oils, all these corners lead into each other. So really what you're looking for as a driver is to carry that momentum over Hilltop. And you can see that he's got a bit of momentum. He's jinking to the outside, jinking to the inside. We're going 3 wide as we come down into Knickerbrook.
Up the inside for 2nd place goes Jake Swan. Well, instead of defending, he attacked and he's through past Stephen Lyle into 2nd place. Now it's Lyle who's got Aaron Head all over the back of his car. I can't say all over the rear bumper because they don't have rear bumpers on these cars, but up the hill they go. James Murphy looking on from 5th position. Swing their way towards the tricky right-hander at Druid. Still Lewis Thompson, who has led all the way so far in this race. Seeing a Caterham race led by the same driver from green to checkered is very rare indeed.
And it's not easy either. Mike Evans, though, is now ahead of Sean Byrne. So Sean Byrne, whatever his issues are, whether his tyres are being overcooked, but then we got Lyle down the inside of Jake Swan, takes that position. Again, Aaron Head now, though, has got the run up, and that is going to be a done deal as they head into turn 1 now.
Or is it? Because Jake Swan will try the sweep move around the outside. Can he keep it together? Not quite. Aaron Head is there, and Jake Swan sideways. He's onto the grass. He bounces over the mud there, and he's down to 4th place. He's lucky not to spin there coming out of Old Hall, and that could have been disastrous for those following behind. But Jake Swan thankfully held it together, although Aaron Head is now up into 3rd place and still 5.5 minutes to attack the leaders.
Great car control there to hold onto a slick tyre when it went onto the grass. He tried everything to hold onto that place, knew it was kind of inevitable, but did everything he could to protect from it. Sean Byrne back ahead, but Lewis Thompson, like you say, unusual to see someone lead from flag to from green lights to flag, but he's doing that, and he's doing it again. There is Sean Byrne back ahead of Mike Evans, so these two having a great battle just off the lead group, and it does look like James Murphy is back with this lead group again.
Over the curb, and Aaron Head took a lot of curb. He needs to be wary of doing that after what happened earlier on. He bounced up into the air there, coming through Britain's. Very easy to do. He's on the tail of Stephen Lyle now. Swan will be defending from James Murphy, who's making this 5 for the lead now. Collided with Gordon Sawyer after spinning in the first race. Collected Gordon as he spun coming through Deer Leap. No problem so far this time. Coming towards the closing stages of this Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship race. Race 2 of 3 today. We'll be back out later on, scheduled for the final race of the day. Through Druids they come, and Aaron Head ready to make a move on Stephen Lyle. Now, what a great debut in this category Stephen Lyle has had today. He holds the inside line, forcing Aaron Head to go the long way around there, right on the tail of Lewis Thompson now. It is now 3 for the lead.
Lewis Thompson there looking like he was trying to fire the car out the corner there. There's Dale Head with Mark Farmer followed as well, and there's Donkin, so he's dropped back, and it certainly looks like Eden's got that like mopped up for the AM Championship, but there is Head still behind Lyle, so he wasn't able to make that stick around the outside as they head down into Cascades this time through. Absolutely nothing between these two. Head really wants that position. Lyle does not want to give it to him.
That's Lyle just a little bit wide there through Cascades, but he's kept his footing, he's held it together. Charge along the lakeside, 3.5 minutes, so a couple more laps to go in this pulsating Avon Tyres Caterham UK Championship race. There's the battle a little further behind between Byrne and Evans, that's for 6th position. Then this is for 11th place, Mark Farmer heading this draft further back in the order. Gary Lapidus going side by side with the number 2 of Andy Lees there. They're scrapping it out for 16th position. There's battles everywhere you look, as befits Caterham Racing. Through Britons they come. Miles a little bit sideways through there. This could give Aaron Head the momentum he needs to take second down into Knickerbrook.
You remember, these slick tyres have done their qualifying session. They've done race 1. They're doing race 2 now as well. Aaron Head blocking up the rear of that car. You can see it squirming all the way down the hill there. He's really on the edge. There's Gordon Sawyer coming across the gap, having dispatch with Tom Eden, who should be next up as he heads up in there. But there is Gordon Sawyer from also the back of the field, doing an incredible recovery job. If it wasn't for Aaron Head nearly in the lead of the race, you'd be like
Tom Eden's disappeared. Where's Tom Eden? We've got that will put Mark Farmer, I think, into the lead of the amateur class. Tom Eden was missing there. I didn't see him. There's a yellow flag on the run out of Cascades towards Island Bend, so it looks like we have lost Tom Eden, unfortunately. But here are the leaders coming into Lodge Corner. A little bit sideways there from Aaron Head. He's really pushing as hard as he dares. There'll be about 2 minutes 20 left as they cross the line this time, or just under, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Here comes Aaron Head on the inside into Old Hall. Is he going to go through? No. Stephen Lyle gets the sweep move done and holds that second place. Swan in 4th place and James Murphy in 5th. Now, if the yellow flags are still out coming out of Cascades, there'll be no passing on the run towards Island Bend. We'll have a look as they go through there. Can we see yellow flags still out? Just looking at the marshal's post in the background. Definitely impossible to tell there, unfortunately. Lyle is having a look here for the lead. This is impressive from Stephen Lyle. He not only wants to shake off Aaron Head, he wants his first win.
Sometimes the best form of defence is attack, and that looks like we've seen that a couple of times. Aaron Head trying to hold on around the outside. It's so rare for that to work, and like I say, you have to be single file, and he's got to be protecting from Jake Swan, who's still thirsty for that other podium position in there. But Lewis Thompson's got a bit of a breathing gap now against Lyle, who's wide out of that corner. That's going to give Aaron Head the run as they come up the hill. Can he make that use? He's going to probably have to go to the outside. We've seen him make it work once before.
Here they come down towards Knickerbrook side by side for second place. Oh, Aaron Head gets a wheel onto the grass. He's missed the chicane. He's going to have to weave his way through the slalom there. That's good in a club auto test, but it won't win you Caterham races, unfortunately.
Absolutely, lock the rear of his car. He's going to have to move that brake balance forward as these slick tyres give up some of their initial grip. He's going to have to move the balance of that braking forward. We've seen him squirming around there a couple of times, and it looked like that's cost him quite dear. He's moved behind Jake Swan now. He did well to hold on, and I've never seen anyone go quite through those as fast as we see this chasing battle. Mark Farmer now behind.
Yeah, that's a change for the lead in the AM class as well. Angus McLean has taken over there. The man from Yateley in the south of England has taken Mark Farmer. There's bits of debris. That's from Aaron Head's car, I think. I noticed he was missing a wing, and Jake Swan was as well.
Yeah, well, we'll look for that out on the cars. Yeah, we see Gary Lapidus there chasing this field. It's been backwards and forwards, and Matt Dyer in this battle as well. But it's again Angus McLean versus Mark Farmer as they go into the last corner. Donkin just behind there, so Donkin right back in this battle as he's side by side there with Dale Head as they head through. Here's back to the Swan and Head and Murphy battle, which Head's lost a bit of speed and momentum out after that last lap issue.
Yes, the first two able to get away slightly as a result of this scrap behind them. We're on the last lap of the race now, up towards the Shell hairpin. It is still Lewis Thompson who's led all the way so far. Can Stephen Lyle ambush him on this final lap? The man from Berkshire out of Shell. You can see that the two missing wings there. Telltale signs of contact between Swan and Head on the back of their cars. It's still Swan third at the moment with James Murphy right behind Aaron Head. They head up over Hilltop for what will be the final time, and Stephen Lyle is not holding back here.
He won't be happy in second place. Looking at this, he's still got a couple of overtaking opportunities and certainly a good tow opportunity. So Lewis Thompson has not got this done and dusted so far, but he has looked good for the most of this race. James Murphy just dropping away a little bit there But here is that recovering Gordon Sawyer as well. Good to see him back up there into that 8th place. So he'll have a good shot at the next race as they come into it later on this afternoon. But it is Lewis Thompson who leads currently ahead of Stephen Lyle, Jake Swan and then Aaron Head.
Yeah, Stephen Lyle may be preoccupied with Jake Swan and Aaron Head attacking him here. This may allow Lewis Thompson to get away in the final turn to take the win. They're coming down to Lodge for the final time in this race. Stephen Lyle will try his hardest. It's side by side for 3rd place. Aaron Head will try and get up alongside Jake Swan, but it looks like it is going to be Lewis Thompson unless Stephen Lyle pops out of the slipstream. They'll cross the line side by side, but Thompson hangs on to win it.
We've got Lyle dropping down the order, which means I think he might have a penalty. We did see him quite far forward on his box as they came up to the line. I think Lyle may well have had a penalty, but as we watch this AM Championship coming to the end as well, with Mark Farmer around the outside, got McLean down the inside. Who's going to hold on? Looks like Mark Farmer will have the sweep of speed around the outside and is going to take it. Donkin looking to the outside though, is going to have 3 wide across for the AM Championship. And who took that as
Farmer got it.
There we go. Farmer took it over the line, then great from McLean and then Donkin. So 3 wide for that AM Championship as they cross the line.
Yes, 3 cars with penalties for false starts this time. Unfortunately, Stephen Lyle was one of them with a 10-second penalty. The others were Sean Byrne, number 18, and also number 77, Gordon Sawyer, sadly, after his drive through the field.
They are being very, very hot on positioning, I think, today. I don't think it's actually they're moving before the lights, but they are being very, very hot on the cars being in the correct position. And Lewis Thompson, though, takes that victory. What another incredible race by the young Charger. Ahead of Lyle on the track, but that means Swan takes the 2nd place and Aaron Head does take that podium from the back of the field there. Murphy just following home in 4th and Evans taking another great 5th place. Lyle ends up in 6th place after that has all rolled out through as well. And what a great result for everybody out there. Great race again.
It's just half a second covering the top 3 at the line. And the rare thing in Caterham racing, Lewis Thompson leading all the way at the front. It doesn't happen often in Caterham's. Jake Swan in 2nd, perhaps ruining a slightly slow start, and Aaron Head, what a drive. 18th place on the grid, through for 3rd. James Murphy takes 4th ahead of Mike Evans. Stephen Lyle, a penalty, having crossed the line in 2nd place, ends up in 6th position. Then it was Sean Byrne, another to be penalised for a false start, finishes 7th. Gordon Sawyer with a penalty to his name as well. He drops down into 8th position. And then what a finish in the amateur division. There were just a couple of tenths of a second, or less than that, covering the top 3. Mark Farmer taking the class win ahead of Angus McLean and Paul Donkin, quicker than you can read their names. 12th place went to the number 9 of Matt Dyer. 13th it was Dale Head, number 64. 14th for Mark Jones. Gary Lapidus was 15th. The other finishers being Ollie Smith, Andy Lees, and the 22 of Gary Curtis made it home this time. Sadly, with the AM class at his mercy, Tom Eden dropped out of the race. We didn't see what happened to him, unfortunately.
What a disappointing result for Eden. He had that all sewn up, didn't he? He was in that middle ground, all happily sailing away, but we lost him out the back of the circuit somewhere around Shell Oils, I think. Just unfortunate for him, but his misfortune meant that Farmer could take that AM Championship over McLean and Donkin. What a finish that was. Yeah, like I say, it's a shame that we've had some of these sort of false starts, the penalties to deal with today, but that's how it's going here at Oulton Park. As I can see the cars all heading now into Parc Fermé, so yeah, we can go down to Sam, who will be able to talk to some of our drivers.
Another great race for the 7 UK cars. Let's go and have a chat with Lewis. Lewis, congratulations, another win.
Yeah, sorry about the mess on my face. Yeah, I must have had a nosebleed while I was out there. But yeah, another great result. I think we led every lap, which is brilliant. I saw Aaron coming through, but it's hard to overtake round here. And I had Jake, Steve and Aaron for company, well, behind me to hold them off. And yeah, it's really unfortunate to Steve, but I knew he had a penalty because I saw it on the first opening laps, and I just knew that if it came to the last lap and it was just me and him, I was just going to let him win and, you know, rather not battle it, not risk the car. But yeah, I gave it a good go. Just nice to win on the road as well. So yeah, big thanks to the team and big shout out to everyone watching at home. Yeah, cheers.
Thank you, Lewis. Congratulations. Right, where's Jake gone? There he is. Come on, Jake. You know the score now. Well done. Another podium. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, that was well fought, that one. You know, we didn't have the best start. I'd like to make it hard for myself, clearly. Everything I do, I seem to make it hard for myself. But yeah, no, it went really well in the end. Unfortunately, he got a jump start. So, well, unfortunately for him, good for us. So, yeah, no, have a solid second. We'll take that. So it's good for the old championship. So, yeah, no, cracking.
And then one more race to do this afternoon.
Yeah, if I'm awake for it. All this in one day, I'll have a little nap now.
It's quite exhausting, isn't it?
It's a bit, but, you know, I'll moan about it later if we get a good result.
Yes, fingers crossed. All right, thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Right, let's move to Aaron. Where's Aaron gone? Aaron's talking to James Murphy. Let's grab him for a quick chat. If teammates.
That's why I went for the run after.
Aaron, congratulations. You made so many places up there. Well done. I mean, you've done it before, haven't you?
Yeah, once or twice. Yeah, I've done it before. I mean, we came through so quick, and then we just got to that front pack where there was no gaps at all, so everyone was slipstreaming off of each other. So whenever you tried to do an overtake, you know, we had great pace, and yeah, tried to do an overtake, but they were just stuck in each other's slipstream. So as soon as you pulled out, you just drop back straight away. And as everyone knows, overtaking around a corner at Oulton Park is a struggle. So you have to go pretty hard, and then you find it that the other guys start easing off the brake to then keep it in there, and then it's just going to be a crash unless you try a switch back. But it was hard once I got to the front. Obviously, we've ended up with third place, and yeah, I'll take that. So yeah,
definitely. From where you started, it's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. We came through so quick, and it's good that we got it there for the race next.
Exactly, good position for next race. Thank you, well done, Aaron. Right, so that's the pro class done. We're going to move through to the AM class now. So I'm going to speak to Mark Farmer, who won the AM class. Sorry, chaps. Mark, you've won the AM class. Congratulations.
Well, fancy that. What a surprise. No, it was great. It was good. It was good fun. Really, really good fun. Close racing and all fair and above board and nice and clean. It was such a lot of fun. I had no idea I'd won the AM class. Great.
What a trophy to take home.
Oh, another one. Helen will be delighted.
Oh, well, congratulations. Well done.
Thanks very much.
See you in a bit. Right, now, I'm not sure we've got second place for the AM class. Third place is Paul Donkin. I'm just trying to locate him now. Paul. Done, Mark. Sorry, excuse us while we just find the drivers. There he is. Sorry, chaps, to interrupt. Paul came third in the AM class this afternoon. You won the AM class in the first race.
Yeah, it was more of a race of attrition in the first race. That one was a bit more difficult in terms of racing. Struggled quite a lot, to be honest with you. So not too happy with P3, but we'll take it, and we've got one more race left, so we'll see what happens then.
That was good. Well done. Congratulations. Right. Oh, and here we go. Our second place AM driver. Well done. How was the race for you?
It was fantastic. I had an awful start. I went backwards on the start to almost last place, I believe, and then managed to slowly fight my way forward. So it was good. Fun.
It makes it more interesting when you have to do that, doesn't it?
It made it interesting, that's for sure. So yeah, very good fun. So pleased with a second in class, which is great.
Yeah. Congratulations. One more race to go.
One more race to go, yes.
Thank you. Right, we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, getting ready for the second race for the Vertex Roadsport Championship. 2 races for them today, so this is their final action of the day. We'll give you the grid very shortly, but with the cars lined up ready for the green flag lap, we caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier on in the paddock.
So I found Zach Lower in your first race season ever.
First ever race.
First ever race. How's it going so far?
Yeah, it's so much fun actually. So we literally today's two back-to-back races. Did my first ever race about an hour ago and going out again for a second try. So learning a lot at these stages. Yeah, for sure.
Tell us about your car, because I believe that you bought a slightly damaged car. You know, an ex-academy car.
Yeah. So basically this car last year, it didn't really have much of a life before it was in a bit of an unfortunate incident. And I bought it as a salvage, re-chassied it, rebuilt it with my friend Dan helped me build a lot of it, and then kind of brought it out for its second chance at life. But obviously being an academy car, it now can't go back into the academy, so I'm doing Roadsport in the deep end a little bit more than maybe I should have.
Oh, you're used to Caterhams though. You've driven a lot. You've done a lot of sideways stuff in them as well, haven't you?
Yeah, very comfortable in a Caterham in on the road and on slalom layouts like you do. But this is a lot more, full throttle, which I'm enjoying. Yeah, it's good to get the most out of them on track.
A lot of racecraft to learn.
Lots of racecraft to learn, but everyone here is super friendly and actually just happy to give tips and kind of. We had a really good race with Ollie over there, so looking forward to more of it.
And it's also must be helpful having your brother Charlie lower with his race experience helping you out as well.
Absolutely, I think he has helped me get a little bit further up the pace coming into this. Otherwise, I would have had no clue. So yeah, I'm grateful for him.
Excellent. Well, thank you for talking to us, and wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach.
Cheers.
I've got Henry Littlejohn here. Henry, a little bit of mud on the car I've noticed, but how's your day been so far?
It's been an eventful day. I think the step up from Academy to Roadsport has just brought both groups together, and it's been really, really competitive, to be honest. A lot more so than I expected. So we had a bit of a group in the middle of the last race, and there was I think there was 5 rear wings lost in 6 cars or something silly like that. So yeah.
It's standard in Caterham racing, though, isn't it? Really?
First for me, though. First for me. Lost my exhaust and lost my rear wing, but Caterham crew got me back up and running, and here I am.
It does look a nice shiny exhaust, actually, nice and new.
Yes. We'll just see what the credit card says, but yeah, it does look nice. So yeah, I'm nervous for the next one, but I'm looking forward to it. So.
The great thing with this championship, and it's a bit like especially road sports, and you must have noticed it in Academy, it doesn't really matter where you are on the grid. There's always someone to battle with.
Yeah, I found that. I mean, I'm down in P18, but I'm still battling with a few of my regular old foes. Got Richard Harris here next to me, who we had a good season battling all last year. So it's, I would say it's as much fun, if not more so, than the Academy, because there's more cars and everyone's a bit more of a standard where I think the racing is generally a bit cleaner, a bit more experienced, and just good fun, really.
Yeah, exactly. Well, wish you all the best for this race. Thank you for talking to us. Thanks, Henry. Right, we'll head back to you guys in the studio.
Perfect timing there, Sam. The car's just coming up to grid for the Vertex Roadsport Championship Race 2. The result of Race 1 deciding the grid, so it's Lionel Tolmarsh in pole position number 22, alongside the number 8 of Ben Timmons, Tom McEwing number 89 and 88, Ryan Wilby on the second row. Row 3, Harvey Lawrence and Toby Ballard. Then the 4th row, Rob Kennelly and Dan Hope. 5th row, it's Craig Boyle and Ian Hibbert. Row 6, Nick Bryant and James Empson. It's Edward Cozzi on row 7 alongside Rob Lowe. Row 8 is Darren Butler and Solomon Rogers. Row 9, Richard Harris and Henry Littlejohn. On row 10, Guy Crossman and Simon Sabin. Row 11, Lyndon Arnold and Alistair Davidson. Row 12, Zach Lower and Ollie Kibblewhite. Row 13, Mark Soden and Gary Cross. Row 14 is James McCullough and Andy Bailey. Row 15, Graham Finlayson and Ian Bettis. And row 16, hopefully we'll see Tony Jenner. Yes, he's there. Charles Hazelwood is a non-starter, damage from the incident earlier on. So just got through the grid in time because they're about to get underway. We've had the green flag from the back of the grid. 20 minutes for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. The red lights are on. The revs are up from these 125 BHP engines, and away they go down towards Old Hall for the first time. Almost 3 wide for the lead. This is going to be busy. Who's that moving up on the outside? It's Ryan Wilby with a great start in the 88, and he's going to try and take the lead away from Ben Timmons. Not a great start from Lionel Tolmarsh, his first ever pole position in the 22 car, and he's down to third. It is Ryan Wilby who has got the lead down towards Cascade for the first time. Ben Timmons in the purple and yellow car going with him, and that's Tom McEwing trying to move up the inside to take third place away as they head towards the lakeside for the first time.
Yeah, it just didn't get the traction off the line like the other two did on the other side of the track. I wonder whether there was a bit of the right side of the track being a little bit more dirty. But anyway, whatever the fault was, he has dropped back into that third place at the moment. Tom McEwing is full in his wing. There's a lot of locking up going on there into Shell Oils. Harvey Lawrence tries to follow around. So Ballard and Richard Harris there a little bit further back down. Looks like Boyle as well following on as they come into Britain's End for the first time. Timmons in the purple machine ahead of Ryan Wilby after that great start. Tolmarsh dropped to third place from that pole position, and the rest of them flowing on through.
Yes, Ben Timmons with a move for the lead there coming up towards Island Bend. He's got the lead of this Roadsport Race. Bit of a lock-up there from the second place man Ryan Wilby. Tom McEwing there in fourth, and it's Harvey Lawrence. And it's the citrus yellow car of Craig Boyle that's made a good start. He started back on the 5th row. He's up there in the top half dozen as well. As everybody heads through Knickerbrook, everybody's got round okay for the first time. As we said, just one non-starter, no Charles Hazelwood. They damaged the front end of his car after that first corner incident in race 1, proving too much to repair, so he failed to take the start.
Round Druids then, the field flowing through. We have a 32 car field, and you said everyone was in there, but Timmins having to defend from Wilby up the inside. Tolmarsh still there taking a watching brief right now, and Tom McEwing just calmly sort of following on this battle at this early stage, isn't it, with the Boyle left side by side there. Richard Harris, Butler as they coming through. But and it looked like Sol Rogers made a good start as well. But as the field come across then for the first lap complete, Ben Timmins ahead. Tolmarsh is moving himself on the outside there, 3 wide as they go through. This is going to be tight. Tolmarsh is out wide. He's on that grass. It's slippy out there. Remember, he's going to get back to the track, and luckily there was a gap for him to filter into. I think his heart would be in his mouth right now, but he has survived it.
Yes, change of underpants required after that manoeuvre. Somebody else going wide there on the exit of Old Hall as well. That was a great recovery, though. He just kept his foot in there, Lionel Tolmarsh. I think he's only down to about 5th place as a result of that. There's a battle between Ian Hibbert and the 21 of Richard Harris. Darren Butler renewing his rivalry with the Dutch Barn vodka car of the number 21. Great livery on that car. I'm sure if he has any success, that's we know how he'll be celebrating. No drinking and driving, of course.
In all that excitement, it looked like Tom McEwing had made that place up. Ryan will be slipping 1, but then Timmins still solidly up there. So there is McEwing up into that 2nd place. Ryan will be following on. McEwing and Wilby and Timmins, in fact, all taking part in sim racing in the off-season with CaterhamRacer.com, and it's great to see them out here representing out the front of the field. Harvey Lawrence there, coming along with a little bit of a gap though, so he's going to have to watch out for that.
Very busy all the way down the midfield here. Here comes the green machine of Darren Butler on the inside of the car. We just mentioned the 21 of Richard Harris. Just having a quick look there. The 44 behind that's Robert Lowe, the Hampshire driver in the black and pink machine. Battles everywhere you look. It's part of the closeness of Roadsports. Behind them is Sol Rogers, I think that is the 65 car. As here are the leaders, and Tom McEwing is making a move for the lead there. As further back, that's Craig Boyle battling it out with Toby Ballard.
Yeah, great to see this. Again, another battle that we saw through part of last season. These two drivers, he's out wide though onto that grass as they side by side for the lead there. McEwing to the outside, Timmins to the inside. Warren will be watching on. Harvey Lawrence on his own. And then we've got the battle here that we were watching. But Tolmarsh has dropped back further, hasn't he? He's struggling in the early part of this race, but we saw him struggling a little bit in the early part of the last race, and he came good right at the end.
Yes, Rob Kennelly's got ahead of him there after that moment onto the grass. Ben Timmins continues to set the pace in the first quarter of this 20-minute race then. Here comes Tom McEwing, perhaps the championship favourite this year after his move up, having won his academy group last season, won the white group last season. Caterham's corporate colours of green and whites. They have one green group and one white group, each of 25 drivers in the academy. They've just opened the latest batch of academy students, if you like, have just opened their season, haven't they, at Kerborough Sprint near Lichfield.
Last weekend they were up at Kerborough, just as these were out in their academy season last year, but Kerborough was the first competitive event, and they'll be out next time at Cadwell Park on the 15th, 16th of April. So watch out for them if you're going to be on the banks up there. But the battle continues now in Roadsport. Remember, we combined the 2 academy grids from the previous year into one. We give them new tyres to play with and new rear anti-roll bar, and we say go at it, and these guys are going at it. Ben Timmins and Tom McEwing were head-to-head for the battle last week. That's Tolmarsh out of shape once more as they head up the hill over the rise.
I wonder if he's picked up some muck on his tyres, and that's why the car's handling quite badly there. He's dropped away again. He's still in around 5th or 6th position. It's Ben Timmins in the royal purple car that leads the way, from McEwing now 2nd. Wilby is in 3rd. Here's the battle between Boyle and Ballard. They're still at it a little bit further back. That's the fight for 7th place behind Tolmarsh ahead of them, and I think he's got back ahead of Keneally there as they head up the hill. Kennelly, I should say. There's Harvey Lawrence, the youngest man on the grid. The first 8 have broken away.
Yeah, I think Keneally is like a microwave, isn't it, in these terms? So off goes Boyle and Ballard as they head off then round into the final bend again. On this, you can see this lumpy, bumpy straight that you've got. You've got to actually control your braking a little bit because you're heavy on those brakes, but the rises and falls of the track do make you sort of, the brakes lock up. But it's Timmins again taking over that lead, or he's leading them through once more as they head over the top. McEwing following close.
I know why I said that. It's because last week on BARC TV I was commentating on Pat and Billy Keneally in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, but just under 14 minutes of this race to go. There's a move, Darren Butler having a go at that 44 car I mentioned earlier of Robert Lowe, the man from Waterlooville in Hampshire, and one car running wide behind them as the leader's getting closer and closer towards the front of the field. I think Tolmarsh might have a wing hanging loose there on the 22 car.
Not an uncommon sight, yeah. And Robert Lowe there, his wife Isla Lowe took part in the academy a couple of seasons back. Rob Lowe took over last year and he's taken the next step up into Roadsport, so he's clearly loving it. But McEwing is now in front with Ryan Wilby looking to see whether he can also demote Timmins another place as the battle continues up front.
Yes, so Wilby was high on the banking there through the Shell Oils corner. That could allow Harvey Lawrence to reel him in for third place. But yes, Tom McEwing making the move as Island Ben there to take up the running, looking for his first win of the season. There's that battle further back in the order between Kennelly and Boyle. Ballard in there as well. So Craig Boyle has now caught Rob Kennelly for 6th position. The first 5 are line astern. It's McEwing, Timmins, then Wilby, Lawrence and Tolmarsh still hanging on in that 5th place. Then this duo battling for 6th place, and rounding up the top 10 there's Toby Ballard, 28 of Bryant, and Edward Cozzy, the number 3, rounds out the top 10 at the moment.
Doesn't look like it's going to be too long before the top sort of 5-ish turn into the top 7, turn into the top 9, and then the whole pack is following. So they're coming as we come in sort of 8 minutes into this race. It's looking quite fruity. Remember, they had a safety car sideways. That car was around the inside there, so that was a bit tight going around there. But we remember we had the safety car earlier, so this is the first time they're going to have that full 20 minutes to see what they're capable of. There's Hibbert just trying to defend a little bit further back.
Who's this coming through on the inside? That looks like Dan Hope in the number 99. Late on the brakes there past Richard Harris, having a go at Ian Hibbert as well, but the lead has changed at Lodge. It is Ben Timmins. I thought he was going to get through there in the number 8. The man from Essex takes the lead, and Ryan Wilby's going to follow him into 2nd position. McEwing tries to cut it back. The 2 Yorkshiremen, Wilby and McEwing, side by side. Harvey Lawrence tucked in behind. He did have the fastest lap of the race. Tolmarsh has now done a 1:57.751, and he's closed it back up. It's going to be 5 again for the lead fairly shortly. There is the 22 car. That wing is not hanging off. It was an illusion there, clearly, as the 5 leaders head together up towards Island Bend. Then the next group headed by Kennelly and Boyle battling it out for 6th place.
Don't doubt yourself too much, because sometimes the wings can sort of hold onto the stubs and still be flapping around. We'll keep an eye out for that. We'll be down the inside of Shell Oils though. He's probably going to make that stick around the inside, but McEwing will have the run around the outside. I think he'll still take that going into Britain's this time through, but that's battling has let Timmins pull away a little bit into this distance. Those fastest laps are now getting closer to our lap record here as well. So let's keep an eye out for that as we move through and later into this race.
Over hilltop they come. Ben Timmins has opened out a bit of a gap here at the front of the field, looking for his first win of the season. That incredible 4-wide finish in race 1. Are we going to see a repeat here, I wonder? Battles further down the midfield. There is the number 3, that's Edward Cozzy at the bottom end of the top 10. He's got the 83 of Ian Hibbert, still looking for his first Caterham victory on his tail. There's Daniel Hope behind in the number 99. That's the battle for 10th, 11th and 12th places, but out in front there is the number 8 of Ben Timmins. He started to drop everybody else very slightly.
I just heard a strange engine note there. It sounded like someone didn't get a gear or something was going on there, but there is Cozzy in the number 3. He'll be looking to see whether he can move further up the field in this race, but also in this season. I know he's a very competitive soul, and he'll be looking to see what he can do, and he is side by side there as he gets so Cozzy following on with Hibbert behind him, and then we've got Hope. There's Rob Lowe, and then we carry on through the field. There's Butler in that green car as well, followed by Sol Rogers.
That's number 20, which is James Empson, all the way from Folkestone on the Kent coast. He's travelled further than many to be here at Oulton Park today. Drivers from all over the UK and beyond have come to race at Oulton Park today. We've got our German representatives in the 310Rs as well. Even a driver from Malta, I believe, as well, Philip Bianchi.
And the Monegasque, well, the Monaco residents in the 420s as well. So yes, it really is an international sport nowadays, motorsport, and people. This championship draws people in from all over the world for sure.
9 minutes 20 seconds to go. There's the number 31 car further back in the order. That's Andrew Bailey. He's towards the tail of the field in the red car, 30th out of the 31, and pleased to say all 31 cars currently still running as we pass half distance. And now Ben Timmins has been reeled in again slightly by Tom McEwing, who's back up into 2nd place, bounces over the curb. Ryan Wilby still 3rd, then a gap back to Lawrence, Tolmarsh, then the number 14 of Kennelly, and Craig Boyle on his tail in 7th place.
Yep, that toe in full effect there. McEwing obviously is benefiting from the hole in the air that Timmins is punching, and therefore is able to catch up. So Timmins, it doesn't really matter how fast he goes, McEwing with the pace he's got in that car is able to catch him up. Harvey Lawrence lost a little bit of that
Caterham Roadsport's not the most aerodynamic of cars, and that's why it's all about slipstreaming each other, particularly down the straights as Nick Bryant tries to reel in Toby Ballard. They're fighting for 8th and 9th places at the moment, but it's 3 for the lead, then 4 cars for 4th position, and then these 2 fighting for 8th position further back. The next group is headed for 10th place by Edward Cozzy ahead of Ian Hibberts and Dan Hope. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Kennelly with a 1:57.731 as Harvey Lawrence and Tolmarsh side by side there through Lodge Corner. Harvey Lawrence comes out with that 4th position, but it's still Timmins who leads the way. The gap is a quarter of a second. New fastest lap for Ryan Wilby at the back of this group, 1:57.329. And McEwing did a 1:57.372, so they're really using that toe off Ben Timmins' car.
Yeah, Ben Timmins has got that speed and is dragging these 2 clear of Harvey Lawrence in that 4th place. We're getting awfully close now to that lap record that we talked about earlier, 57.198. Must be one of the oldest lap records in Caterham in 2016, but they are close to it now. Will they break it by the end of the time? We've got 7 minutes to find out.
Here comes Rob Kennelly. We saw him lap quicker than Harvey Lawrence last time through. He's going for 5th position there. It could even be 4th as the 3 leaders still nose to tail. It's over 7 minutes of this race still to run. Tolmarsh is just ahead of that group. There's Craig Boyle at the back of it in that lurid citrus yellow car with the orange roll cage, but it's royal purple out in front. Royal purple and yellow, that's almost Cadbury's caramel colours, isn't it?
Oh yes, fancy one of those. But Ben Timmins, yep, pulling McEwing clear of Ryan Wilby just a touch that time through. Ryan Wilby does look like he is clinging on for everything he's got to try and grab that tail, but you can see Harvey Lawrence has dropped backwards this time through.
Yeah, it's dropped back a little from Kennelly, and Tolmarsh is able to pull away a Caterham length or 2 in that 5th place, 4th and 5th place fights now. Yes, Lawrence is down into 6th position. He was 4th as they crossed the line last time through. They're on lap 7 now, 6.5 minutes of this race still to run. Still 3 for the lead, still 4, just about for 4th position. Then these 2 almost inseparable for 8th place. Nick Bryant on the inside and Toby Ballard. They're swapping places for fun for this 8th place. Running up the top 10 is still Edward Cozzy. It's through Lodge Corner they come. Tom McEwing still attacking for the lead.
Yep, and again that little gap there appears, but Ryan Wilby's now closed his gap, so it's a bit to and fro. So you see these battles a bit too. I've got squeals in my ear of the car. Looks like we've got some dust off at Druids, maybe. Certainly heard some tyre squeal, and the yellow flags showing up there. So let's see who is that has been affected by that. As the field come over again, this lumpy, bumpy straight as they head into that final corner. Looks like it is still there's battles raging on as they head into this final lap. This is deep in the field here, sort of in that sort of 16th place, I think, battle we're watching.
Yeah, we heard somebody go for a spin there, quite possibly coming out of Druids. We'll try and work out who that may have been. We'll see who drops down the timing screen. The leaders, meanwhile, are coming up towards the shell hairpin for what will be the 8th time. The lead gap was 0.3 of a second at the line. These 3 were covered by less than half a second, as they have been pretty much all race long. Wait for the rest of them to come across the line to decide who may have gone off there. The number 44 of Rob Lowe lost 3 places there, so it may have been him who ran wide. We'll wait and see, though. We'll see if we get a replay. But anyway, the leaders are heading down towards Knickerbrook. Just under 5 minutes to go.
The field quite spread, you know. We in the previous races, the 310s, 270s, seen how compact the field is even from front to back. With the Roadsport, where they're in their 2nd season, there's still a bit of variance there, and we are seeing this field spreading quite widely across. As the leaders were going Shell Oils, there were still plenty of cars coming across the line here, the other side of the track. So certainly the Roadsports have spread themselves out in their 20-minute race here. As we watch the battles again, this is Hibbert going up the hill in the middle of that battle, but Timmins is currently side by side with McEwing. Is McEwing going to get back up the inside then into this last bend?
McEwing got the better exit from Druids there. He's alongside, he's got the line for Lodge Corner. Timmins needs to keep his foot in here around the outside. Wilby could capitalise as well. There could be 3 wide here, and the run up towards the line. Wilby tucks in. He'll come out of the slipstream towards the inside, towards the pit wall, as they come up over the line with 4 minutes still to go. So a couple more laps, maybe 2, maybe 3 left. McEwing still side by side with Timmins. Timmins will keep his foot in around the outside of Old Hall Corner. He's on the curb. I think Tom McEwing might just get the overlap here down towards Cascades, or will he? They go through the flick of Denton's. Has McEwing done it? Timmins slots in. Yes, McEwing takes the lead. Superb drive.
Took a whole about 4 corners to get that move complete, didn't it? They were side by side through the last last half of this lap. But there goes Timmins back in front again. The second or third time we've seen him out there. But Timmins is fighting back immediately. McEwing temporarily had the lead, but McEwing he's just dropped that back. This next corner every single time we're swapping.
Yes, Ben Timmins seems to have the straight line speed in the number 8 car, but Tom McEwing seems to be late on the brakes with a slightly better handling car. He's got the lead back again as they head to the chicane at Britons, formerly known as Fulstons. Third place it is Ryan Wilby, the number 88 car, a little bit sideways there coming out of Britons. Then the battle before, still headed by Tolmarsh. He has lost a wing off the front, I was right. 5th is Kennelly, then it's Lawrence and Boyle in behind them. What's Timmins going to do this time down into Knickerbrook?
McEwing got an excellent exit out of Britons that time through, and looks like he's carried that pace. You can see that it's strung out just a touch. They're still very much clear of this chase battle, and Tolmarsh is going to see whether he can do anything again, but Harvey Lawrence having slipped those couple of places. It's kind of stayed stationary in this chase group as well. They've almost found their order, that they're kind of the speed of the cars there at the moment. So we'll come at 2.5 minutes left of this race, so they're probably stuck there in that 4th, 5th, 6th battle.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th through they go, and still these two inseparable. Bryant and Ballard for 8th and 9th place. Nick Bryant, has he cemented the place there? Coming up to Lodge Corner, they will get 2 more laps out of this, I think. It's going to be close. It was in the first race because we got that 4-wide finish when I thought they were going into the last lap, but the checkered flag went out instead. Let's see if the board goes out as they cross the line. I don't think it has, so we will get 2 more laps out of this time. Around the outside, Ben Timmins, is he going to take the lead back again? Tom McEwing back up alongside in there. Inseparable, these two at the front of the field, and Ryan Wilby's just hanging on behind. Should anything happen ahead, he's ready to capitalise.
Oulton Park is not the widest track, and he's really got nowhere to use that speed. He is literally just having to watch these two go at it and see whether he can figure by the end, and he'll certainly be sat there waiting. He can keep his tyres under a little bit more control, but yeah, so we are on the penultimate lap, so if you're going to make a move, now is the time to start doing that.
There's the number 44 car, the number 33 car, I should say, of Zach Lower. We've seen his brother Charlie in good form in the class today in the 270Rs. Zach fighting it out there further down the order with, I think that's the number 10 car of Alistair Davidson. They're battling for 17th place at the in the lower order at the moment, and then in behind them the 55, that's Guy Crossman ahead of the 20 car, which is James Empson all the way from Folkestone.
Yeah, Zach is the sort of coming. This is his 2nd ever race, so he came in this year fresh. One of the only ones. Most of these people have come through the academy, but Zach it did enter directly into Roadsport because he hasn't had any prior experience, so he can still do that within the regulations.
Timmins just a little deep there, running through the second element of the chicane at Knickerbrook. Is going to lose him some momentum here as they head up Clay Hill towards Druids this time. Waiting to see if we're going to get the checkered flag this time. I can see a last lap board out. Now, I didn't see that last time through. As up the inside, Tom McEwing retakes the lead into Druids Bend. Now, is the checkered flag being readied, or is it going to be last lap for these two this time?
I didn't see the last lap board like you, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be showing the last lap board. We'll keep an eye on whether the checker flag says, while Timmins goes down the inside of McEwing, then side by side as they exit the last corner. It does look like they're getting shown the last lap board this time, so it is McEwing just taking that over the line as they come through this time. Ryan will be still looking what he can do. McEwing around the outside, can he make that sweep manoeuvre? No, he's going to let that go, see whether he can do the cutback. He's not managed to do it just yet. It's just about to disappear off down through Cascades. He's on the outside as they go through the left-hander at Cascades. Can Timmins do anything about this? No, McEwing has got that sorted. There are still 3 good overtaking opportunities left before the end of this race, though.
McEwing leads it from Timmins. We're on the last lap for definite this time. Ryan will be in 3rd place. It's just been between these 3 all the way through this race. They're 1 3/4 seconds or so ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh in 3rd place, in 4th place rather. He's side by side with Kennelly further back. We haven't forgotten the battle there. They've pulled slightly clear of Harvey Lawrence and Craig Boyle as Ben Timmins retakes the lead into the Shell Oils hairpin. What's Tom McEwing going to do as they head up to Britons?
Looks like he's going to have to try and do something either into the chicane at Knickerbrook, or it'll be the final corner at Lodge that he'll have the two opportunities. Will he sit there and wait for one corner, knowing that he's then got to do it all on that last bend? Let's see what happens.
Here they come over Hilltop. McEwing to the inside, down the hill. Is he going to get the inside line away as they come into the right-hander? No, he's not. Ben Timmons later on the brakes. Timmons in the royal purple car hangs on in the lead. Ryan Wilby maybe looking to surprise them into the final corner here. Maybe he's just biding his time. The three of them head line astern up Clay Hill for the final time in this Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship race 2 of the weekend. And what a finale it's been for them. Here comes McEwing on the inside on that left-hander before Druids, and he's got it done. Great move by McEwing.
Sweeping round the outside of Druids, but there is still the final overtaking opportunity. Will Timmons be able to do anything about that? Will Ryan Wilby be picking up any pieces for these two going side by side?
Here he comes then. Ben Timmons is going to go the long way round on this final turn. He'll try and get alongside on the run to the line. Tom McEwing not leaving him any move. They almost bang wheels. Wilby's up behind them. It's going to be a photo finish between these two. Here they come up to the line. Wilby comes out of the slipstream. They're going to finish 3 wide across the line, and Timmons gets there. Timmons gets there on the line. The top 3 covered by 0.157 of a second. Timmons the winner, McEwing second, Ryan Wilby third. Excellent stuff.
A fantastic finish to another Caterham race, and we still watch the rest of the field coming through Hibbett, and then Rob Lowe as well side by side as we're watching Butler going across the line as well. But what again, another stunning finish there. Timmons just taking that by 1/10.5 of a second, and Wilby was just behind them as well. So Timmons taking that and making it. So he took a second place earlier, and now he's got that win. Doesn't look like I've seen any penalties this time through. Certainly Timmons, McEwing and Wilby all confirmed in 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, just one penalty, but it's for the number 15 car of Lyndon Arnold, who was quite a way down the order. He got a 10-second penalty for a false start in that one. He was towards the back of the order there. A couple of black and white flags, the only other warnings there for driving standards. Rob Lowe and Harvey Lawrence both received a black and white flag, presumably for track limits, so just for driving standards as the official.
Almost certainly that will be the case. We've got plenty of automatic sensors around the Oulton Park track, and yeah, there will be a ping over one of those. But great result for Timmons there, and what it sets up the season. This was their last race today, but it sets themselves up nicely for the season with Timmons and McEwing sort of going hammer and tong.
0.157 of a second covering the top 3. That's a classic Caterham finish. Timmons the winner ahead of Tom McEwing and Ryan Wilby. Earlier winner Lionel Tolmarsh comes in 4th ahead of Rob Kennelly. Harvey Lawrence in 6th position ahead of Nick Bryant getting through there. Yes, Craig Boyle dropped back on the final lap there to finish 9th behind Bryant and Ballard, who are battling all race long. Edward Cozzi rounds out the top 10 ahead of Dan Hope. Then it was Darren Butler, the 87 of Henry Littlejohn, the 65 of Solomon Rogers, and number 10 Alistair Davidson completing the top 10. Pleased to say all 31 cars went the distance in that one, and Ryan Wilby got the fastest lap.
Yeah, great to see all the road sports out there doing what they do best, putting on a great show for everybody. And yeah, don't go anywhere though. We'll get some information from our drivers with Sam down there, but also we have 3 races still to go. It's unbelievable all the action we'll be able to bring you. We've got one more from the 270s, we've got another one from the 310s, and the 7 Championship UK drivers will round out the final the race for this opening round of the 2023 Caterham Motorsport season. And yeah, what a fantastic day's action we've had so far.
Yes, we can head down to Sam shortly in Park Fermé to talk to a couple of the drivers.
Here they come. Just wait for them to get out their cars. Ben will be happy with that one. Hopefully. Congratulations, Ben.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Wow, you know, that was so close then on the last lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was very, very intense. It was Tom was absolutely flying towards the end, and yeah, happy to have just about kept in front of him over the line. But yeah, great race as well. So I really enjoyed it.
You guys always make it close, though, don't they?
We do, yeah. And like, you know, we don't have Matt obviously with us anymore, but Tom's great to race with. We can be so close and know that, you know, we respect each other. So yeah, that was really good fun. Bit nail biting, but fun.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations on the win. Just move round to Tom. Tom, congratulations.
Wow, yeah. 2 races in one day is quite a lot. I have to get used to that this year. Yeah, congrats to Ben. He drove a great race. Oh, that was good. That was really good. I was really close the whole way, and yeah, he just got me on the line. But yeah, it was good fun. And congrats to Ryan for a podium. I think it's his second podium now, but he stuck with us the whole way, to be fair. And a couple of times that we kind of made too many mistakes or compromises fighting, he was right there, so he really kept us honest. And yeah, so fair play. Good day for Ryan as well.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Let's move over to Ryan and have a word. Ryan, congratulations! And you got fastest lap.
Oh, awesome. That'll be thanks to the tour from these two boys.
Yeah, was there a podium on the cards this weekend?
I felt confident like the track and loved the track and felt good, so hoping it'd come fourth in the last one, so yeah. Forward to place.
Looked like a good battle out there though.
It was awesome, yeah, but whenever we did try and battle, it just pushed us back into the pack behind, so I thought I'd just wait for a last lap wonder and try and go for last corner. It didn't work out.
Oh, well done, congratulations. There we go, there's our top 3, so we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Great stuff, great to hear from our Roadsport drivers. And yeah, like I say, the action does not let up, because we are about to get going with the next race on track, and that's the 270Rs for the third of their 3 races this weekend. And I believe we got some interviews that we caught up with drivers earlier on that we can catch up with our drivers now.
I'm down here with Rog Patke, ready for his next race. How's it been so far? Then, you know, all in one day, isn't it? Quite hectic.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. It has been quite hectic, and there's certainly a big jump up from Academy into 270. Really felt it last race, but really enjoying it. And yeah, looking forward to the next race, and I've got some things to work on during the race, and we're going to see how it goes.
It's always a learning curve though, isn't it? As you move through the categories, there's always new challenges, and you know, you never really stop learning.
Absolutely, it's a really steep learning curve at the moment, and some of the guys at the top are just phenomenally quick and you know, great racecraft, especially whatever I experienced out for the first couple of races. So you know, looking forward to the challenge.
Excellent. Well, it's great to still, you know, see you've still got the pink car. Love it. I could wish you all the best. Thank you. I've got Peter Mott with me now in his lovely colourful car, similar to last year, which is lovely to see again. A bit of mud on it though, I've noticed.
Yeah, I had a bit of an interesting qualifying, so I managed to come off in the wet and ended up starting from the back of the grid, so I got a bit dirty and a few prangs, but I've been working my way up, so far so good.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've done really well, back up, you know, into 8th place. That's really good progress.
Yeah, that's right. I just have to, Mark and I just keep getting tangled up. That's the problem. Just the two of us end up racing each other. So we're trying to see if we can keep up with the front pack, and they just kind of pulled away a bit. So fingers crossed this time we can stay with them, and you never know.
Yes, excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, Peter.
Cheers.
Right, I'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Getting ready for our third race of the day then for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. The results of the previous race, race 2, forming the grid for this one. So it is Freddie Chiddicks, number 66 in pole position, alongside the 73 of Matt Larby. Second row, 35 Mark Kendall and 21 Charlie Lower. Row 3, 15 of James Cook and 29 Rog Patke. Row 4 is number 2 Mark Jones and 96 Peter Mott. Fifth row, 45 David Rook alongside the 17 of Alex Vincent. Row 6, 49 Stephen Lancaster and the number 10 Gareth Lucas. Row 7, 51 Simon Arnold alongside 84 Joe Priday. Row 8, number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey and 74 Alan Venters. And then the penultimate row, 71, which is Giles Perry, and the 22 of Louise Deason. 23 Alan Bateman and 44 Ian Summers will round out the grid.
So the third race for our 270Rs. They've got to build themselves back up. I can see them all just forming up on the grid, but they've already given us 2 fantastic races today already, and let's look forward to the next 20 minutes of Caterham 270. This is only this one and 2 other races left to go, so still plenty of action for us. But this is the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship. Freddie Chiddicks taking it from 7th place last time, making all the way through to that win after his penalty in race 1. You've got Matt Larby there alongside him. That's 2 second places and potentially the points lead in the championship. And then we have Kendall in the green car there as well as they head off on their formation lap, or soon to there they go. They're heading off on their formation lap as we speak. Looking forward to this one.
Of course, we will have coverage of round 2, 20th and 21st of May, here on BARC TV from Croft up in North Yorkshire. And also we're in action next weekend as well. It's Easter weekend, and that means only one thing: the first round of the British Truck Racing Championship from Brands Hatch. We'll have full coverage of the big rigs opening their season next weekend, plus full car racing support as well. Don't miss Brands Hatch here on BARC TV live next weekend.
So let's try and watch out then for seeing whether Charlie Lower, after his penalty, could get back up from that 4th place finish there. He got demoted late on, didn't he? See whether he can make it back to that lead. And then Cook just getting ahead of Rod Patke at the end there. And he's Rog, we heard from him saying he's got a fair amount to learn from the academy, and he surely does. So you see whether he can implement some of those upgrades to his own racing skill. And then Mark Jones making his way from what was a disappointing qualifying earlier today, slowly creeping his way up through the order. So can he get stuck in this race from a 7th place start on the grid?
To be very interesting indeed. I think my prediction would be the winner will come from the first 3 rows, but then again, how can you predict anything in Caterham Racing?
Yeah, and they've been well behaved around getting out of turn 1 today, and long may that continue, because we've seen the action that results from when we get around that opening lap without issue. As you see these colourful grid of cars streaming down towards us over Hilltop and through this Knickerbrook chicane. What a great sight, and again seeing the lake to the left hand side of the shot there. It really is a beautiful place to go racing. What a place to start the 2023 racing season with the Caterham Motorsport.
It is indeed. It's an absolutely beautiful circuit here in the Cheshire countryside, as we've been saying all day. Ready for our third 270R race of the day. Freddie Chiddicks looking for his double.
The rain holding off as well.
Now you've done it.
It really did look like it was threatening, but actually I'm gonna call it. There are some dark clouds on the horizon, but we'll be done before they get here. But it's been absolutely fantastic conditions out on track. As Dave looks at me disappointingly trying to.
You put the curse of the commentator on it now.
But here we go then for this race, the 270s. Again, there's Gareth Lucas a little bit further back than he wants, so maybe another driver to look out for making his way back through. But here we go then, lining up for the third final race of the 270Rs here at Oulton Park.
Onto the grid they come then, the black and red machine of Freddie Chiddicks into pole position, the FC Racing car alongside the blue and red of Matt Larby. What a debut in the category for him, looking for his maiden win, only his 3rd race in the 270R. Row 2, the green car, which is Mark Kendall, number 35, and the dark grey car with the blue trim, number 21 of Charlie Lowe. We saw his brother Zach in the previous race. Rutuj Patke, Rog to his friends in the pink on row 3, alongside the Welsh Dragon of number 15, James Cook, the man from Newport. Next, number 2 of Mark Jones, alongside the number 96. Watch out for Pete Mott, a much better starting position for him this time. The revs beginning to rise then. The red lights are on for Mission Motorsport 270R Championship race number 3. We're underway and down towards Old Hall they go. A great start from the pole sitter Freddie Chiddicks. Good start by Charlie Lower up the outside as well in the 21. Goes side by side with Mark Kendall. Not the best getaway for Matt Larby. He's down into 4th position as this 20 strong grid heads down the avenue for the first time towards Cascades through the flick of Dentons. It is Freddie Chiddicks who has the lead. Charlie Lower, a great start from the outside of row 2 into 2nd place. Mark Kendall in 3rd, and Matt Larby coming under a bit of pressure for 4th place. Who's that coming up on the outside? It's not Rutuj Patke. He's dropped back about 3 places.
It might have been Cook there fighting with him as they go up here. I think it is Cook to the outside as they go around Island Bend this time. spinning down here. Third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Experienced drivers here mixing it with some academy up young guns and into Shell Oils. We've got Kendall there just ahead of that. Matt Larby does drop back, but he seems to have stopped falling backwards down the field now, which is great after a fairly disappointing start.
Yes, it is James Cook who has got up into 4th position there. I think that's in 6th place, number 45. That's a good start by David Rook from the 5th row of the grid. The red car up into 5th position. One car a little way behind at the back of the field. That's the 3 leaders nose to tail down to Knickerbrook for the first time. Matt Larby defending. Big lock up there from Rog Patke as they go into Knickerbrook. He's on the tail of the number 2 of Mark Jones, who's made a better getaway this time as they file their way through Knickerbrook for the first time. 1 or 2 cars a little strung out at the back of the field early on this one. There's the number 44, that's Ian Summers, the man from Benfleet's, giving chase to the pack. It's side by side for the lead. Here comes Charlie Lower on the inside, renewing his rivalry with Freddie Chiddicks. He takes the lead through Druids.
And if you don't believe this is going to be like this for the next 6 rounds of the championship as we go through all these other race weekends, then yeah, you won't believe it. They are side by side. Kendall looking to get involved, but more of a defensive move to protect from Cook and Larby behind. Then it got Rook just following along through, so those two getting closer together on track. And there's Lancaster just taking away from the number 51 of Arnold as they head over the line then to complete their first lap.
Simon Arnold with an attack there, the local man from Warrington, as Charlie Lower goes for the lead again. Freddie Chiddicks had taken the lead back through the end of the lap there, so Charlie Lower's lead lasted 1 corner as they head down the avenue, what's the area of the circuit that used to be tree-lined in its early days. Obviously much different now due to safety precautions. Mark Kendall in that 3rd place as they file their way through the downhill left-hander along the lakeside. There's the number 84 car, that's Joe Priday under fire from the 14 of Jonathan Ramsey, who's further back on the grid this time, had a moment in the 2nd race. Chiddicks and the 21 of Lower still at it, and Lower's retaken the lead again.
Yep, Lower just taking it back. It's all going backwards and forwards again, just every time we see the battle there in a different order, and they did it for the whole of the 2nd race, so can they do it for the whole of the 3rd one? In fact, Matt Larby came and got involved in that situation. He's got to do it all again, hasn't he, with Rook there right on his tail, yeah, he's got to fight that back, but he's done it once before, so why not do it again?
Here comes Freddie Chiddicks on the inside. It's a much better run, incidentally, from David Rook, the Scotsman in number 45, man from Blair Gowrie. As Freddie Chiddicks retakes the lead through Knickerbrook. I've already lost count of the number of times these two have swapped the lead, and we're only less than 2 laps into this race. Matt Larby fighting it away with Rook. That's the fight for 5th position. Has just retaken the place there, Matt Larby. Next in the order is Mark Jones. While the things, Rog Patke is with him. Charlie Lower back up the inside, retakes the lead at Druids yet again.
Yep, flowing on through this double apex right-hander, really tricky. You just knock off a little bit of speed through Druids. It's about an 80-mile-an-hour corner. So again, if you're going along the motorway later on, and if you're just at the speed limit, of course, you imagine going 10 miles an hour quicker and heading through a right-hander like that. That is what these drivers are doing every single time. But Charlie Lower now under threat from Kendall in the green car, who pulls out the slipstream. It looks a bit like Kendall doesn't want to get involved in that battle. He's happy for the lead to try and drag him along, and that's clever thinking.
There's Rog Patke. Where's he dropped down to? He's down to 9th place now. Not a great race for last year's Academy champion. Fairly well strung out towards the rear of the field. There's Ian Summers renewing his battle with Louise Deason, the Oxfordshire driver from earlier on in the day. Still got 15.5 minutes of this race to go, so we're not even quarter distance as yet. Plenty of battling still to come, and still these two are side by side at the front of the field. Side by side for 3rd as well. Kendall coming under fire from James Cook for that 3rd place.
Have to add a new stat to the lap charts, won't we? And not just lead changes, but how many corners they can go through side by side for the entirety of this race. They did it pretty much the whole of the last race. There's Mott, followed by Lucas, who's got all his wings back on again. Lancaster follows him as well. But it is currently Charlie Lower in the 21 quad-lock car heads the boss car of Freddie Chiddicks. There is Larby trying to make his way back up from that 5th place, holding on at the moment onto Cook, trying to defend from Rook.
Here comes the 21 again, Charlie Lower to the inside this time, down into Knickerbrook. Freddie Chiddicks just that slightly bit later on the brakes, and he's able to hang on to the lead around the outside. Then it's the number 35 of Kendall still in 3rd. The rest of them go charging through There's that lurid number 49 car. Citrus yellow is certainly a popular colour this year for Stephen Lancaster and a couple of others.
Everyone gets used to these live broadcasts, you see, and they know that their cars stand out if they have a nice bright colour, especially when they've got it on their roll cage. But there, the Lancaster there in that car certainly stands out, doesn't he? What a great result for him as we push on back through. But there is Freddie Chiddix then up the inside, defending from Charlie Lower, side by side once more, when we've heard that before.
Chiddix has got the lead back yet again. It's got to be about 20 times already they've swapped the lead, these two. Kendall just looking on, then it's Cook, Larby. David Rook, a much better run this time up there in 6th position. He's clear of 7th place Mark Jones, then Vincent, Patke and Mott rounding out the top 10 as Chiddix defends the lead as they come through Old Hall Corner for the 4th time. Fastest lap of the race to James Cook in the number 15, a 1:55.798 this time around, so slightly slower pace than we saw in the earlier 2 races at the moment.
Charlie Lower absolutely sideways all the way around Cascades. He was a bit hidden behind Chiddix, but his rear wheels were stepping out there, and you could see his hands whirring away at the steering wheel, trying to hold it all together, but perfectly balanced as they head back down through Ireland, sweeping around this sort of 100-mile-an-hour corner as they then haul on the anchors to 50 mile an hour to go around the right-hander of the Shell Oils, using all that banking to hold the car nicely down.
Charge their way through, still with 13 minutes and change to go. There is the number 49 of Steve Lancaster. He's in 12th place. Over the curbs go the leaders. Still Charlie Lower who sets the pace. Surely Chiddix is going to make a move into Knickerbrook. They've swapped places every time in this race through there. Here comes Chiddix down the outside, and it looks like Cook was briefly through into 3rd there as well. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out ahead. Yes, it is James Cook up in the 3rd position.
Larby didn't have anywhere to go there. He had to slam on the brakes a little bit. He's lost a bit of momentum because of it. Freddie Chiddix and Charlie Lowe look like they might have worked together for the first time there. It was a much easier overtake than it has been previously. They can see that little gap developing, and they want to try and make the most of it, as we see Rod Patke just ahead of Mott there. There's Lucas and Lancaster, but you know, they're still side by side. I wonder whether they are working together. You can see that gap's developed quite quickly, where the battle behind has also been intensified.
Yeah, they'll work together until the last lap and then attack each other again, most likely. There's the 51 car. That's Simon Arnold, the local man from Cheshire. He's in 13th place. Chiddix ahead as they come through Lodge this time. It's Cook up to 3rd. Then it is Kendall in 4th position. Larby holds 5th ahead of Rook, who's now under fire from Mark Jones. A better run from him this time as well in the number 2 car, the man from Crawley in Sussex.
Kind of started 7th and is still in 7th, but he's definitely threatening forward as we see Cook then up the inside of Kendall to take that 3rd place over. Let's look out for hand signals between these lead 2 cars. If they are working together, you'll start seeing them with little hand signals out the car there. There's plenty of hand signals we give in Caterham, but normally the obvious when you're saying you're going to work together.
There's the number 96, that is Peter Mott, the man from Bath. He's rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Still side by side for the lead. This time into Ireland it's Charlie Lower, and he retakes the lead yet again from Freddie Chiddix. They are loving every second of this. You can see they are. This is great stuff. 3rd place is James Cook. 4th is Matt Larby. He's got through into 4th now ahead of Kendall, who's dropped back to 5th. The green car tries to make a move into Britain's, but passing moves there are pretty rare. Can he get the move done? No, he can't. Matt Larby holds 4th position. And behind them it is Rook and the number 2 of Jones.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw an overtaking manoeuvre that didn't look like it was orchestrated for a little while, and you can see immediately the gap has come down. They were fighting into Britain's, and you cannot fight into there. You have to let one go, but neither of them were willing to give that place up. But it moves Chiddix back in front of Charlie Lower just as Cook comes in and gets involved in that battle again. Kendall, Larby, Rook following on. Here's the Lucas Lancaster battle.
Yes, they head up Clay Hill. They're fighting for 11th place behind Pete Mott at the moment. Freddie Chiddix, who's got the lead back again into Knickerbrook, coming up to half distance in this 20-minute race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Jonathan Ramsey there, number 14. His day started well, but has gone off the boil a little bit. He's ahead of Alan Venters, another of our Scottish visitors. A little bit of understeer there for Freddie Chiddix, I notice. Are his tyres started to go off?
It can happen. We're late in the day here. Temperatures, different changes, pushing hard on the maybe even a lock-up or two, and you suddenly get a spike in temperature and you can get understeer. As Charlie's back up the inside there. Now we've seen Matt Larby making his move up into 3rd place, so we saw him drift back to 6th, didn't we? So he's fought all the way back now to 3rd, very patiently as well. Quite an intelligent bit of driving there to take his time, take it step by step, and now he's firmly in that 3rd place.
Still the leaders continue to relentlessly swap places. Here comes Charlie Lower again. He's loving this. Up towards Ireland they come. what will be the 6th time. Matt Larby has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:55.637, so no wonder he's come through into a provisional podium position. 2 second places earlier on. He wants to get into the top 2. He wants a first win at 270R level. There's David Rook just ahead of the number 17 of Alex Vincent now. I think that's as Mark Jones got through ahead of those two now. I couldn't quite see that.
I didn't see whether I was wondering whether Rook's nose cone is wobbling. I think it might be. It's again, it could be an optical illusion, but it definitely got something showing out the corner of my eyes. Matt Larby looks to the outside of Charlie Lowe and didn't really make a definitive move there, so they continue on down. Remember the 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They got 135 horsepower to play with, lacking windscreens this time through compared to the road sports we saw earlier, and they've got the wide track and uprated suspension going on to really turn this car into a race machine.
Up the hill, and that's somebody in the gravel. That's the number 40 car.
Gareth Lucas, that is.
Yeah, number 10, I should say. Gareth Lucas. Apologies there.
Yeah, he's recovering back. That's the outside of Cascades in that gravel track. Well done to the marshals. Thank you to the marshals, as ever, helping us go racing and making sure that Gareth Lucas can continue this race as the battle continues out front with Charlie Lower down the inside. Chiddick's put his wheels on the grass there as Larby now catches up, and it's turning into a front battle for 3 now rather than just the 2.
Yes, Matt Larby is really going after these two now. This car coming on much stronger in the second half of this race, it would seem, than those ahead of him. Are their tyres going off, as we said earlier? He looks to the outside there. Chiddicks leads it from Charlie Lower. Nothing between the two of them. Larby's still got the fastest lap of the race in the DPR Motorsports car. Here he comes to the inside. They're absolutely side by side into Cascades, the two leaders. They have been every lap so far. Charlie Lowe around the outside into Cascades. That's an even rarer move than the ones we saw earlier on. That's brilliant.
Now Larby's going to have a head of steam coming up into Island Bend this time, so Chiddicks might lose out on 2 spaces. I think he just about holds on. Yes, you can see the red nose code of Chiddicks just holding on to that 2nd place, but I think Larby would be quite happy for these front 2 to really calm it down so they could just get dragged away from this Kendall and Cook battle, because it looked like they were going to break away, but they're side by side through Cascades. Means that they're absolutely going to lose that gap again.
You're right about David Rook as well. He has lost his nose cone, so that will affect the aero on possibly the handling on his car. You see it there, the red machine in behind Mark Jones in what is now 7th place. So Jones is up into 6th. Alex Vincent behind them. Then Rog Patnews having a quiet race in the pink car this time. Pete Mott rounds out the top 10. Chiddicks has got the lead into Nicker Brook this time. Charlie Lower ready to fight back once again though, and they're starting to build up in a train now. You can see they've closed up on the 2 leaders again.
Hope he's got his bonnet firmly strapped down, because that is going to be an air brake anytime he pulls out of the tow. The wind really gets under those bonnets, and if it's not strapped down carefully, you might start losing it. Here's that decent battle going on. Summers, they have been absolutely nose to tail for the entirety of this race, haven't they? And the previous couple as well, so what an outing for them as well.
Yeah, they're quite happy having their own fight towards the tail of the field. For 17th place in this one, of course, it's Gareth Lucas in last place after his off, as Chiddicks leads the train. Could be a train of 10 cars very shortly battling for the lead here into Deer Leap they go now. Are we going to see any slipstreaming down the straight? There's just under 6.5 minutes of this race still to go, so a few laps still to run yet. Chiddicks has got the lead. Now here comes Larby. Has a look on the inside down into Old Hall. Charlie Lower manages to hold him off around the outside, and going wide there is the number 35 of Mark Kendall. Nearly went onto the grass. He could get 3rd place away. Yes, he has.
I think Larby might have missed a gear, or a gear change was awkward then, because he lost speed going in. He pinched it a bit tight, but then Kendall then sort of mugged him as he was going out, and he looks like he's just held on from Cook, so stops the rot there. But Patke's still holding on. Like you say, it was looking like it was going to become a 9-car train, but that gap Kendall is the next person to try and attack these front 2 who have been resolutely there, stationary in front of them. No one can get through at the moment.
Yeah, one car that's dropped back is number 17, Alex Vincent, slipping down the timing screen, so he's disappeared somewhere. He did come through on that lap. He's down to 15th, so maybe he's had a moment somewhere out of our sight. So it is 9 now fighting for the lead. They were covered by less than 3 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's Charlie Lower back in the lead then. Matt Larby down to 4th after that momentary slip coming out of Old Hall. Trying to attack Kendall for the lead once again. The leaders still side by side, nothing in it. Chiddicks pulls back ahead into Nicker Brook. Charlie Lower right on his rear panel there as they come through the chicane out towards Hislops and then into Clay Hill.
Back to orchestrated racing though, that was an absolutely, they worked together on that one, and you can see the gap that they've got, and that's why, again, these wise heads on these drivers' shoulders are really trying to solidify. Anytime they see a gap, let's work together now, and as soon as that gap starts coming down, they'll start working against each other again. But that shows the experience as we come into the tail end of this race. What has this final 270R race for this race weekend got in store for us? Another orchestrated pass? No, Chiddix holds on and resists Charlie from the outside as they continue on and completing their 8th lap.
4 minutes or so to go, so they'll start to attack each other again fairly soon as they come through down the pit straight. They're still side by side. Still in 3rd place it is Mark Kendall in the green, number 35, then Larby, Cook, Jones, Rook, Patke and Mott. Up into 10th place now is Jonathan Ramsey coming through from the lower reaches of the grid, the number 14 car, down into Cascades. Just a couple of feet in it there for the lead of the race, nose to tail this time. They'll go side by side, I'm sure, later on in the lap once again. And there's that noseless car of Rook further back in the order, number 45. He's currently in 7th position towards the Shell Oils hairpin. Once again, Matt Larby under a bit of pressure there from James Cook, the Welshman in number 15. Cookie ready to attack.
Certainly having to look in his mirrors now, isn't he? And he'll be breathing and puffing heavily. End of a really long day for all of our drivers here as Charlie Lower again launches over that curb. Kendall trying to hold on from Larby, who's got his mirrors full of Cook there. And there is the Rook car without its nose cone as they head on over the rise once more. Chiddix trying to shake the toe there, but it is these front two still out there. Kendall going to the outside. Has Larby got to move up the inside? He has. Late on the brakes there for Larby. Great move into Nico Rook. He finds himself back in 3rd place after that, dropping to the 5th place after that issue.
That was a move from nowhere there, really, from Matt Larby. He's ready to get his second wind in this race and attack the 2 leaders maybe. He's got the momentum back again. There's only 3 minutes left, so it will be 2 laps to go this time around. We head out of Druids. Lead group has headed up towards Lodge. Next through it is the number 49 of Lancaster. He rounds out the top 10 at the moment. Leaders still together. Chiddix has the advantage. 2 laps to go this time. Charlie Lower tries to get the cut back out of Lodge Corner into the rise at Deer Leap. To 3rd, still in 3rd place, but he's lost a wing, is the number 35 of Mark Kendall as Lower goes for the inside and retakes the lead once again.
Great move there, so as we see there, yep, again, nose to tail. Gaps developing quite late on in this race. Larby, where's he gone? Well, he's behind Cook now. What's going
We've got a red flag, I think.
What's happening?
We have a red flag. Something's happened somewhere.
So we just try and see what's
Larby's
happened.
gone missing. What's happened to Matt Larby, we don't know. A couple of cars have come into the pits. That'll be on seeing the red flag.
We're having a look around, see whether we can see anything. But anyway, we do know that we've got a red flag out on track, and with 2 minutes of this race to go, that will be the conclusion. So they'll take back a couple of laps, and that will be the conclusion of this race. So that's a sad end to the 270R racing. We're having some fantastic races so far, but let's find out what's going on, and then we'll call the results as soon as TSL give us those up here in the commentary box.
Right, we'll get confirmation of the results as soon as we can. It will be, I believe, a win for Freddie Chiddix. I think he was head on the previous lap at the line.
It can go back 2 laps. It can be it's based on completed laps, but again, we will let you know any news as we get it confirmed. We won't do any speculative commentary, but let's just watch the drivers will be going into Parc Ferme. We'll figure out what's going on there. But it's we are just waiting to pull the cars. All the cars are going into Parc Ferme. So that, yeah, like I say, it will be the conclusion of the 270R race. And according to TSL right now, Chiddix is showing as in the lead, but TSL will update those results based on when the cars and where the cars were around the track when the red flags were thrown. That's how they determine the finishing order. They count back then to the previous fully completed lap by the whole field. But at the moment, Chiddix showing in that winner with Lower in 2nd place. With the fastest lap, Charlie Lower as well, so that gains him the extra point with 55.457, not quite reaching the 54.815 that we lap record that we've got on the books. we will continue to watch the pit lane.
Okay, just awaiting official confirmation of the result then. The timing screen has not counted back a lap as yet. We'll bring you a further update as soon as we can on our Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship race. Okay, no update as yet from TSL Timing. The timing screen still showing, and oh, there we see it's Matt Larby. There is Matt Larby. That is at Druids. And you can see there quite a lot of damage to the car. Matt's just talking to the officials there, but he's out of the car. Appears to be okay.
Yeah, Druids is a fast corner. We talked about it earlier. It's a 90-mile-an-hour right-hander double apex, and he looks like he's made contact with the barriers on the outside there. We didn't actually see that happening, but there's obviously a lot of people around him, and you saw him chatting away. He will be checked over. In fact, he's looking at his car and seeing what the damage is. That's always a good sign, but the medical team will have had a word with him, making sure that he's okay. But certainly that car's looking a little bit bent out of shape, isn't it? And
I think he's more concerned about the car at the moment. It's such a shame after such a good debut in the class.
What a day he's had, first time up here into the 270. Like I say, it's easy to get onto the grass there, and then the barriers are not too far away. Oulton Park's an old-fashioned circuit like that, and the barriers come up to you quick, especially when you're going that quickly. So good to see Matt out of the car then. With all the, you see all the amount of people it takes to run a motorsport event and why they're all there. They're here for these situations. So good to see Matt laughing and have a little thank you to the team out there. So again, once again, a perfect opportunity for us to say thank you so much to all the marshals and all the officials and all the rescue units that are out there that to help us do this and go racing.
Yes, great words indeed there from Chris. The timing screen, I can tell you, has now counted back to the completion of lap 8. So Freddie Chiddicks will take the win ahead of Charlie Lower. Third place will be Mark Kendall, number 35. Matt Larby shown in fourth place, but he won't be classified in the results as the cause of the stoppage. So fourth will go to James Cook. It will be Mark Jones in fifth. No, Matt Larby will be taken out of the results. Sixth place will go to David Rook. 7th is Rog Patke. 8th place for Pete Mott. 9th, it's Stephen Lancaster, number 49. 10th, number 14, Jonathan Ramsey. 11th is number 51. That's Simon Arnold. 12th goes to Alan Venters, number 74. 13th for number 71 of Giles Perry. 14th for number 17, Alex Vincent. And 15th place, Joe Pridate, number 84. The other finishers were the 44 of Ian Summers, the 22 of Louise Deason, the 23 of Alan Bateman, and the number 10 of Gareth Lucas after his off, completing the finishes. We'll head down to Parc Fermé with Sam very shortly. Hopefully can catch up with our double winner today, Freddie Chiddicks.
So I'm here with Mark Kendall, provisional third place.
Provisional, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it going well up until that point?
It was going well, yeah, and I just hope Matt's okay, because that was a fast corner, fast crash, and he hit the barrier heavy, I think. So, but I've heard he's out of the car, so as long as he's okay, that's the main thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, what a mad race again. Yeah, yeah, I can't make head nor tail of it, to be honest. Yeah, so yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, and hopefully third. That's
yeah.
another good podium.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you. Right, we're going to go to Charlie Lower next. Charlie. Sorry, can I just grab you for a moment? So it's a provisional second place for you.
Perfect. I'll take
so,
that.
yep, another podium.
Yep, nice little pool of points that is for the first weekend out.
It was a good battle with you and Freddie, wasn't it?
That was amazing, yeah, because we've been racing all year and all last year. Yes, I definitely trust him a lot, so yeah, we can race really tight. It's really good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, a quick word with Freddie now. So, Freddie, provisional first place. That's a great weekend for you, really, isn't it? Apart from slight penalty they had, but still on the road it was fabulous weekend.
Yeah, slight hiccup this morning. Would have been really nice if I could get the 3 wins. Great weekend. Yeah, looking forward to the next one, and hope Matt's okay after that shunt. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully we've got a full season of that.
Excellent. Well, yes, hopefully we'll see you at the next one. Thank you very much. There you go. Head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. 2 races to go here at Oulton Park today. Next it will be the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. And obviously there's a little bit of a clear-up needed up at Druids after the incident that brought out the red flag there. Main thing is that Matt Larby is okay. The marshals will put the barrier back together, and Matt's car will be recovered to the paddock. As we saw there, it's being loaded onto the flatbed. It's almost clear. We can see on our camera up there at Druids. Well done to the marshalling team and the recovery crew as well. It'll be the Motul 310R category next, and we caught up with a few of the drivers a little earlier on.
I'm down here with Harry Landy and his lovely green machine. Harry, you qualified 6th this morning. That was good qualifying. How's it gone so far?
Yeah, I had really good qualifying for me, so I was really happy with that. Went a bit backwards in the first race, and then I was unlucky. I was slightly outside my grid box for the second race, so I got a 10-second penalty. So I finished 7th, now starting 15th, I think. So one final race, go forward, hopefully have a good one.
And you've got Dominic in front of you, who also got the same penalty.
Yeah, so the 2 of us have got the same mission, I think, to go forward. So yeah, it'd be nice if he just opens the way for me. I'll just follow him through.
That's a good plan.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks a lot.
So I've got Harry Air now, and Harry's in his lovely green and yellow traditional Caterham colours. How's it been for you so far this weekend?
It's been okay. It's been tough adapting to the new tyres. I've not taken to it like a duck to water, but I can't complain going up in the last 2 races. So hopefully I can maintain position in this race and finish in a good place.
So the tyres, are they? Is it testing yesterday was very wet, so it's hard to get the testing for today.
This is my first time out on them, so yeah, it's a bit of a challenge of trying to adapt to them. But yeah, it's been good. It's nice to have a bit more grip. They're a bit more predictable than before, so yeah, it's good.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much. Wish you all the best for the race. Right, we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Looks like the track is almost clear then. Well done again to our marshalling team, and we're almost ready for the Motul 310R Championship. Let's give you the grid for this one then. Well, is it going to be Hat-Trick Hoffman? That's the question going into this one. 2 out of 2 so far. He's on pole as a result of his win in race 2. Alongside him is Harry Cook, number 9. The second row, 71, Alan Cooper. He's a danger man alongside number 11 of triple champion Taylor Flanagan. Row 3, number 35, Jack Sales, and 22 of Hugo Bush. Row 4, number 19, Graham MacDonald, and 43, Alan Curtis. 5th row, number 15, David Yates, and Harry Eyre, number 55. The 6th row, Wesley Payne, number 50, and Phil Bianchi, number 92. Row 7 is 28, Ryan Lovett, and watch out for Dominic Mansberger coming through. Got that penalty in race 2. He starts 14th on the grid. Row 8, number 21, Harry Landy, also got a penalty for a false start. Starts alongside number 8, Darryl Cresswell. Row 9, 81, Tom Willis, the other penalised driver from race 2, alongside number 77 of Kevin Cooper. Then on row 10, 38, Jeff Price, and 98, James Hall. Saw them have a coming together in race 1, those two. Row 11, 27, Johnny Jarrett, starts alongside number 10 of Chris Fraser. Row 12, 85, Rob Bullen, and 30, Roger Gaunt. Row 13 is 99 of Michael Curley and 65, Duncan Cook. Row 14, 52, Pete Wales, alongside number 12 of Ron Mounsey. The penultimate row, 68, Chris Welch, and number 5, Ben Lopez Appleton, who pulled off in the second race. His car possibly still suffering from some damage in his testing crash. And 16, Steve Metcalf. He went up in a cloud of steam, unfortunately, in race 2, so we'll wait to see if his team have repaired, and he's back out there.
Looking forward then to the final action from the 310R Championship today. Motul sponsored 310R Championship, the third of their 3 20-minute races. And like you say, Hoffman looking to see whether he can make the triple. He's doing a fantastic job so far in what is incredibly complex racing scenarios that we've seen. Obviously, we've seen in the previous race we did have a car in the barrier, and that does mean that they're likely to be looking and checking that all those barriers are back where they need to be. And we obviously need to move all the vehicles back to where they need to be around the track, so we're reset and ready to accept these 310Rs out onto the grid. Those dark clouds I talked about earlier are now over the circuit, and so we will just ignore them, just ignoring them out the corner of my eye. But you can see it's been overcast all day, but it's absolutely perfect racing conditions, and the Caterham crew have really delivered. And with this 310R Championship, they have got these new ZZR tyres that they've got on, which are cut slicks. We heard from Harry a bit earlier saying he's not fully switched onto them just yet. Some people have done the learning a little bit quicker than he was thinking in his, he had done. But nevertheless, all the drivers having to learn the new skill, and also the new skill of doing 3 20-minute races, especially when you have to do them all in one day. They're going to have to get used to doing 2 in one day for the rest of the season. But Oulton Park is unique in that we do a whole race weekend all in the one day. So it's tough for the commentators up here, but it's even more tough for the drivers trying to get themselves up. But you can see the cars have been released from the assembly, so we're looking forward and getting ready for the final action from the Motul Caterham 7 Championship 310R.
Well, the circuit has been cleared very quickly and efficiently indeed, and out come the cars for our penultimate race of the day, the Motul Motor Oils Caterham 7 310R Championship. Don't forget, we're back in action on BARC TV next weekend. Easter weekend means it's truck racing time, the first 2 days of the British Truck Racing Championship 2023, with Ryan Smith going for an incredible 8th consecutive title. And Division 2 is going to be wide open as well this year in the trucks, because quite a few of the leading runners have moved up to Division 1 in the more powerful trucks. So Division 2 is going to be perhaps the most open it has been in many years. Full car racing support as well. That's all coming up next weekend from Brands Hatch here on BARC TV.
So looking forward to the next round where we'll see all of our Caterham actions that you've seen today, and that will be taking place at Croft. So if you're in the North Yorkshire region, why not come and join us at the circuit? It's an epic days of racing to watch, and everyone will be there from the Academy all the way through to the 7 Championship UK. So the first time that all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder will be together. In the meantime, at Cadwell Park, 15th and 16th of April, the Academy will have their first ever on-track race. They've already done a sprint race this year, but all of our new influx will be there at Cadwell Park if you want to come and watch on the banks there, 15th and 16th of April. And like I say, Croft, be fantastic to see you out there. You can see the cars, here we go, coming round that Druids area, and as they are lining up the safety car, taking them to form up on the grid.
Yes, we've already given you the grid. It is Lars Alexander Hoffman will take pole position. Harry Cook, a danger man very much so, on the outside of the front row. Seen cars in quite a few races today from the outside line in the front couple of rows get the best start as well. Is there better traction there?
Well, I think it depends where the cars have been running and where the dust is, but it can just be a factor of the gradient. You can see that from where we're sat in our commentary box, there is a slight gradient on the grid, and sometimes that just gives a little bit of an advantage to one side of the track or the other, but mostly it's where the cars are running and where the tarmac is most clean. And we, like you say, we've seen the outside line definitely having a little bit of an advantage in general. So yeah, I would say that there's it's worth having a look. All the drivers treating their grid box with a lot of respect right now. Obviously, the news has got around the paddock that that you must be inside or behind your line so as not to get the penalty. And obviously, in a Caterham race, the start has nothing to do with the end result. It's not worth the extra few feet that you've got on that line.
We mentioned iconic liveries as well. I've just noticed Harry Ayres' car, number 55, is in the old Team Lotus colours, the British Racing green with the yellow stripe.
Yes, you said like there was a Gulf oil is almost compulsory in motor racing. Well, in Caterham 7 racing, having that old classic look is absolutely fantastic, and Harry Ayres is definitely holding those colours forward for us now.
We just need a gold leaf car to complete the set.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the first season. I think we've only got it in one championship, but normally we do also have those gold leaf colours, and it's great to see the traditions of the old Lotus 7 being brought forward.
We've got the JPS as well, haven't we, Lionel Tolmarsh?
Indeed, and that's another popular colour scheme. So everyone loves having grown up with their motor racing, and they love to recreate them on their own race cars.
Yeah, we just need Team Essex as to complete the set now as well. If anybody remembers the car that Nigel Mansell made his debut in back in 1980, the blue and silver.
It's such an expression of the driver's personality. They really get to wrap these cars with the modern wrap technologies and whatever. It's brilliant that they can express themselves in their liveries.
Right, moving off for the green flag lap then. Just looking a little further down the grid. Any other standout liveries? I'm liking 98 as well, James Hall's car, like the black and white dazzle camouflage livery on there.
Yes, he ran that last year as well. He's nice and easy to spot when he's out there on the track. He was pushing forward towards the end of last season, so let's see whether he can recover up back through the field. He's a little bit deeper than maybe he would want to, having made the step up to the 310R Championship.
And I note as well, Ron Mounsey's car there, number 12. I believe they were McDonald's logos I just spotted on the back of his car. We know where he's going to celebrate on the way home tonight.
Indeed, your race fuel, I think that's what he'll call that one, as they come round then.
Other fast food brands are available.
Slightly, like I say, the overcast nature, the light levels are dropping. We're getting late in the day now. We're just 10 to 5 in the afternoon, but a great work by everyone here to keep everything on schedule, and we're ready to go racing then for the final time with the 310R Championship, and I'm really looking forward to this.
The question on everybody's lips, is it going to be hat-trick Hoffman, or can the rest of the field stop it? Watch for Dominic Mansberger coming through from row 7 of the grid. He won't be too happy after that penalty earlier on. He'll aim to get his start absolutely spot on this time. The German back in 14th place on the grid, Harry Landy, and the number 81 of Tom Willis, the other cars that's picked up penalties earlier in the second race. Will we be seeing Tom Willis's eternal rival racing with him this year, Blair McConaughey?
I believe yes, indeed. Just not at this race this weekend, unfortunately, but I believe that Blair will be back out on circuit with us next time, so we'll keep an eye out for his white machine. He will certainly be wanting to insert himself at the front of this battle. Let's check when they're lining up on the grid this time that they are all inside then behind their lines. Hopefully, like I say, the message has got around. But yeah, Hoffman, can he make it 3 out of 3? You would not put money on it given how complicated these races are, but Bush there is also starting from position 6, so he's got work to do from back there, and he's been right in that battle. I wouldn't put it past Mansberger to be right up there, a bit like we saw with Aaron Head earlier. By the end of the first lap, I think we'll see him there or thereabouts.
Hugo Bush, I think, needs to stay off the curbs a little more. That was his downfall earlier on. He was bouncing around a little too much.
Yes, and we've seen that a few times from Hugo Bush, and it gets going. He really does like to push the last section of the race, and we did see him bouncing away. We've seen David Yates sort of clinging onto this back battle, and Alan Cooper, what a rise through the ranks as the qualifying into race 1, into race 2, and now he starts from 3rd place for this final race. Can he depose Hoffman from that top steps? Certainly, if we're talking about how many places he's making up per race, you wouldn't put your money on. Well, I would bet on him.
Ben Lopez Appleton from the back after his troubled weekend so far. Wait to see if Steve Metcalf is there as well, the number 16, towards the back. I think he is. After those
a steaming engine often means you'd have to replace that engine. That's often an expensive bill. I wonder whether that is whether he will be back on the grid, and hopefully, well, it would have been a tight job to get it done in time, that's for sure.
So it's the red and white model car of number 70, Lars Alexander Hoffman, in pole position. The black and red of number 9 of Harry Cook, alongside the blue and white of number 71, Alan Cooper. One to watch here off at row 2, alongside the yellow of Taylor O'Flanagan. Row 3, Jack Sales, the white car with the green roll cage, alongside the number 22 car, Hugo Bush, the grey and orange car. Looks like they've replaced the nose on that car in the interim. A plain black nose I noticed on that car. Then we've got Graham McDonald, the green and black car, and the silver and black of Alan Curtis, number 43. It's looking towards the back of the field. Yes, I think the 16 car is there. The green flag waves at the back. Revs about to rise from these 152 brake horsepower Ford Sigma engines. The red lights are on for 310R Race 3. We're underway here at Oulton Park with the penultimate race of the day. And down towards the first corner they go. It's 3 wide. Alan Cooper's made a good getaway. So has the number 9 of Harry Cook. It's Cook who's got the lead, and Taylor O'Flanagan charging at the outside in the yellow machine, trying to take second place away. It's Harry Cook who's just about got his nose in front as they head down towards Cascades for the first time with Lars Alexander Hoffman pressuring him around the outside. They're absolutely side by side. Surely Hoffman is going to have to cede here to Harry Cook. They've all made it round. There is the number 16. We just caught a glimpse of Steve Metcalf, so he has made it back out. He's made up a few places from the back already. Hoffman to the inside as they head towards Island Bend for the first time, and he's taken the lead away from Harry Cook with Cooper in third, O'Flanagan in fourth. Yeah, Cooper, a lightning start, just couldn't use the speed, but anyway, had no place to go on track, so he had to tuck it to the inside, and that lost him speed on the way out as they flow through Shell Oils, and it's the lake in the background. There goes the tail end of the field, but Hoffman finds himself where he's found himself most of the racing afternoon so far, in the lead ahead of Cook and then Cooper. So they're even stations as we head into this early part of the race. They're all close, bunched up, single file as they head around the opening lap here in this penultimate race of the day at Oulton Park. Trying to make a move down the inside is Hugo Bush, trying to attack Graham McDonald. They're side by side on the way into Knickerbrook. Yes, Bush has got that move done. He's up into 5th position ahead of the former Caterham boss. Then it's Jack Sales, number 35. That's number 28, which is Ryan Lovett, the Birmingham-based driver in the midfield in the 28 up towards Clay Hill and into Druid. It's Hoffman who leads. Second place, it is Cook. They're in grid order at the moment. Cooper third, O'Flanagan is fourth. Rounding up the top 5, it is Hugo Bush. I wonder if we'll see new CEO Bob Lashley taking to Academy car one time in the next few years. Let's hope so, as Hoffman a lot just in front of Cooper, who locked up his fronts, but it does make that place up over Cook as they head through. Mansberger making good progress there. He's certainly still within sight of the lead, and that's what he wants with Curtis just behind him. And yes, going well so far for Hoffman, but it is Cooper. Again, we said about the Jaws music earlier. Is that going to still be relevant? Jack Sales just up the inside there of Harry Landy as they went through the first turn there. But Jack Sales, a little bit of a gap, but he certainly made up that place, and he'd be thirsty for more. Hugo Bush all over the back of Taylor O'Flanagan there for 4th place. Jack Sales had a slightly disappointing day by his usual standards. The former Roadsports champion, that was back in 2014 though. He's been racing Caterhams ever since, looking for his first victory in some time there on the tail of Hugo Bush. McDonald is next in the order as the rest charge their way along the lakeside towards Island Bend. The leaders are at Shell Oils. It's Hoffman who leads. Cooper up there in second place. Lars Alexander Hoffman once again showing them away. Third place in the black car, it is the number 9 of Harry Cook, man from Dorset. Taylor O'Flanagan tucked in behind him. He comes from Hertfordshire. Lars Alexander Hoffman, the German, still sets the pace. Graham McDonald giving chase in the number 19. No damage, thankfully, to the back of his car. It was repaired earlier. Like we said, with Jack Sales, he's also become third in the 420R Championship a few years back. So yeah, a very high quality driver. As you see all these drivers in front of him, nose to tail, absolutely nowhere for him to place his TN Accountancy car there in 6th, or is it 5th place, as they head on around. There's Alan Curtis with Wes Payne in that in the pearlescent coloured, with David Yates again just sat there kind of watching the race in front of him at the moment. He told me earlier he wasn't kind of feeling it, and he kind of get the impression out there on track, but he's still clinging on in there, and I know he can make a move forward, and he'll be looking forward to it later in the season. You mentioned the paint there. You saw it change colour as he went past there from blue to purple. Extraordinary looking car that is of Wes Payne. As here come the leaders down into Lodge Corner, and Cooper has taken it up in the number 71 car. There's the 25 of Mansberger. Now, where did he make it up to at the end of the first lap? He gained 5 places. Has he gained any more as they cross the lines? He only gained 1 more place, so Dominic Mansberger not making huge headway into the lead battle at the moment. Here comes Bush on the inside attacking Harry Cook, who goes out wide over the curb, and up into 4th place goes Bush.
Bush has got there a bit between his teeth. He is absolutely pushing that car forward. Jack Sales trying to follow him around the outside. Can Jack Sales do what we saw earlier, go around the outside of Cascades? Yes, he can. He's going to follow that, and he's going to get the toe from Bush to pull him forward as well. But Harry Cook is going to fight back there as well. So Cook's being demoted currently. It is now back to Hoffman in front ahead of Cooper. Then we have got the O'Flanagan car, so he has made some good moves and actually solidified that 3rd place early in this race.
Hoffman back into the lead. Cooper's lead lasted but a couple of corners. Much stronger showing from the 71. He'll be rueing that mistake on the opening corner of the weekend when he ran out wide and dropped down the order, because he would have been up there fighting for the lead, I'm sure, in all 3 races, were it not for that. O'Flanagan's up to 3rd. Then Cook down to 5th now, behind the 22 of Bush after that move coming out of Old Hall. Here comes Bush, the car with the red roll cage. Jack Sales in behind them. Then it's the number 19 of McDonald, then the 25 of Mansberger trying to get involved in this lead battle. He's on Graham McDonald's tail as they come through the chicane at Knickerbrook. In behind them looks like is the 55 of Harry Eyre, the classic Team Lotus liveried car. Behind him 43 of Alan Curtis rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, that Designers Play Structures car following closely on the tail, but Graham McDonald there. The nose cone from Mansberger is pinging up in the air. We're going to see that depart that car very soon. We talked about the air brake that covers or creates later on, so watch out for that nose cone. Hopefully it gets to a safe place.
Now the marshals will recover it, of course, and return it to its rightful owner, as here comes Hugo Bush attacking our 2 leaders. He's got past Taylor O'Flanagan now in the yellow number 11. In behind them Jack Sales, so Harry Cook has fallen back a little. Alan Cooper trying to go for the outside. He's got a wing hanging off on the 71 car on the right rear corner of the car. But Jack Sales looking quick. Who's got the fastest lap of the race this time through? Well, that's Tom Willis, who's down in 12th position, who's making his way through from towards the back of the grid.
Cooper's rear wing just came off and actually clobbered the nose cone of Mansberger again, which has made it even worse. It came across the track, but it looks like that's now flown to the edge of the circuit. There is David Yates, one of the drivers out. That looks like the outside of Island Bend. So who has fallen away? I can't tell from this angle.
It's the number 98 car, James Hall.
James Hall, that was the black and white car that we talked about, as Hoffman maintains that lead with the now 3-winged Alan Cooper. Not an uncommon sight, not just for Caterhams, but for Alan Cooper as well. Definitely Hugo Bush is the man that looks like he really wants this at the moment. He's had his biscuit-shaped wheat breakfast cereal.
Oh dear, very clever. Here they come then over Hilltop with over 13 minutes of the race to go. Hoffman somehow hanging on grimly to his lead here. Here comes Hugo Bush on the inside into Knickerbrook. He's going to go through into 2nd place. 22 car takes Alan Cooper. Jack Sales is now up to 4th, so O'Flanagan has fallen back into 5th. It's Cook in 6th place. Mansberger's up to 7th despite that bit of damage to the nose. He's got ahead of Graham McDonald. Next in the order, I think it's Curtis has got ahead of Harry Eyre this time around. Here come the leaders. Bush having a look. There's David Yates, the blue and white machine. Further back in the midfield, we watch
that was
Bianchi,
Bianchi, followed by did you see Mansberger? I'm surprised he can see anything with that nose now permanently poking up. It's going to be slowing him down. It's going to be affecting his performance. Jack Sales, though, is now fighting with Cooper for that 3rd place. So Jack Sales, another one who's moved forward in this race.
Here they come then along the straight side by side for the lead. Here comes Hugo Bush looking to take the lead for the first time. He has to bob back in behind Hoffman, and there, look at the nose on that 25 car of Mansberger. It looks amusing, but it won't be helping the aero on that car or his handling.
It's visibility more than anything. Certainly. It's right in his line of sight. You're looking right down that nose cone when you're trying to find out where your apex. He's going to be having to look out the corner of his eyes to figure out where everything is. Once he's in a line, it sort of drops itself back down, as Graham McDonald's looking like he had a run on Harry Cook there. But yeah, as it drops down, he'll be able to see, but he's going to have to work from his peripheral vision. He's doing very well so far.
Must be hoping that nose cone comes flying off and disappears, and he'll retrieve it after the race, as Hugo Bush meanwhile has taken the lead from Lars Alexander Hoffman. So it's the 22 car now up front ahead of Hoffman, Cooper, then it is Jack Sales as they head down towards Britain's once again. Or is it going to be Hugo Bush who ends Lars Alexander Hoffman's unbeaten run here at Oulton Park?
We've gone back to a kind of one continuous line of Caterhams again. This 310R, the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder as they come over Hilltop. All absolutely nose to tail with each other. This is halfway through the race and they are absolutely jammed all the way down to probably about 19th place there. That's fantastic as Hugo Bush now takes the lead of the race over Hoffman as they go and exit out of Knickerbrook.
Yeah, he swapped places a couple of times on that lap. They charge their way up Clay Hill. Somebody out onto the grass there. Try and work out who that was. It may well have been Alan Curtis, number 43, but we'll check that in a moment.
I think it might be Wes Payne. I got that kind of glint of a car that might have been... let's have a look. Anyway, here comes Hugo Bush down the inside. Hoffman holding him in there. Alan Cooper looking to see whether he can do anything about that. Jack Sales settling back into 4th place. Taylor O'Flanagan, reigning 270R champion. Then behind them, followed by Cook, who's been shuffled back down the order. Mansberger still looking to see what he can do with that nose cone poking up in the air.
3 wide for the lead, almost. Cooper going for the outside as we reach half distance just about. It's still Bush who leads. Hoffman going round the outside, out of Old Hall, trying the sweep as we called that move earlier on. Cooper tucked up behind them. Sales up to 4th, then O'Flanagan. No, Flanagan's going to get mugged here. They go 3 wide into Cascades. That's never going to work, surely. That's Harry Cook on the inside. Mansberger around the outside. Mansberger thought better of it, but Cook got the move done. He's ahead of O'Flanagan. That's a great move.
Here's a last side by side once more. We got contact there. Alan Cooper on the grass, just sideways. They could see that they were going to bunch up, and it was just about held onto that. That looks like an awkward angle anyway. It's all sorted itself out. They're pointing in a straight line. A bit of a lock up there from the rear of Hugo Bush's car there, front of Lars Hoffman, just avoiding him as they sweep through Shell Oils again, side by side. Great sight, this 310R grid bake as they come out of the Shell Oils helping.
That was a scary moment there for Alan Cooper. I thought he was going to spin across and take out the middle of the top 10 there, but he held it together and he's held 3rd place. You get real sensation there at the hairpin of how much they're throwing these cars around. There's a spinner. That's the 85 of Rob Bullen, I think, further back in the order, the orange car. That's coming out of Old Hall, and that's his 2nd spin of the day, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, there's that common thing outside of the turn 1. It gets slippery out there and it spins and spits the cars to the inside. Not an uncommon sight here at Oulton Park. Did well to keep that out of the barriers, but there's the yellow car right on the tail of Cook as they go up Clay Hill and into Druids this time. He's going to be on the outside of Druids, which isn't easy to do, but let's keep an eye out to see whether he can do it as the speed of these cars coming up. Remember, they're running on the new ZZR tyre in the 3rd of this 20-minute race for them, and they're all getting used to that tyre now. You can tell they're sort of dialing it in.
So Hoffman back into the lead, then they come up towards Lodge. Bush on the outside. Cooper is there on the inside trying to take 2nd place away. 3 of them absolutely together. Jack Sales in 4th. O'Flanagan attacking Cook for 5th position, and here comes Mansberger. Despite that nose damage, he's now starting to get into this lead battle. It's a wonder he can see where he's going. The nose pointing skyward is up the inside. Look at Jack Sales. Where's he come from there? 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. Goodness me. Out of Old Hall. I thought that was going to end in disaster. I don't know where Jack Sales found the room there on the inside. It hasn't worked. He's had to bob back into 4th. Cook's going to have a go at him now. Somehow Hoffman held his lead. That was nearly disaster. That was bravery from Jack Sales.
I was going to say breathe in, but I think it's just now we can start breathing again. That was as close as you like. There's not enough room through that corner. Again, that turn is a 80 mile or 75 mile an hour corner where they're going around that. Imagine doing that on the motorway. So here comes Hoffman then into Shell Oils. They've got Cooper looking to see whether he can come down the inside of Hugo Bush, but at the moment Hugo Bush on out wide. Is he going to be able to keep in a straight line? He's lost momentum. He's going to lose places, but he is going to shuffle himself back into the order.
Taking a few too many risks here. I think it's getting a bit lively out there. Yes, Bush has dropped down to about 6th or 7th position there. We'll see exactly where as they cross the line this time. It's Hoffman that leads from Cooper. Cook is up to 3rd, then Sales. 5th place is Mansberger's damaged car. Yes, he's in about 8th place now, Hugo Bush. Graham McDonald's come back into the battle as well now, ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan.
Not only is the grass extremely slippy out there, also the camber of that, once you get up and over that curb, it kind of draws you even further out onto that. So he did well actually to get back in without spinning and remaining calm. And again, it's a sign of these experienced drivers that they can go and do that. But Hoffman maintains that lead ahead of Cooper, ahead of Cook, who's back up into that 3rd place. Sales is in that 4th place, bumping over those apexes at Druids, and then Mansberger up with Graham McDonald just behind him.
Yes, that was extraordinary from Jack Sales last time around at Old Hall. He just closed his eyes and sent it, I think, up the inside there. It didn't quite work. It nearly did, but everybody else got the better exits on the outside. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Watch the white car with the green roll cage. 6.5 minutes of this race to go. He's on the outside of Harry Cook this time, so he thinks better of it. Stays on the outside. Alan Cooper getting ready to attack for the lead. They come down the avenue towards Cascades. He's alongside race leader Lars Alexander Hoffman. Can he get the move done here on that wider line? He's done it. Alan Cooper, brilliant, round the outside of Cascades, takes the lead.
Mansberger trying to go down the inside of Jack Sales there, couldn't make it stick. They all come up here then into Island Bend once more. Cooper is in that lead. Hoffman on the outside. It's hard to stick around the outside as they head into Shell Oils, but when we pick them up, he has managed it. So well done to Hoffman for being brave around the outside. Cook holding on in there just ahead of Jack Sales, McDonald, and then Mansberger, O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush, David Yates, Alan Curtis, and then we've got the DPR of Harry Landy there just trailing this group, but it's a massive group still, and we've only got 5 minutes 40 seconds of this race left to go.
Had notification of some more false start penalties, cars 10, 27 and 85. None of our front running pack this time though, so bad luck to the 3 drivers further back as the nose pops up again on Mansberger's car. He must be getting pretty annoyed with that now. He's chasing after Graham McDonald here. He's ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, the yellow machine, fighting for 5th position. There's the number 21 of Harry Landy. He's actually got the fastest lap of the race, 1:52.874. He's risen to 13th place.
Kind of the nose cone popping up and down just shows how powerful the toe is, because as soon as he's following someone close, all the air goes away from that nose, and it's a perfect illustration of no wind, and as soon as he pokes his nose out to one side or the other of the car, it sort of flies up into the air again.
Hugo Bush a bit sideways there coming out of Druids. He's pushing a little bit too hard to try and recover, as here comes Harry Cook up the inside. He's got 2nd position away from Alan Cooper. Less than 5 minutes of the race now to go, and off goes Graham McDonald. He's going to spin out, wallop backwards into the barriers. That's a shame for the former Caterham boss. That'll be him out of the race.
There was a fair contact there, but it's now, it's Cooper out front, Jack Sales sweeping around Mansberger. Let's hope he can get that car running again. I'm not saying he can, but otherwise we might have a safety car and we haven't got much time left. A little bit, see what's happening behind. I think he just might have lost the rear end of that car, because he was not involved in a battle as he came in, unless he got nudged. But I think he just carried a little bit too much speed.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Oh,
he hit
the back of
Jack Sales, and actually I think he upset his steering arm there, so that will be him retiring from that race. I think great shots there from the replay camera. He is going to take his hands off the steering wheel, just as you should, and it was significant impact there with the softer barrier there to protect, but I think his steering might also be damaged.